Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 671-680. Hobert had never worried about the civil war in the South Balam Duchy. Before, it was because he needed a certain degree of chaos in the duchy to digest the potion, but now that the potion was completely digested, the civil war could end. For the forces Hobert currently deployed in Anjou, they were fully capable of stopping the war. However, after George III's death, he had more important things to do. First, with Adam's help, Hobert received an excellent opportunity for advancement, so now advancement was the top priority. There was also the struggle for the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, which was more urgent than the civil war. Currently, although all the gods had acquiesced that the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway belonged to the creator to deal with Erebus, the avatar of the outer god. However, the uniqueness was not yet in hand, which made Hobert very uneasy. Only after these two matters were resolved would Hobert have time to end the civil war. However, when the surrounding nobles heard Hobert's words, they all thought he was bragging, and each of them showed a playful smile. After all, from the current situation, LotM could hardly provide any substantial help to the duchy. In their opinion, without the help of the LotM kingdom, the civil war in the South Balam Duchy would be difficult to end in a short time. So they began to talk to Hobert about the rebel forces, their meaning very clear: we know some information, don't try to fool us. Audrey was about to tell them how powerful the South Balam Duchy was, but Hobert stopped her with a look. Hobert smiled and said, "There are still 10 days until our engagement. I plan to give you a seaside villa built by the local warlords in Lanagua Port as our engagement gift." Lanagua Port was the capital of Milher province, a relatively wealthy place in the duchy, and also the territory of the main forces of the rebels this time. When Hobert said this, it was equivalent to saying that he was confident of completely ending the civil war within 10 days. After hearing these words, some nobles expressed disdain, some seemed to be reconsidering the situation in the South Balam Duchy, and some, due to limited information, did not quite understand Hobert's meaning. Audrey, of course, understood that Hobert had this strength. She smiled and said, "Okay, I was hoping to get a seaside villa." With the two of them echoing each other, the topic finally came to an end. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the ball ended in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. After seeing off all the guests, Hobert, Audrey, and Earl Hall also bid farewell to Christine one after another. When they parted, Audrey gave Hobert a deep look, somewhat worried about the test Hobert mentioned. Hobert smiled slightly, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. Audrey was not comforted by Hobert's smile, but she also knew that worrying about some things was useless. After returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert thought for a moment and still went to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island. At this time, the North Continent had entered winter, so Furs almost lived on Longtail Island, which was in the tropics, every day. Furs was already asleep, and Hobert lay down next to her. After a long while, Furs seemed to react, yawning and asking, "Is there any bad news again?" Otherwise, Hobert would have woken her up long ago. Hobert smiled and said, "I came to tell you that I might have to participate in a somewhat dangerous operation tomorrow." It made no sense to tell Audrey but not Furs. Furs was completely awake this time. Even when digging the king's grave, Hobert had not used the word dangerous to describe it. She saw Hobert's profile in the dim light. "Are you confident?" "I have some confidence," Hobert said. Furs leaned on Hobert. "Then you must overcome the danger. The South Balam Duchy still needs you, the people of Longtail Island need you, and I also need you." Hobert patted Furs's back and smiled, "I'll try my best to overcome it." The next morning, Hobert got up early and prepared the potion of Duke of Entropy in the study of the governor's mansion. The main material came from the Beander characteristic of Megali, the mountain god, and the auxiliary materials were inherited from Rex. He finally checked his preparations, making sure that everything he could think of was ready, and then, carrying a trace of Erebus's spirituality, he went to the church in South Colson. The church had just opened, and no believers had come to pray yet. Hobert stepped into the church and said to the two deacons, "I'm going to perform a secret ritual. Please close the door first." The deacons were slightly stunned and closed the door according to Hobert's order. One of the deacons immediately went to the backyard to report to Archbishop Simpson. After Simpson heard the report, his spirituality seemed to sense something, and he quickly came to the chapel. At this time, Hobert had already arrived in front of the altar, placing a glass bottle wrapped in a spiritual wall on the altar, and then seemed to bow his head in prayer. Simpson quickly asked, what ritual are you going to perform? Do you need my help? Hobert glanced at Bishop Simpson and smiled, please ask the Mother Goddess to help me shape a body. Simpson opened his mouth, suddenly not knowing what to say. Hobert had talked to him about this before, and at that time, he had prevaricated, saying that as long as one's faith in the Mother Goddess was devout enough, the Mother Goddess might be able to help. What made Simpson helpless was, did Hobert not understand my true meaning? Hobert said nothing more and continued to pray softly to the Earth Mother. Simpson was considering how to tell Hobert the truth when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the entire church was different. Following the guidance of his spirituality, Simpson looked at the holy symbol of life. Then he belatedly realized, the Mother Goddess was really watching here. Simpson quickly bowed his head and prayed devoutly to the holy symbol of life, confessing. Crack! The ampule in the altar was suddenly crushed by some force, and a phantom spirituality floated out. It quickly solidified, forming a body. This body looked 15 or 16 years old, with a somewhat childish face, and it was Erebus, the avatar of uncertain mist. However, his eyes were tightly closed, and he appeared to have no consciousness, clearly different from a normal person. Only his fluctuating chest proved that he was alive. Then the oppressive feeling from the holy symbol of life disappeared. Simpson, in shock, glanced at the altar. He was somewhat curious as to why it wasn't Hobert's body. Hobert put a prepared robe on Erebus's body, greeted Simpson, and then carried Erebus's body away. A few seconds later, Simpson recovered from his shock and quickly reported to the Pope through prayer. On the other side, Hobert carried Erebus's body to the northern mountainous area. This mountainous area was too remote and steep and had always been an uninhabited area. Before, Skeleton Lord had hidden here for more than 10 years without anyone noticing. After finding a secluded valley, Hobert placed Erebus's body on a stone, just about to pray to the fool. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. I heard you're preparing to advance to sequence 2. Hobert felt all the hairs on his body stand up. He turned his head and indeed saw Aemon, wearing a Fenaport-style formal suit and a monocle, sitting on a rock not far away, leisurely watching him. Hobert was about to chant the incantation to summon a messenger, but Aemon stole the thought with a flick of his hand. Aemon smiled and said, Messenger. It seems your messenger is very powerful. Hobert reacted instinctively, without needing any thought. His spirituality immediately poured into the Order Crystal. This was a contingency plan Hobert had developed earlier to deal with Amon's avatar. The moment the spirituality poured into the Order Crystal, a black barrier appeared. The Aemon in front of him tried to steal several times but failed to steal Hobert's thoughts again. Hobert first breathed a sigh of relief. The one in front of him was Amon's avatar. If it were Amon's true body, he would have a high probability of even stealing the barrier produced by the Order Crystal. Under the cover of the black barrier, Hobert chanted the word, Messenger, in ancient Hermes language. The space around him immediately became illusory. A classic, heavy coffin floated out of the spirit world. The coffin lid opened, and Beverly, wearing a classical long dress, with a very pale face and a beautiful yet playful expression, smiled and said, It's Amon's avatar again. She asked the avatar in front of her, What are you doing here? That Aemon avatar was slightly surprised. Beverly. You found an opportunity to resurrect. Oh. Beverly smiled with a playful expression. It seems you are a more important avatar of Aemon, knowing many things. The surprise on Amon's avatar's face gradually disappeared. He ignored Beverly's words and said with a very relaxed expression, You two do your thing, I'm just here to watch the show today. After saying this, Amon's avatar disappeared from the rock in front of him and instantly appeared on the mountaintop. He waved his hand and stole a small rock, and a stone chair just happened to form on the mountain. Amon's avatar sat down on the stone chair, indeed looking like he was watching a play. Hobert, behind Beverly, was very curious. Where did Amon's avatar get the news that he was about to advance? Beverly then said to Hobert, You continue. Perhaps seeing that Hobert was a little uneasy, Beverly explained, he really doesn't have much desire to fight. Hobert nodded, choosing to trust the messenger. After all, she understood Aemon very well. Relatively well. Hobert took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and continued to pray to the Fool. Although an unexpected event occurred at the beginning of Hobert's plan, he still decided to continue advancing. After all, if he waited for other opportunities, other accidents might occur. Klein, on the gray fog above, was also in place ahead of time, and immediately responded after hearing Hobert's prayer. He was also slightly stunned when he saw Amon's avatar in the distance, but seeing Beverly ready to confront Aemon at any time, Klein withdrew his attention. He held the blasphemy card of the error pathway. The gray fog in Saphira Castle immediately surged like boiling water and condensed around Klein. At this time, Klein could leverage more power from the gray fog above, like the creator, possessing a higher status 2 levels above his actual sequence. He waved his hand slightly, and surging power was transmitted to the real world through the star representing Hobert. Hobert immediately felt as if something had been stripped from his body. Both his physical body and his spirit felt unprecedentedly light. But at the same time, Hobert also felt as if the real world was rejecting him. Without his bloodline, he was equivalent to becoming a person without a background, but fortunately, his life of more than 20 years was the best evidence of his existence, so he only suffered a certain degree of rejection and would not be greatly affected for the time being. Oh ho! Amon's avatar, sitting on the mountaintop watching the show, suddenly exclaimed and smiled, "Things are indeed getting more and more interesting." At this moment, Erebus, lying on the rock, also showed some changes, as if some micro-expressions appeared, becoming more like a normal human. The next second, he suddenly got up, still with his eyes closed, and ran towards the mountain opposite Amon's avatar. This body only possessed the bloodline, it certainly couldn't move freely. Hobert's spirituality seemed to sense something, and he looked towards the mountaintop over there. From behind a large tree on the mountaintop, Erebus slowly walked out. He surprisingly still held a thin-necked glass bottle in his hand. However, Hobert immediately realized that according to Demon Monarch Farbati, uncertain mist had descended its power to the real world 3 times in total, presumably all in the form of this thin-necked glass bottle. One of those 3 powers was used for Erebus's birth, and another was pierced by a rapier not long ago when he was competing with Hobert for an Beander characteristic. So, what Erebus currently holds is the 3rd power that descended earlier. Hobert remembered that this slender-necked glass bottle seemed to have been found in a 4th epic ruin sometime later, but now it appears Erebus has used it. At this moment, the mist in the slender-necked glass bottle shimmered with 7 colors, clearly indicating that Erebus was using its power. The body of Erebus, which Hobert had just shaped, suddenly rushed towards the main body because it was influenced by the main body and the slender-necked glass bottle. Beverly was about to utilize her distortion ability to make Erebus's body return, but Amon's avatar suddenly stood up, waved at Erebus, and the slender-necked glass bottle instantly appeared in his hand. He smiled and said to Erebus, "I'll take it back to play with for a couple of days, and I'll return it to you later." With that, Amon's avatar was about to leave immediately. He wanted to send this glass bottle to his main body as soon as possible, otherwise he could easily be affected by the mist in the bottle. But Tamara suddenly emerged from the space in front of him, trying to snatch back the glass bottle. Beverly in the valley shouted, "If you want to leave just like that, Tamara and I will deal with you together. If you help me entangle Tamara, you can safely leave with the bottle after the battle ends." Amon's avatar frowned, what a troublesome woman. Although he complained, he immediately waved his hand and stole Tamara's imprisonment. "Tamara, long time no see, you've become more like a wax figure. Hee, I told you long ago, this is the consequence of believing in an outer god, why don't you just believe in me?" Although Amon's avatar kept talking, his hands did not slacken. He first returned imprisonment to Tamara, imprisoning Tamara in place. Almost at the same time, he stole the stripping that Tamara had just used. And in a fluid motion, he deceived Tamara, causing an error in Tamara's balance target, so Amon's avatar was not affected by Tamara's Beander attack. In the valley, Beverly also seemed to have a premonition that Hobert's promotion today might have some twists and turns, so he planted the order wood in the valley and summoned Raymond. The 2 angels successively recovered to their peak state, ready to engage in battle at any moment. On the mountaintop on the other side of the valley, after Erebus lost the slender-necked glass bottle, a hazy large door suddenly appeared behind him. The large door, covered with complex mystical symbols, opened, and a hand stretched out to grab his two shoulders. Immediately after, a humanoid figure flashed past at an extremely fast speed, extending sharp claws and tearing a deep, bone-exposing wound across Erebus's chest. April stopped not far from Erebus, shaking the blood from her long nails. "I heard you snatched an Beyander characteristic that rightfully belonged to my son." Erebus gave a bitter smile. He didn't answer April's question, but immediately shouted towards the valley, "How long do you plan to wait? If Hobert successfully advances to an angel, your organization can just wait for its demise." As if in response to his shout, the space in the valley suddenly became illusory, and at the same time, a very magical-looking mirror appeared. From the illusion, a middle-aged man wearing a South Continent-style wizard robe walked out. And an elder whose eyes were filled with malice and whose body exuded an evil aura. He leaned on a long staff made of a leg bone and a skull, looking as if his legs and feet were not very agile. Hobert's eyes narrowed. These were the angels Belenka and Kleist from the Rose School of Thought. Hobert had seen them before in the Beyander War between the Rose School of Thought and the Bach family. And in the magical-looking mirror appeared a woman who met all aesthetic characteristics, making both men and women obsessed with her appearance and figure. She was Shirley, the only remaining sane demoness of Catastrophe of the Demoness sect. At this moment, Hobert also understood that Erebus must have sensed his impending promotion today through the connection in the Trentsust family's bloodline, and thus notified all his enemies of this news. However, Amon's avatar, who did not play by the rules, appeared here mainly to watch the show and steal Erebus's glass bottle. Not only did he fail to become Erebus's helper, but under Beverly's persuasion, he also became Tamara's opponent. The angel battle in the valley instantly erupted. Belenka, the angel of the Rose School of Thought, unleashed a malicious curse on Hobert, but this curse was distorted by Beverly. A rock hit by the curse immediately turned into a chicken with no consciousness. Raymond shot several blazing white spears, which exploded in front of the two Rose School of Thought angels. Beverly, with perfect tacit agreement, amplified the effect of the explosion, causing the valley to shake violently for a time. Belenka and Kleist initially didn't take the blazing white spear attack seriously, as they were already immune to physical attacks. After the explosion formed, their spiritual perception sensed danger, and they immediately dodged in different directions. It turned out that Raymond had hidden flames that could burn essence within the blazing white spears. After being amplified, even angel-level targets would be injured if they came into contact with such an attack. However, Shirley, after appearing, had been lingering at the edge of the battlefield, not actively attacking. Therefore, Christine, holding the box of the old days, also stayed at the edge of the battlefield, neither joining the battle nor actively attacking Shirley. During this period, Hobert was not idle either. He used his ability to distort space to once again grab Erebus's body, which was running towards its main body. Then, he injected his spirituality into the corresponding spirit sealed artifact and, under the cover of Beverly and the others, entered the secret world. Even though the battle outside gradually intensified, the secret world was not greatly affected. It was very quiet inside, and no one came to disturb Hobert. Throwing Erebus's body aside, Hobert quickly took out the potion he had prepared in the morning. The potion was contained in a glass bottle, further sealed by a layer of order crystal, to prevent its influence on the surroundings. Hobert opened the order crystal, and saw the potion inside, a liquid resembling high-proof spirits, forming a small vortex every few seconds. It looked very gentle, almost ethereal. Taking a deep breath, Hobert raced against time to consume the potion. As the glass bottle reached his lips, his spirituality immediately warned him that what he was about to drink was extremely dangerous. Hobert gave a helpless smile. Taking a potion of this level was almost like committing suicide by poison. The next second, he swallowed the potion in one gulp. Hobert felt no physical sensation in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of gas, but his esophagus and stomach both gave feedback of an extremely cold sensation. Suddenly, Hobert's legs felt as if they were immersed in a long, icy river, and his entire body seemed to instantly lose all heat. His vision instantly underwent a drastic change. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and all scenery transformed into dense geometric shapes, black cuboids, cubes, cylinders, and so on. Mixed among these geometric shapes were many three-dimensional numerical models, like a large art exhibition. Hobert's consciousness became somewhat chaotic, and questions appeared in his mind. Why is the number 1 1, and not something else? Why is a cube called a cube, and not something else? These questions grew more numerous. Why is there gravity in the universe? Why are there 3 laws of mechanics? Why are there 3 laws of Beander characteristics? Why is entropy constantly increasing? Why does the universe have a beginning and an end? Why is there time? One by one, these questions made Hobert's brain operate at high speed, causing him to tremble all over. These questions made Hobert become increasingly transparent, as if he was about to merge with the surrounding air. Just as Hobert was about to completely lose himself and disappear, a scene of a sky full of stars suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hobert gazed at the stars with some confusion, and then suddenly realized that they were not stars, but the electric lights of Backland at night. Looking down at the metropolis from mid-air, lights illuminated building after building against the dark background, making the night very bright. Hobert's eyes were also filled with a soft glow. He saw Duke Nigan, his face full of shame and unwillingness, furiously smashing an exquisite porcelain artifact to the ground. He saw former shareholders of gas companies, due to the advent of gas stoves, ascending to the tops of tall buildings, their faces filled with unwillingness and regret. They paced on the rooftops, wanting to jump down to end all their mental torment, but after reaching the edge, they came back, as if gathering courage anew. He saw nobles, upon learning of Hobert's engagement to Audrey, cursing Hobert loudly behind his back, hoping he would die in the duchy's civil war before the engagement. But as they cursed, only unwillingness and helplessness remained on their faces. Hobert. Who is he? Oh. Hobert curled his lips. I am the villain who is about to get engaged to the most dazzling gem of Backland. I am the bastard who twice tricked the gas industry. I am Hobert. At this moment, Hobert completely regained his self and sanity. He understood the previous questions. One is one because people have endowed one with a mathematical concept. A square is a square because the human world has given a unified meaning to an abstract shape. The 3 laws of mechanics exist because humans have summarized them by observing the universe. These abstract things are all meanings endowed by humans, but humans do not know their essence, only their phenomena. Just like time, people can only see the changes of the seasons, the ticking of clocks, and people aging, but these are all phenomena of time, not the essence of time. The so-called distortion and alter, or temporary changes to the essence of all laws and concepts, thereby causing changes in phenomena. Taking a deep breath, Hobert completely regained his self. His consciousness returned to the secret world. At this moment, he had completed his promotion and become a Duke of Entropy. Hobert looked at his hands, feeling the tremendous changes that had occurred within him. First, now it was he. He felt that he could see the essence of all things, and then change the laws or rules of these essences. Of course, the premise was that his Beander characteristic was sufficient. If it was an Beander attack from a deity, because that deity also mobilized power belonging to the essence, even if he could understand it, it would be very difficult to change it. Hobert's other intuitive feeling was that he could disassemble all structures he saw, including the human body. Theoretically, given enough time, he could disassemble the human body into countless cells. Hobert realized that this should be the core ability of the Duke of Entropy. After all, entropy increase is a process of going from order to disorder, and also a process of diffusion. This is an ability to essentially destroy and change a target, a manifestation of the core authority of the Black Emperor pathway. Hobert then felt the changes in his main abilities. Almost all of them had undergone qualitative changes. Distortion could now distort concepts themselves, such as distorting existence into non-existence, or light into darkness. Alter could also alter concepts themselves, such as altering a square into a circle, or a liquid into a solid. As for the physical alter ability, it was even more meticulous. Hobert felt he could operate at the atomic level, even manually creating a nuclear bomb. However, it required a period of preparation, making its practical utilize in combat limited. At the same time, because Hobert had recovered all his memories from before his transmigration, he had the concept of the four fundamental forces of nature. After becoming the Duke of Entropy, he could perform some preliminary manipulations of these four fundamental forces. This was absolutely incomparable to other Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway. For example, he could utilize the strong nuclear force to create a shield with tightly packed molecules, which would be harder than any material in nature. Such a shield was only theoretical in the physical world, and Hobert never expected that one day he could try to manually create one with Beyonder abilities. As for the other core ability, Chaos, in addition to using the principle of entropy increase for essential destruction, it could also launch conceptual attacks on targets. For instance, it could cause a target's brain and liver to swap positions. Angel-level targets might have some ways to evade it, but Beyonders below the angel level would basically die in strange ways. The two abilities, Utilize and Amplify, also underwent fundamental changes. Not only could he extend and shorten the duration of a target's abilities, but he could also utilize the Beyonder abilities that enemies had employed, as well as the abilities and negative effects of sealed artifacts carried by the target. For example, if a target used the imprisonment ability, he could utilize this ability to imprison the target's teammates or the target himself. In simple terms, it meant using the enemy's abilities as his own, and using the enemy's sealed artifacts as his own, without having to bear the negative effects. Amplify could also perform fundamental manipulations, which was very similar to some abilities of the Arbiter pathway. For example, by Amplify the power of the real world within an area, it might not be impossible for an ordinary person to tear apart a low-sequence Beyonder. The ability to grant also became more abstract. He could grant the enemy's hostility towards him to the enemy's companions, allowing him to happily watch two people kill each other. The bribe ability, which he possessed at sequence 7, underwent a huge change after this promotion, allowing him to bribe natural laws. For example, by bribe a bucket of clear water into the air, a torrential downpour could soon follow. However, this ability's practical utilize in combat was somewhat limited, being more suitable for acting as a charlatan. And weakening, which Hobert had previously considered a minor ability, now once again became a very practical one. Hobert had previously thought this ability was not useful because it was a negative status. In battles between demigods, the speed of engagement was very fast, and adding this negative status to a target would waste too much time, and targets of the same level could almost always evade it to some extent. But now this ability was highly offensive. It could weaken all levels of an enemy's abilities within 3 seconds. For example, a sequence 2 target, using any ability within those 3 seconds, would only be at the sequence 3 level. Unfortunately, weakening was the ability and not the sequence. The target's level remained the same. However, within those 3 seconds, Hobert could ignore all of the target's attacks. At the same time, he could also add negative statuses to the enemy. Even after 3 seconds, he could continue to weakening the target's abilities, but it would only make the enemy's abilities weaker without a change in level. The last ability that underwent a qualitative change was association. For unrelated things, he could create an association. For example, by associating a target with a madman, the target was very likely to become mad as well. By establishing an association between an ordinary person and a Beyonder, that ordinary person could temporarily utilize some Beyonder abilities. The remaining psychological attacks were more like large-scale abilities targeting ordinary people, such as charm, changing into incitement. Within 20 kilometers and among a population of up to 20,000, people could be influenced by Hobert to willingly do what he requested. Arrogance turned into rampage, which could also cause up to 20,000 people within 20 kilometers to lose their sanity, considering Hobert's words as truth and the meaning of their existence. Of course, these two abilities could also be used against single enemies of the same level, but the effect was only enhanced, not qualitatively changed. After quickly understanding his current abilities, Hobert carried Erebus's body and left the secret world. The moment he left, Erebus's body opened its eyes. At this moment, in the country of disorder, Hobert's seal on Truncest had already moved from the mountain pond to the front of the sacrificial gate, and the sacrificial gate had even opened a gap. Truncest felt a huge suction force from the sacrificial gate. He glanced at the Iron Throne, sighed, and was involuntarily sucked into the real world. Clang! The sacrificial gate immediately closed. At this time, on the South Continent, a member of the Bach family was in a very bad state due to murmurs in his ears. After praying to the Creator and receiving no response, Lawrence and others came to help him resist the mutation caused by rampage and murmurs. Suddenly, the murmurs in that family member's ears disappeared. He thought he had already lost control and was experiencing such an illusion. But seeing the incredulous expressions of the patriarch and others, he realized that things were not that simple. Lawrence and the others also felt that the pressure on their minds and spiritual bodies had disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. At this moment, in No Existence Town, some of the Mad Bach family members had largely recovered their sanity, and their previous muddled, insane lives felt like a dream. Many shed tears of regret. They were teenagers when they went mad, but now they were white-haired and in their twilight years. The consciousness of Truncest, hidden in the bloodline of his descendants, gathered together and rushed towards Hobert. But the moment it entered Hobert's body, it uncontrollably turned and collided with Erebus's body. Because Hobert's current bloodline was in Erebus's body, and Erebus's influence on Truncest, or more precisely, Uncertain Mist's influence on Truncest, created a very strong attraction between them. So Truncest, unable to control himself, drilled into Erebus's body. Almost instantly, the entire Truncest was resurrected in this body. He looked at his hands, then suddenly smiled. It succeeded. Hobert also smiled. It succeeded. All the plans had succeeded. Now he had completed the promotion and successfully tricked Truncest into the created body. Truncest had completed the resurrection process, and the family's curse had finally disappeared. Hobert immediately raised a finger, causing the air at his fingertip to be extremely sharp, forming an air sword, ready to cut Truncest's head from the body's neck. After all, a newly resurrected Knight Emperor, before his authority returned, was almost like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Erebus, who was entangled with April on the mountaintop, suddenly took out the Beander characteristic of the Duke of Entropy, and simply swallowed it. Then he reached out to Hobert's altar of the air, causing Hobert's attack to miss. April exclaimed in surprise, "Be careful." At this moment, Erebus had instantly reached the angel level. Erebus then, distortion, Truncest, who was beside Hobert, making him appear at the edge of the battlefield. Hobert frowned and looked at Erebus. Erebus, whose expression was greatly distorted, sneered, "You didn't expect that I could utilize my authority to forcibly suppress the distortion and rampage caused by advancing to an angel. The price was that this body became abnormally distorted and could no longer advance further." But Erebus knew he had to do this, because Hobert, after killing Truncest, would certainly utilize the authority's crushing power to kill him. Taking advantage of this gap, Truncest waved his hand slightly, and instantly the space around him became illusory. At this moment, on the battlefield at Amanda Mountain Pass, the Trenancist brass book, in the hand of Archbishop Larian of the War God Church suddenly became very restless. He immediately prayed to the War God, using the divine pressure to stabilize this sealed artifact. Larian frowned, wondering why this sealed artifact had suddenly become so restless. At the same time, William I in the Oak Island Palace, and Philip I in the royal estate in the suburbs of Feniport, both felt that the Beander characteristics within their bodies were extremely unstable. But fortunately, they had already completely digested the potion, and such restlessness was fleeting. In the western part of the North Continent, in Trier, the capital of the Intis Republic, the Archbishop of the Covenant Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church suddenly perceived a powerful force that caused one of the Grade 0 sealed artifacts underground to break free from its seal. Before he could rush to reinforce the sealed artifact had already burst through the ground, like a hurricane, blowing several praying believers into the air. Finally, the sealed artifact pierced through the top of the cathedral and then disappeared. The Archbishop caught the falling believers one after another and immediately reported the matter to the angels at headquarters through prayer. The angel quickly responded, "Repair the cathedral, comfort the believers." The Archbishop was slightly stunned, but quickly understood the headquarters, meaning, ignore that sealed artifact. In an unnamed valley north of South Colson, a gavel, shaped like one used in a courtroom, appeared before Truncest. The gavel was clearly a sealed artifact comparable to the Hand of Order of the Justiciar pathway, Sequence 1. Hobert immediately realized that Truncest's resurrection plan was not as simple as him merging with divinity and awakening within his descendant's body the moment the descendant became an angel. After his resurrection, he should be able to summon the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway and the Beander characteristic of the Hand of Order, to restore himself to his peak state in the shortest possible time. Of course, it would also be a state without the pollution of uncertain mist. This was also why Truncest explained his plan to Hobert, offered advice for Hobert's promotion, and patiently answered all of Hobert's questions. Because he only told Hobert part of his plan, for as long as Hobert became the Duke of Entropy, it meant that his resurrection process had begun. Even if Hobert knew all of Truncest's plans, he would still have to follow Truncest's plan. Under immense external pressure, Hobert could not indefinitely postpone his promotion to an angel. Regardless of whether he was resurrected within Hobert's body or not, Truncest's goal was achieved. Hobert attempted to distort the sealed artifact shaped like a gavel, while simultaneously using his chaos ability to attack Truncest, causing his heart and bladder to fall into disorder. However, his attacks were all resolved by Erebus. Erebus laughed several times with a somewhat ferocious expression. Ha 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 ha, Truncest. It's thanks to my help that you were able to resurrect successfully. Truncest, who was absorbing the gavel into his body, sneered, that's because my resurrection is more in line with your interests. Don't expect me to owe you any favors. At this moment, April noticed the change in the battle and immediately disappeared into an illusory large door. The next second, a hazy large door appeared behind Truncest, and a slimy tentacle stretched out from within, attempting to snatch the gavel from Truncest's hand. Truncest coldly glanced at the tentacle, and the tentacle was immediately imprisoned, in place, unmoving. Although he had not yet completely integrated the Beander characteristic of the Hand of Order, at this time, he could already utilize some of the sealed artifact's abilities. Hobert glanced at Truncest and shouted, retreat. He could feel the close association between Truncest and the gavel, which must have been Truncest's arrangement during his time as the Night Emperor. It is likely that, in addition to marking the uniqueness of the Justiciar sequence, he also marked the 3 Sequence 1 characteristics back then. However, the mark in the Trenencist brass book had been altered by Hobert during the battle in Fenaport, so it could not be summoned. The other 2 Sequence 1-inch Hand of Order characteristics were believed to belong to William I and Philip I. This reminded Hobert of a piece of information Truncest had told him earlier. The characteristics within William I and Philip I had been shattered by the 6 gods, indicating that the 6 gods had been guarding against this move by Truncest at that time. Because these 2 Sequence 1 characteristics had been shattered, they also underwent significant changes and could not be summoned. Only this Hand of Order characteristic, which had become a sealed artifact, was not shattered and had not changed much, so it was immediately summoned. As for the theory of summoning, it is not difficult to understand. The Sequence 3 potion of the path mastered by Olnea, the Blood Moon Queen, Empress of the former Trensost Empire, was called Summoning Master. Asking her to leave a back door within the Night Emperor's uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics, so that Truncest could immediately summon these characteristics and uniqueness after resurrection, should not have been too difficult an operation. Because Truncest was once a true god of the Justiciar path, with his former status, he only needed to re-establish a connection with the spirit world, and his previous traces of potion digestion could help him at least swallow a Hand of Order characteristic. In any case, no one present had the ability to sever this connection. Therefore, it was better to leave the battlefield. Hobert's goal had already been achieved. First, he completed his promotion, and second, he lifted the curse on his family. The only thing that surprised Hobert was that Truncest's arrangements for resurrection were more difficult to stop than imagined. But this problem could only be solved later. Under Hobert's cover, April and Christine left first. Immediately after, Hobert, Beverly, and Raymond moved closer together. As they were leaving by distorting distance, Truncest had already fully integrated the gavel. However, he also needed to stabilize his state at the moment, so after a hearty laugh, he lifted his leg and took a step, disappearing from everyone's sight before his foot even touched the ground. At the same time, Hobert felt his bloodline return to him. The grafting of the fool had ended, but Truncest could no longer return to Hobert's body or the bloodline of Truncest's descendants. Erebus, who was also not in very good condition, immediately left as well. This seemed to form a chain reaction. Surely, the demoness of catastrophe, whose fighting will was not very high to begin with, also entered the mirror world. Amon's avatar and Tamara simultaneously retreated, and the angels of the Rose School of Thought also entered the spirit world, with each angel quickly leaving in their own way. The collapse of the mountain, which had occurred due to the battle between the angels, had not yet stopped, but the area was already deserted. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Hobert first accepted the congratulations of April and Christine. April was in tears. The issue of the Trentsust family curse, which had always worried her greatly, was finally resolved. Christine recalled her good friend, Rex, and also showed a relieved smile. After chatting for a few minutes, Hobert told them he had urgent matters, asked Alan to entertain the two elders, and then left in a hurry. Originally, Hobert was going to stabilize his state and then immediately search for the uniqueness, but he suddenly realized he had something even more important to do. So he distorted the boundary between the spirit world and the real world and stepped into the spirit world. After becoming an angel, he could travel through the spirit world without using the travel ability, and he no longer needed to carry the sealed artifact of this path. The more important thing Hobert thought of was actually to inform Furs and Audrey that he was safe. Because he thought of this belatedly, he suddenly realized that after completing his promotion, the divinity within him had once again strengthened, while his humanity had weakened. Otherwise, according to his previous habits, he would definitely have entertained April and Christine well and would have thought to tell Furs and Audrey the news of his successful promotion immediately. But now, Hobert's subconscious reaction was to immediately utilize his association with the Black Emperor uniqueness to find the uniqueness. Although this matter was urgent, it was not so urgent as to reach this extent. So Hobert first came to Longtail Island. Furs, who was pacing back and forth, let out a long sigh of relief when she saw Hobert emerge from the spirit world. Hobert opened his arms and smiled. "I succeeded." Furs was about to embrace Hobert but suddenly stopped. You seem different from before." Hobert was stunned. "What's wrong? You seem a bit exaggerated." Hobert smiled helplessly and said, "I just got promoted, and I haven't fully controlled my emotions and spiritual power." Mainly, he felt a certain disconnect from his previous self, and even when expressing some feelings, he didn't know what emotions and expressions to utilize. This feeling was like a vegetative person who had been lying in bed for years suddenly regaining consciousness and being able to move freely. Although he was still him, many times he felt as if he was playing another person. Hobert also realized that he needed some time to adapt before he could return to his previous state. Furs didn't think too much about it, as such a phenomenon was relatively normal. After a brief chat, Hobert told Furs that he had a very urgent matter and would have to go out again in the next few days. After they kissed goodbye, Hobert later arrived at Backland, at the office of the Earl of Light, financial director. Audrey, who had been in no mood to work all morning, also let out a long sigh of relief when she saw Hobert. Then she also noticed, the feeling you give off is completely different." Hobert could only say again, "Because I just got promoted." Audrey was slightly stunned. "The trial you mentioned was the promotion." "Yes, because it involved the family curse." Hobert briefly described his experiences of the day. Similarly, after only a few words, he bid farewell to Audrey. At this point, Hobert's spiritual power had basically been contained, and his emotional fluctuations were not as great as before. But he still needed to stabilize his state. At the same time, Hobert realized that he should go to the country of disorder, to retrieve the memories sealed there, digest the extra memories, and see what new operations he could perform in the country of disorder, after becoming Sequence 2. So Hobert returned to the Duke's mansion's study, waved his hand to build a spiritual wall, and with a thought, immediately entered the country of disorder. Boom! As soon as he entered, the entire country of disorder trembled. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert immediately realized that he was now the sole master of the country of disorder. Unless Erebus and Truncest became true gods, they would not be able to contend with him for the country of disorder. In addition, Hobert's spiritual perception was stirred, and he saw the solitary bell tower in the sky. With a thought, Hobert arrived at this classical bell tower. Inside the bell tower was a huge bronze bell with an ancient design. Hobert saw the long years and extensive history on its body. It seemed to have existed since the Big Bang, since the beginning of everything, and had been preserved until now. Hobert's spiritual perception could not discern its origin, but he was very clear that its material was extremely high grade. He caressed the giant bronze bell, and its shape changed. The structure, where the clapper was inside the bell, transformed into a heavy, grand, Chinese-style bronze bell. Hobert waved his hand again, and a bell hall appeared at the top of the mountain, with corridors connecting it to the grand hall Hobert had initially constructed. Immediately after, the grand hall and the bell hall floated in midair, and palaces rose from the ground, surrounding the previous grand hall like stars around the moon, connected by straight or arched sky bridges. Small green hills and clear lakes echoed these halls, either surrounding them or filling the spaces between them. A stream flowed down from the outer sky bridge, forming a long-lasting rainbow under the sunlight. Mist rose around the palaces, adding a sense of mystery and a sacred aura that kept people at a distance from this architectural complex. To prevent drastic changes in the country of disorder, during his promotion, Hobert had given the mysterious operators living in the town the day off. If they had still been in the town at the foot of the mountain and seen such changes, they would surely have knelt in worship of the Creator's great power. Hobert returned to the original Grand Hall and immediately felt that the new architectural complex made the Creator appear much more majestic. In a flash, Hobert arrived in the bell hall and pushed the clapper to strike the bronze bell. Dong! A long sound rang out, and Hobert felt all the restlessness and distracting thoughts in his heart disappear instantly. His spiritual power, which had not been completely contained after his recent promotion, also became very docile, making all of Hobert's discomfort vanish without a trace. With a single tap, Hobert's spiritual perception sensed the ability of this brass clock. It could make places covered by the sound of the bell, and living beings who heard the bell, go from disordered to ordered, or re-establish order. This was manifested in Beyonders of the high sequence, as the ability to eliminate mental stress and the danger of losing control, making everything out of control controllable. Hobert re-examined the brass clock, once again curious about its origin. It possessed the power to counter the distorted essence of Beyonder characteristics. It was certain that its origin was definitely not simple. This was the true order clock. It was incomparable to the self-proclaimed order clock in Backlund's Order Square. Furthermore, this was definitely something all high sequence Beyonders dreamed of, capable of greatly stabilizing one's state and resisting divinity. However, the power Hobert could currently activate was limited, at most affecting targets at the sequence 1 level. From this, one could see how high the order clock's level was. This should be the most core component in the country of disorder. After observing the order clock for a while longer, Hobert sat back down on the Iron Throne, sensing the other changes in the country of disorder. Firstly, Hobert felt that as long as he sat on the Iron Throne, his authority would be elevated, and he would be able to mobilize the surging power of this Sephira. But as merely the master of the country of disorder, he had not yet fused with the Sephira, so he could only mobilize the power, and it had not yet become a part of him. Hobert then discovered another problem. Even sitting on the Iron Throne, and fusing his spirit body with the Black Emperor card, he was still only at the King of Angels level. After a brief thought, Hobert realized that the limit of the Blasphemy card's authority elevation was the King of Angels. The higher level of a true god was a qualitative change in life, which could not be achieved through opportunistic methods. However, unlike before, when Hobert sat on the Iron Throne, he not only possessed the authority of an King of Angels but could also easily utilize abilities roughly at the Sequence 1 level. Because this involved the issue of uniqueness, before obtaining uniqueness, even if Hobert was as much like an King of Angels as possible, he was ultimately not yet an King of Angels. This was also much better than the empty shell from before. One had to know that although Hobert seemed very powerful before, he couldn't even injure a sequence 2 angel. Now it was different. If he encountered Petty again, there was a good chance he could directly eliminate him. If he encountered Amon's true body again, he wouldn't need to rely on sealed artifacts and Beander characteristics to stop him. The only flaw was that Hobert's physical body could not freely enter and exit the country of disorder, otherwise he would have no worries at all. Additionally, Hobert realized that in the real world, he could further utilize the power of the country of disorder, and with a thought, he could create order wood and order crystal. He wouldn't need to carry these 2 magical items anymore. Moreover, Hobert could retrieve any item he needed from the country of disorder at any time, and could also send items into the country of disorder at any time. There was no need for the process of bestowal and sacrifice, nor any need to worry about the negative effects of sealed artifacts. In the real world, Hobert could also utilize the Sun Scepter, but it was best not to exceed 10 minutes, otherwise there was still some danger, and it would put considerable pressure on his mind. Taking a deep breath, Hobert smiled and sighed. With the help of the country of disorder, I am among the more capable angels right after becoming one. After experiencing his new abilities, Hobert lifted the memory seal he had placed in the country of disorder earlier. All information, whether about Adam, Amon, or the Old Ones, could now be brought into the real world. Even if Hobert knew a lot of information about Adam, he could utilize the ability of association to sever the mystical ties and connections generated by this information, so Adam couldn't trace him through these connections. Finally, Hobert began to savor all the pre-transmigration memories he had recovered after his advancement. Before, he had only realized that he had recovered many memories, but he wasn't entirely clear about which ones he had recovered. It was as if an extra, hard drive had appeared in his mind, but he hadn't had time to read its contents. The result of this savoring greatly surprised Hobert. First, Hobert indeed came from that distant ancient eastern country, and his name before transmigration was Hobert. His surname was Huo, and his generation name was Bo. His parents hoped he would be special, so they named him Hobert. As for his profession, he was an archaeologist who had just become a professor and was leading his first group of graduate students. Originally, his life trajectory was to diligently work on research and excavation for his entire life, and then retire when he could no longer work. All the changes occurred during an excavation. It was a typical Western Zhou ancient tomb, Hobert's first archaeological excavation project. After excavating this ancient tomb, many strange things happened. First, in the sacrificial pit, the decay of sacrificial items like horses, cattle, and dogs was not as severe as in other tombs of the same period. Some decaying flesh could even be seen on the skeletons. In contrast, ancient tombs of the same period excavated previously would only yield some scattered bones in the soil. Especially the wooden carriage, which was still relatively well preserved. Usually, carriages from tombs of this period would at most only have some bronze armor or simply 2 wheels remaining. Another strange thing was that the tomb passage was almost completely intact, but these passages were very peculiar. Many students reported that when walking alone in the passages, they would suddenly find themselves back in the sacrificial chamber. Hobert had also encountered a similar situation once. While walking, his vision suddenly blurred, and when he regained his senses, he appeared in a different part of the tomb passage. Many people said the tomb passage was haunted, but Hobert didn't think so. He believed it should be an optical illusion caused by the structure of the tomb passage. There were many such precedents in ancient tomb excavations, where very eerie things appeared at the excavation site, but later it was discovered that they were all ancient traps, designed to deceive people's vision or senses. After the excavation of the outer perimeter of the ancient tomb was completed, Hobert led his students to open the main burial chamber. But as soon as the chamber was opened, Hobert and his students immediately noticed something was wrong. The structure of the chamber was also vastly different from other chambers of the same period that had been excavated before. First, the coffin was standing upright, a situation Hobert encountered for the first time. Another strange thing was that directly in front of the coffin was a black stele. It was normal to find steles in ancient tombs, but this stele should not have appeared in this position. Based on the text on it, Hobert could confirm that the grave keeper was a grand diviner. This was one of the 6 ministers of the Zhou dynasty, meaning one of the 6 highest-ranking officials in the central government at that time, specifically in charge of divination matters. On the back of the stele, many ancient patterns were carved, with some horizontal lines separating them. The lights from the illuminating devices held by Hobert and his 4 students all converged on the back of the stele. One of the students said, "Teacher, are these patterns listing the products of that time? I see what looks like cattle and sheep carved on the bottom layer." Hobert, wearing black-rimmed glasses, smiled and said, "This should be a social status chart of that time. Look, at the very bottom are depicted livestock like horses, pigs, cattle, and sheep, as well as slaves. The social status of slaves at that time was the same as that of pigs, cattle, and sheep. They were property that could be bought, sold, or killed at will. The layer above consists of farmers, carpenters, etc., or people who mastered some technologies of that time, and finally merchants. We discussed before that the earliest policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce was formulated by the Zhou dynasty. The national economic policy changed from the Shang dynasty's external plunder and foreign trade to the well-field system, creating continuous wealth domestically. Hobert lectured layer by layer, going up to Shi, scholars, officials, Dafu, grandees, Zuho, feudal lords, and Wang, king. What made Hobert a little excited was that there were actually 3 more levels above Wang. This is definitely a major discovery in archaeology, which will greatly help us interpret the spiritual world of the Zhou people. Let's continue to look up. In the layer above, first are ancestors. We all know that the Chinese nation is a nation that worships ancestral gods, which represents our characteristic of not forgetting our origins. On this stele, at the same level as the ancestral gods Ku and Hoji, there is also D. The ones listed after that should be the Yellow Emperor, the Yan Emperor, and the Black Emperor. You are all familiar with the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor. The Black Emperor is Zhuansu. It is said that he had the strongest divinity among the 5 emperors. Both Zhou and Qin had the custom of holding grand ceremonies to worship the Black Emperor. After the fall of the Qin Empire, the worship of the Black Emperor only appeared in religions. Everyone's gaze continued upward, and Hobert continued to explain, the 3 deities above the ancestors and emperors are Pangu, Nuwa, and Fuxi. The ancient system of deities was different from the present. There were no 3 pure ones or Buddha at that time, and these 3 ancient gods held very high positions. A student asked, "Teacher, why does Nuwa's image look like a frog?" Hobert adjusted his glasses and smiled, explaining, Nuwa's image was artificially altered during the Han dynasty to establish the foundation of a patriarchal society. The earliest image of Nuwa was similar to a frog. This was a deity passed down from the matriarchal clan era. A large frog belly represents fertility, and the sound of a frog's croak resembles the cry of a baby, all symbolizing the social foundation of matriarchy. Hobert's 5 students, nodding in understanding, looked up to the very top. At the very top of the stele, there were only 2 indicative symbols. Hobert looked for a few seconds before thoughtfully saying, "The meaning of these 2 symbols is, heaven, venerable." Thump. A sound suddenly came from the coffin standing behind them. Hobert and his 6 students all looked towards the coffin. Hobert looked at the coffin behind them with some surprise. He could clearly feel that after he uttered the words, "Heavenly Venerable," some changes immediately occurred in the main tomb chamber. He couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly had changed, but he had a premonition of danger, so he called out to his students, "Let's go out and rest first." As he said this, he suddenly realized that only 4 students had entered the main tomb chamber, but now there were 6. 2 additional students had appeared at some unknown point. Hobert looked around. All 6 were his students, and what was even stranger was that in his memory, they had all followed him into the main tomb chamber. He couldn't tell which 2 were the extra ones at all. Just as Hobert was greatly surprised, he suddenly found his thoughts becoming chaotic, as if he were dead drunk, his thoughts and actions completely out of his control. At this moment, 2 of the students suddenly pointed at each other and made, bang bang bang, gun-firing sounds. The air bullets sent stone chips flying everywhere in the tomb chamber, truly making it feel like the scene of a gunfight. Hobert and 4 of the students stood there like stone statues, unable to move, unable to even utter a single syllable. They could only nervously hope that the 2 students' bullets wouldn't hit them. Afterward, the two students acted as if they were playing rock paper scissors, either grabbing or waving at each other, and everything around them was undergoing some changes, but Hobert couldn't clearly see what those changes were. Their battle lasted about a minute, and a round-faced, short-haired student emerged victorious, while the other student vanished from the tomb chamber as if turning into a phantom. The round-faced student came before Hobert and smiled. "Hello, Hobert." Hobert found that he had now returned to normal, able to move freely and speak. He asked hoarsely, who are you?" The round-faced student smiled. "You must have read a novel about Fool in the Tarot Club, right?" Hobert nodded. "I have. I am the author of that novel." Hobert was startled. "Cuttlefish that loves diving." "It's Cuttlefish. Oh, sorry." Hobert then asked, You seem to possess Beander abilities yourself." The other party smiled mysteriously. "I have another name, Joe Mingrui." Hobert was stunned. "You are Mr. Fool." "Yes, any reader who has read that novel will become a believer of Fool, and become my anchor," said the slightly plump Joe Mingrui. He pointed at the upright coffin. "But I'm not here to spread faith, I'm here for him. This is a devout believer of an ancient heavenly venerable. A part of the heavenly venerable's consciousness exists in this space-time using him as a source of power. However, there are extremely strong anti-divination arrangements here, and I couldn't find this place. It could only be discovered by someone from this space-time by chance. That's why I started writing the book." Hobert was taken aback. "Is there any direct connection between writing a book and finding this tomb chamber?" "Yes." Joe Mingrui smiled. "Although I couldn't find this place, I could utilize the authority of Fate's Beacon to designate one of my believers to discover it. Writing the book was, firstly, to quickly develop believers, and secondly, because that book will be useful to you in the future." Hobert was startled again. Just as he was about to ask further, Joe Mingrui preemptively answered, "What specific utilize it has, you will know later." After nodding, Hobert finally thought, "Because you are the King of Space-Time, you traveled back in time after becoming the new Lord of the Mysteries." "It's Mr. Fool." Joe Mingrui corrected. "Don't confuse me with the concepts of Heavenly Venerable or Lord of the Mysteries." Then he explained, "To be precise, after I became half a pillar old one and fell into slumber, a part of my power traveled to other space-times, searching for the Heavenly Venerable, searching for you." Hobert's mouth dropped open. We are not in the same space-time." In other words, the plot in the novel has already happened in another space-time. "This is obvious," Joe Mingrui said. "If this space-time were dominated by Beander powers, when readers saw descriptions of old ones and outer gods, they would all have turned into monsters. And when a space-time has no old ones or outer gods, it will not be subjected to any pollution or mental damage. Because the Heavenly Venerable was also once the King of Space-Time, he scattered the seeds of resurrection into other space-times. If I want to completely replace him, I must not only kill the Heavenly Venerable of the past, present, and future, but also the Heavenly Venerable in other space-times. Only by killing them all can I win this battle and completely defeat the Heavenly Venerable, suppressing his resurrection process." He sighed. "This is destined to be a long battle." After Hobert processed this information in his astonishment, he then asked somewhat strangely, "Why are you looking for me?" "To be precise, it wasn't me who found you, but the Heavenly Venerable who found you." Joe Mingrui said gravely, "I only understood after meeting you that the Heavenly Venerable intended to send you to the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, to change the situation that is very unfavorable to him. According to some of my investigations, the Heavenly Venerable has some arrangements within the Nation of Disorder, Black Emperor, and Justiciar pathways. The specific arrangements I haven't fully investigated yet, you'll need to find that out yourself." Joe Mingrui further explained, "If you think about it carefully, the Heavenly Venerable's handling of the Son of Chaos was very Lord of the Mysteries. At that time, the Son of Chaos still held the Nation of Disorder and a complete Beander pathway, but why didn't the Heavenly Venerable keep that complete characteristic? Instead, he needed a part of the Sephira and the complete Beander characteristic into uncertain mist, and put it back into the starry sky." He frowned and concluded, "Such an action is very abnormal. So I suspect there must be some arrangement of the Heavenly Venerable hidden within." Hobert nodded, indicating his agreement with Joe Mingrui's view. There was a moment of silence in the main tomb chamber before Hobert pointed at the stone tablet and asked, "Did people really believe in the heavenly venerable in ancient times? More than just in ancient times." Zhou Mingrui's words were again astonishing. Up until 13 years ago, most people on this planet still believed in the heavenly venerable. After I came to this space-time, I stole people's faith in the heavenly venerable. To avoid causing widespread mental panic, I grafted the original faith in the heavenly venerable onto Taoism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and so on. Hobert's mouth dropped open. None of us ever discovered this. Zhou Mingrui smiled. This is Mr. Fool's most skillful ability. Hobert momentarily had the illusion that reality and fantasy were overlapping. Are you ready? Zhou Mingrui asked again. Ready for what? Ready to enter the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time. Mr. Fool smiled. You were marked by the heavenly venerable at birth. Your destiny is to travel to the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, today and change the history that has already occurred. Of course, besides you, a part of the heavenly venerable's consciousness might also travel through. However, that part of the heavenly venerable's consciousness has already been eliminated by me, so this time's transmigration is purely your own transmigration. Hobert was slightly stunned. Can't you help me change it? The Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, is too dangerous. I'm not very keen on transmigrating. I can help you change it, but I don't plan to do so. Why? Zhou Mingrui suddenly brought up another matter. Actually, I noticed you from a very early stage, back when you first started reading my novel. Although I am not a visionary, when you silently recited, "Fool's" honorific name in your heart, I could know of your existence. Initially, I merely sensed that you were the person chosen by the heavenly venerable, so I observed you. Later, after reading your published articles, I discovered that you also have a very profound understanding of sociology. Then his tone shifted again. You are also very clear about the social order of the North-South continent in the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time. Under the backdrop of Beyonder power struggles, a very deformed society has formed. Even though society faces very serious problems, due to the restrictions of Beyonder power, society cannot complete its self-repair and self-improvement process. The Backland smog event is just the tip of the iceberg. Even without this smog, many people in Backland die of cold and hunger every day. I've thought about this problem for a long time, but I haven't found a solution. After meeting you, I suddenly realized that professional matters should still be left to professionals. With your research in sociology, you should be able to find a way to solve the problem. Therefore, I also hope that you can go to the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, become the creator of human order, reshape the underlying order of that world, and end that cruel and dark era for ordinary people. Hobert first felt as if something within him had changed. What you just said. That's right, creator of human order, is the fate's beacon I've given you. Hobert slowly nodded, thought for a moment, then smiled. To have become an old one and still exist for the common people, truly very much like Fool. Zhou Mingrui said, perhaps this is something etched in the bloodline of our nation. He suddenly chuckled and said, I once discussed this matter with Huang Dao, but that guy's mind was full of so-called freedom and democracy, completely unaware of how crude and cruel the system formed by the age of exploration he initiated was. The only thing worth affirming is that it was better than the original system. I wonder if Huang Dao would lose control on the spot if he heard your evaluation. Hobert chuckled twice, then took a deep breath. You've convinced me. I'm willing to go to the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, and reshape its social order. Then he asked, what help can I get once I go to that world? Firstly, you will know the course of history. Zhou Mingrui replied, now you know what my book is for you, right? Secondly, you have a close connection with the Sephira, nation of disorder. This was bestowed upon you by the heavenly venerable, and I will deepen it for you so that as soon as you appear in the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, you can receive the protection and help of the nation of disorder. Finally, I will help you establish a certain connection with the order clock. This item is very special, and I can't exert too much influence, but I can make your destiny more compatible with it. He paused and added, this is also why I hope you can go. I have received definite intelligence that the order clock can help true gods, and even old ones, stabilize their state to a certain extent. If you fully master this sealed artifact, I might only need to slumber for a portion of the time to contend with the heavenly venerable. Hobert nodded. Sounds pretty good. But you cannot relax your demands on yourself. Zhou Mingrui said gravely, in the Lord of the Mysteries, space-time, even with a meticulous plan, unexpected events are common. Only by strictly demanding yourself, strictly adhering to your principles, and not letting your guard down because you are a transmigrator, will you be able to avoid falling into irreversible predicaments as much as possible. He paused and added, additionally, before becoming an angel, you will lose today's memories. Even if you sense something is wrong, I will utilize Saphira Castle to steal your thoughts. This is to deceive the heavenly venerables' arrangements on you, and in places like the Nation of Disorder. It also saves you from confusion and mental exhaustion, making you simply believe you've transmigrated and need to achieve great things. Hobert was about to voice his objection, but Zhou Mingrui waved his hand and continued, time is limited, listen to me first. When you become an angel, you will recover all your memories. By then, even if some of the celestial worthies' arrangements discover that your destiny beacon has been altered by me, it won't be able to affect you. But remember, after becoming an angel, pay attention to everything around you, and be careful of the arrangements left by the celestial worthy. Thump. At this moment, the standing coffin made another thudding sound. You have to go, Zhou Mingrui said, we'll meet again in the Loan Kingdom. He smiled and waved his hand, and the erected outer coffin and inner coffin opened simultaneously, revealing a mummy standing inside. The mummy held a bronze mirror in both hands at its chest, and at this moment, the bronze mirror was emitting a faint glow. Hobert only glanced at the bronze mirror, and he felt the world spin, losing consciousness for a brief moment. When he regained consciousness, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and unknown whispers echoed in his ears, each whisper harshly striking his mind. Fortunately, the whispers quickly faded, but it took Hobert a few more minutes to recover. At this moment, many memories flooded his mind. Loan Kingdom, Brigadier General Christine's eldest son, a law student in Backland, 15 pounds of private money. He had transmigrated. A smile played on Hobert's lips. I transmigrated to the Lord of the Mysteries world. The original owner seemed to have come into contact with some Beander factor, which is why he's been hearing maddening whispers lately, causing him a splitting headache. He didn't even have time to ask his family for help before he had a mental breakdown. The most urgent task was to quickly find out what trouble the original owner had gotten into. Although Christine was very likely a Beander, having just transmigrated, Hobert was still somewhat distrustful of them. Adhering to the principle of, find an organization if there's a problem, Hobert prayed to fool who doesn't belong to this era. He prayed many times, but there was no response. Hobert frowned, thinking that with Klein's cautious nature, he probably wouldn't pay attention to his first prayer. Just as he was about to utilize his private money to go to Tingen City, he suddenly glanced at the date on the newspaper on the desk, July 1, 1349. K seemed to have just arrived at this time. Hobert's memories formed a closed loop, and what surprised him greatly was that he actually came from another space-time. After the surprise, he sighed. The struggle between pillars has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and the battlefield is in the past, the future, and other space-times. Then Hobert realized that some questions made perfect sense, such as why he called himself the Creator from the beginning, and why Order Clock inexplicably appeared in his honorific name. The former was the goal Mr. Fool gave him, and the latter was to establish a certain connection with Order Clock in advance, so that after becoming an angel, he could immediately utilize this extremely high-ranking sealed artifact. For example, when he was still a Earl of the Fallen, Amon's avatar saw that two hidden existences had affected his destiny. One was Truncest, and the other Amon's avatar couldn't see clearly. Of course, he couldn't see clearly. Even Amon's main body might not be able to see clearly. After all, those were the Celestial Worthy and Mr. Fool's destiny beacons. Taking a deep breath, Hobert recalled his actions after coming to the Lord of the Mysteries world, and once again marveled at the wonder of destiny. Every conclusion and decision regarding the governance of his territory was implemented only after careful consideration, yet every conclusion and decision, without exception, moved towards the beacon of the Creator. He then gave the following conclusion to his actions and the beacon. The beacon is just a general goal, its existence often leads me to make the correct choices. My own actions are the main body of the entire matter, this is my indelible contribution to the entire matter. It's not to say that with a beacon, one can achieve the goal without doing anything. One must first start acting to have the possibility of reaching the beacon. This reminded Hobert of a concept he had learned before transmigrating: to do is to start, if you don't do it, you'll never start. This is the difference between a visionary and a doer. After giving himself a conclusion about his transmigration, Hobert then considered what arrangements the celestial worthy had in the nation of disorder. After all, he had never felt any dangerous aura in the country of disorder all this time. Hobert also thought, the celestial worthy originally intended to have part of his consciousness transmigrate with me, this might be a means of his resurrection. So, could some of the celestial worthy's previous arrangements be my background? And the connection with the nation of disorder. Thinking carefully, Hobert could easily come to a conclusion: although I encountered many trials and difficulties after coming to this world, each time I was able to resolve them relatively smoothly and gain many benefits from these trials and difficulties. This might be the welfare the celestial worthy prepared for himself. As a result, due to Mr. Fool's grafting, it all benefited me. Hobert slowly nodded. This is very likely. Like the Evernight Goddess and Huang Dao, they are also transmigrators, but their beginnings and experiences were more difficult than mine. They didn't have the help of Saphira, nor did they have such a fast promotion speed as me. Of course, the Evernight Goddess was an angel from birth, but she waited a very long time to find an opportunity for promotion. Thinking of this, Hobert realized that the celestial worthy's arrangements were not entirely dangerous for him. More often, they might help him. The truly dangerous places might be in the celestial worthy's arrangements for the Black Emperor, and Justiciar pathways, possibly related to uncertain mist. This made Hobert recall what Erebus had said to him earlier. Why were there high sequence beyonders of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways only in the fourth epoch? Could there be some conspiracy of the celestial worthy in this? In addition, Hobert recalled his experiences during this period. The appearance of Erebus and the resurrection of Truncest were events that did not appear in the original work. There might also be the celestial worthy's arrangements in this, because for Hobert, they were both relatively difficult opponents. Originally, Hobert didn't have too much pressure regarding promotion, but the appearance of Erebus and Truncest gave him considerable pressure, urging him to digest the potion as soon as possible and become an king of angels as soon as possible. At the same time, Hobert also had to become a god one step ahead of Truncest and completely integrate the country of disorder before he could win in the competition with Truncest. Immediately after, Hobert recalled his experience with uncertain mist when he was Earl of the Fallen. Hobert was not sure whether there was the celestial worthy's influence in this. After all, the celestial worthy's influence on the Lord of the Mysteries world was very limited at this time. But Hobert could be sure that his connection with uncertain mist was too close. After pondering for a while, Hobert believed that as long as he knew why the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways appeared only in the fourth epoch, he should basically understand the celestial worthy's arrangements. As for preventing the celestial worthy's arrangements, what he could do now was to be careful of Erebus and quickly become a sequence 1, to prevent Truncest from coveting the country of disorder again. Thinking of this, Hobert suddenly thought of another thing. Although Klein now knew that I was also a transmigrator, he didn't know that I understood all his secrets. One day, when he learns that I always knew that Fool and the world were the same person, would he be so embarrassed that he would lose control on the spot? But the corner of Hobert's mouth, which had just curved upwards, immediately flattened, because he realized, it would definitely be embarrassing, but this would certainly strengthen his human side. Perhaps this was the reason why the future Mr. Fool did not return to tell the truth to the current Klein. Hobert sighed. Those who do well in this pathway are indeed all old schemers, as if all things have a certain purpose. His thoughts returned to promoting as quickly as possible. No matter what, promotion was the hard truth. So Hobert began to examine his own situation. Now that his spirituality had completely converged, Hobert unexpectedly discovered that he had already digested a portion of the Duke of Entropy's potion. After a little thought, he found the answer. Like previous potions, the Duke in the Duke of Entropy potion was just a title. To quickly digest the potion, one still had to work on entropy. And entropy is a process from order to disorder, which is different from chaos. Chaos is generally temporary. For example, the parades and riots that occurred during the struggle between Earl of Light and the Gas Association, such chaos is destined not to last too long. Because the Order of Backland still exists, and the Order of the Lowen Kingdom still exists. Entropy is different. In terms of social order, it represents the destruction of the original order or a significant change. There may not be many chaotic events, but the social norms and values that people follow are completely different. The first thing Hobert thought of was Shang Yang's reforms and the reform and opening up. The chaos caused by these two great changes lay in ideology, in the spiritual world. The key is that this is a change that had to be implemented under various external and internal pressures, and it is irreversible and unstoppable. After such a change, it is not to say that there is no order, but that the order is more complex, just as some scholars describe it, releasing a larger monster to subdue the original small monster. This process is very consistent with the description of entropy. Although the process of entropy increase is a process from order to disorder, it is only relatively disordered compared to before, and it does not mean that there is no order. For example, the diffusion of heat from a small space to a cold large space. The result of this process is just that the heat is diluted, and it does not mean that this process makes both the small space and the large space dead silent. Having understood this theory, Hobert knew why he had digested the potion. Because he had previously promoted land reform in the South Colson area and Longtail Island. In this world, there was once also the concept of land nationalization. However, that concept was very vague. More precisely, it was land royalization, meaning all land belonged to the royal family or an imperial family, and theoretically, all farmers became tenants of the royal or imperial family. In Hobert's view, this was more like Wang Meng's new policies, or the Zuyangdiao system proposed by the Guanlong group in the Tang dynasty. The biggest problem with this system was that no person or organization could restrain the royal or imperial family. When the royal or imperial family began to corrupt and disintegrate from within, the glory and convenience brought by this system would be completely lost. Later, the ideological system of the world belongs to all, perfected in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, effectively solved this problem. Later practice proved that a country where land belongs to the public, rather than a specific family, is where the equal field system is a good long-term strategy to curb land annexation. And individuals have no right to buy or sell land, almost completely eliminated the possibility of land annexation. As time goes on, such a system will certainly have to make certain adjustments, but that is not something Hobert needs to consider. Because national policies like land nationalization and land cannot be bought or sold are sufficient for the Lord of the Mysteries world. For this world, Hobert's policy was a change from order to disorder. Of course, as mentioned before, society has not completely lost order. Instead, an irreversible and unstoppable order has replaced the original order. Thinking of this, Hobert realized that he didn't need to do anything, he just needed to continue his current career to continuously digest the potion. After the civil war in the South Balam Duchy ends, the next step will be land reform and institutional reform within the country, and the duchy will usher in a brand new order. This opportunity to digest the potion is absolutely unique to Hobert. Referring to the architectural and cultural styles of the Fourth Epoch, Hobert estimated that the way Solomon, Tudor, and Truncest digested their potions might have been simply by forcing the populace to change their customs. It's not that they only had that level of ability, but rather that they simply didn't have the concept of new systems. Additionally, Hobert believes that land reform and institutional reform should also allow him to digest the Order Usurping Prince potion ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, Hobert relaxed slightly. This was good news for him. The faster he digested the potion, the greater his advantage in this competition. Returning to the real world, Hobert put all the sealed artifacts into the Nation of Disorder. Without the consumption of spirituality by these items, Hobert felt his spirit lighter than ever before. Leaning back in his chair, Hobert began to consider how to find the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness. South Continent, no existence town. Cries filled the entire town, but they were all cries of excitement or joy. All the Beyonders realized that the family's curse had been lifted, but people didn't know how it was lifted. Many people asked Lawrence, the patriarch who had just returned, what had happened. Lawrence had already guessed that the lifting of the curse might be related to the Creator. Because everyone who helped the Creator manage his divine kingdom was resting today, and for a period of time, the Creator had not responded to anyone's prayers, all of which were very unusual. However, Lawrence did not directly ask the Creator. If it wasn't the Creator who helped them lift the curse, such an inquiry might cause a misunderstanding. Lawrence planned to ask Hobert first when he met him, and then consider whether to thank the Creator, and how to thank the Creator. The ordinary members of the Bach family quickly returned to normal mentally, as they were no longer tormented by the ravings. After one female member recovered her sanity, she began to inquire about the current specific time and subtly learned about the Earth Mother Church and the blood race. Everyone's emotions were quite agitated today, and many members had just regained their sanity and were asking how long they had been insane, so no one noticed the abnormality of this female member. After getting some information, she whispered in a voice only she could hear, "It seems Truncest has successfully revived. My research direction is correct. Unfortunately, the blood race seems to have disappeared, making it impossible to find them in a short time." Thinking of this, she smiled helplessly. What good would finding them do? Would they believe that I am the revived Blood Moon Queen? This was precisely Olnea, the revived empress of the Trensost Empire. It was she who found the method of revival for Truncest back then. As the researcher and executor of this action, she naturally had the opportunity to quietly implant her own consciousness into the bloodline of her descendants. Because it was done very discreetly, and Truncest's consciousness always transcended hers, no one has discovered the means of revival she left for herself until now. However, Olnea could not immediately recover her original strength and could only wait for the opportunity. Janai Southern Bank, at the end of the Hornassus Mountains. From here, one could overlook the battle lines on the Janai Southern Bank. After George III's sudden death, the fighting here intensified again, and the battle lines that the Loan Kingdom had managed to stabilize were showing signs of collapse. Truncest, whose appearance was currently only 16 or 17 years old, looked like a prematurely aged youth, strolling around with his hands behind his back. At this time, his appearance had changed somewhat. His originally black hair had turned bronze at the roots, and his eyes had turned golden. This change would continue until he looked exactly like Knight Emperor Truncest. Finally, Truncest found the entrance and, by utilizing the power of the war god, arrived at St. Yadro City. According to his memory, he opened the town's barrier. The Beyonders in the town, sensing something, came forward one after another to kneel and worship, welcoming the emperor their ancestors had awaited for over 1,000 years. The elderly prime minister, Abbot, holding a slender-necked glass bottle with only a thin mist inside, knelt on the ground with both hands raised above his head. "Great Emperor, our watchman made a mistake. Not long ago, the glass bottle was stolen by an outsider. This is my oversight. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Truncest took the glass bottle and examined it. Just as he had anticipated, he would not be able to approach the country of disorder again until he became a justiciar once more. He coldly glanced at Abbot, then casually threw the glass bottle to the ground. Abbot, kneeling on the ground, instantly collapsed like a pile of mud, and in the next second, his Beander characteristic precipitated. The others trembled slightly, burying their heads low, not daring to even breathe loudly. Truncest recovered the Beander characteristic, then said to everyone, "This place is no longer safe. Pack your luggage and belongings and prepare to leave." Saying this, Truncest turned and headed towards the chaotic Yadro city outside. Since Hobert already knew about this place, he would definitely come to harvest the Beander characteristics here when he had free time. Rather than letting these Beander characteristics fall into Hobert's hands, it was better for him to harvest them himself to quickly strengthen his own power. Loan Kingdom, Civilis County, the outskirts of a prosperous small city. Hobert stood on a hill, looking down at the small city with a population of about 20 to 30,000. To the south of the city was a large lake, and to the west were the foothills of the Hornassus Mountains. There were beautiful grasslands and forests, and in scenic valleys and secluded forests, there were many summer resorts. Outside the city were endless farmlands, as well as scattered villages and towns. The city's main business was tourism, but it was currently the off-season for tourism. Therefore, in the city named Antas, apart from tourists who came for skiing, most were locals. Hobert used his connection with the Black Emperor, Pathway's uniqueness to find his way here. It must be said that Adam indeed helped him a great deal. After becoming an angel, Hobert was able to sense the approximate location of the uniqueness just by using his association ability. Hobert did not enter the city immediately but looked at the bustling pedestrians in Antas City, guessing the possible impact the uniqueness might have on this city. Just then, he noticed that in the city square, a person dressed in luxurious clothing, looking like a eunuch, suddenly appeared. He took a deep breath proudly and shouted, "Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor." The entire city, as well as the people in the surrounding villages and towns, shouted in unison, "Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor." Hobert was slightly stunned, not expecting that he could clearly hear the eunuch's voice from such a distance. The person dressed as a eunuch then said, "His Majesty the Emperor commands that torches must be lit for illumination when traveling during the day." Hobert scoffed, "Are they sick?" But the people of the city had already begun to search for torches, some even dismantling doors and windows to make torches. Hobert immediately realized that hearing the Emperor's command meant he had already entered the uniqueness's sphere of influence. He was about to leave first, to make some preparations and then return, but he saw that everyone had already begun to walk in the streets with lit torches. Pedestrians had to hold torches, coachmen had to hold torches with one hand, newsboys selling newspapers had to hold torches with one hand, and roadside vendors and shopping customers all had to hold torches. Outside the city, farmers tilling the land held torches in one hand, and blacksmiths in blacksmith shops held torches in one hand. Anyone outdoors had to hold a torch. It was as if carrying a torch when going out was as common sense as eating and sleeping. At this moment, everyone looked towards Hobert, because only he was not holding a torch. Hobert felt that not only were the people here staring at him, but the trees around him, and even every stone and every withered blade of grass beneath his feet were staring at him, and their gazes became increasingly hostile. Because he did not comply with the Emperor's clearly distorted edict. In order not to alert the enemy, Hobert casually broke off a withered blade of grass, rubbed his spirituality to ignite the tip of the withered grass, and a flame ignited. Through his alteration, only a very small amount of fuel was needed to maintain this flame, and this withered grass could burn for an entire day. The moment he held the torch, all hostile gazes shifted away. Hobert prepared to leave again, but in the next second, he saw from afar that some people who couldn't immediately make torches turned into fish flopping around on the ground. This was clearly a punishment for their disobedience to the Emperor's command. Almost simultaneously, Hobert realized that his thoughts were constantly being distorted. He had originally intended to just observe for a bit and then leave, but it seemed he had already been standing there for a long time. There were new changes in Antas City. Many guards rushed out of the city hall, and eunuchs shouted in front, "Make way for His Majesty the Emperor." Hobert saw from afar that 8 guards carried out a huge, exquisitely carved wooden chair, and a black dog sat on the wooden chair. It wore a magnificent crown on its head and a necklace around its neck, the ornament of which was a spherical light cluster. That was precisely the Black Emperor, Pathway's uniqueness, as well as the Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristic. Hobert's mouth twitched. The Emperor was actually a dog. At this moment, the black dog's crimson eyes looked towards Hobert in the distance, which immediately made Hobert's legs involuntarily kneel. Hobert knew he was no match for the uniqueness and immediately mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder. A tall, order wood grew in front of him, blocking the black dog's line of sight. Hobert felt the mental pressure he was experiencing disappear. He stretched out a hand, grabbed the Sun Scepter from the Nation of Disorder, boarded the Sun God chariot, and immediately departed. Only after running out of Civilis County did Hobert breathe a sigh of relief. Returning to the Duke's mansion study, Hobert paced and pondered countermeasures. Dong! The grandfather clock in the study suddenly chimed. Hobert saw that it was already 2:30, and today was Monday, meaning the Tarot Club would begin in half an hour. He wondered if he should discuss countermeasures with Klein. The appearance of this title signifies the end of the third part of this book. First, I want to thank everyone for accompanying author on this journey, and for your subscriptions, rewards, and votes. As I said before, this not only gave author great motivation to write, but also allowed author to support himself by writing, creating a better writing space. I don't know if everyone felt uncomfortable when they saw the content about the protagonist's reason for transmigrating. But this idea is the most original framework for the formation of this book. Big Brother Cuttlefish must be here to help Fool spread his faith, right? Otherwise, why would he be so obsessed with Lord of the Mysteries, as if he were contaminated? Hollow down pointing triangle. Author doesn't know how others conceive novels, but author always starts with an idea. Because on New Year's Eve, I just reported the subsequent plot to everyone, so this single chapter mainly talks about the remaining length and some foreshadowing. Although there are still 2 parts left, they can be regarded as one part, and from then on, Hobert becomes more and more like a god. In author's plan, the length of this part is between 700,000 and 900,000 words. As everyone knows, the higher the sequence in Lord of the Mysteries fanfiction, the harder it is to write, and it might even be that after 600,000 words, I won't know how to write anymore. However, author thinks the length should be around 700,000 or 800,000 words, because a large number of foreshadowings left earlier are about to be resolved. One of the foreshadowings is the one about Earth Mother, which was first guessed by open black lens bracket Sha Li Guang close black lens bracket. Although many friends have already guessed it, in order not to affect the overall structure, it still needs to be written as planned. Because Earth Mother's actions are inevitable, as what seem like coincidences in this world are often plans. Another foreshadowing is the celestial worthies arrangement. In author's earliest design, Hobert's transmigration was the result of the struggle between the celestial worthy and Klein, and the celestial worthy also left many arrangements in uncertain mist. This is also why for a long time, author insisted that the creator's first honorific name was Creator of Human Order. But author had never figured out how to naturally unfold this foreshadowing until one day, I suddenly saw a friend comment in the comment section, "It seems there were no Black Emperor and Justiciar pathway gods before the 4th epic." This made author so happy. This is a very good way to present it, making author exclaim, "The experts are all in the comment section." Author clearly remembered taking a screenshot, but after searching for a long time, I couldn't find it, and I also forgot which friend first proposed this idea. There are also some other foreshadowings, such as why Aemon needs that thin-necked glass bottle. What secret does the Son of Chaos truly hold? What is Farbati plotting by utilize Hobert? And so on, all will be revealed one by one in this part, so please look forward to it. Finally, thank you again for your continuous silent support and subscriptions. The follow-up subscription for this book has always been very good. For a fan fiction novel, and one with such a long length, author is very satisfied to have such follow-up subscriptions. This is the last part, and author will work hard to bring this book to a perfect conclusion. Thank you for your companionship. Let us together welcome the end of this story in the next 3 months. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As Justice, Audrey's greeting rang out, this tarot club officially began. With the world's situation becoming more chaotic, the tarot club could still proceed normally, and no members were missing. This brought Audrey some comfort, and her mood improved significantly. Because, Fool, Klein, or rather, Mr. The World, quickly escaped from Aemon with the help of the Creator, no one noticed Mr. Fool's abnormality. Klein also wouldn't proactively mention his battle with Aemon, so he immediately smiled and said to Emperor Hobert, "Let us congratulate Emperor on his successful advancement." Except for Audrey and Furs, the other members felt their backs stiffen slightly. Emperor successfully advanced to an angel. Because this step of advancement was extremely crucial, Mr. Fool's congratulations sounded perfectly natural. Advancing to a demigod required an opportunity, but advancing to an angel required more than just an opportunity, it required a miracle. Hermit, Catlia even wondered, could Emperor's advancement be related to George III's sudden death? The Hanged Man, Alger felt a sense of unreality. Sequence 2. An angel. A subordinate god. Emperor's life form had undergone a qualitative change. And me. Thinking of this, Alger was left only with a bitter smile. Audrey, however, smiled inwardly, the first angel member of the Tarot Club, besides Mr. Fool. The son, Derek marveled at the advancement speed of the Tarot Club members. When he joined the Tarot Club, Mr. Emperor was still only a low-sequence Beander star. Leonard also sighed. The Creators faction has gained another angel. The strength of this faction is becoming more and more terrifying. Hobert, of course, knew the principle of everyone praises a good palanquin. He stood up and said to Fool, thanks to your help, I passed through the most dangerous phase of my advancement. Audrey almost pouted unladylike. Hobert didn't even tell me what risks his advancement had. Why was it tied to his family's curse? Furs also took a deep breath, lamenting that Hobert had been too busy lately, and they hadn't had a heart-to-heart talk in a long time. Klein smiled slightly, indicating that it was an insignificant help, that was just an equivalent exchange. Alger was the first to realize, Mr. Emperor's advancement had some risks. So he requested Mr. Fool's help. I really want to know what price Mr. Emperor paid for that. To be able to move Mr. Fool again. Katlia, however, was a bit puzzled. Why didn't Emperor seek the Creators' help? But she quickly came up with the answer herself. Perhaps some of Mr. Fool's authorities were needed to accomplish certain things. Klein then said to Katlia, are there any questions this time? Katlia was slightly stunned. The start of this tarot club had given her a huge shock, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Besides, Queen Mystic's letter didn't raise any new questions. After a second or two of stunned, she decided to first ask something she wanted to know, as there were still plenty of remaining questions anyway. Katlia pondered for 2 seconds before saying, Great Mr. Fool, I very much want to know the truth behind George III's assassination. The world had been investigating George III recently. Before, he had even reminded the Backland members to pay attention to anomalies around them. Not long after, George III was assassinated. There must be some inevitable connection here. Katlia's question immediately invigorated Audrey and the others, as this was also something they very much wanted to understand. Their members also recalled Mr. Fool and the Creators' investigation and concern regarding this matter, believing that George III's assassination was inextricably linked to these two deities. Among the Tarot Club members, the only one who was relatively bewildered was the Moon, Emlyn. His mind was filled with thoughts like, what? And, what happened? Currently, he was locked behind Channy's gate in St. Samuel Cathedral, unable to even read newspapers, and was unaware that King George III had been assassinated and died. As for Derek, he wasn't very concerned about this matter. He tried to control his impatience, waiting for the hermit's question to be finished so he could state his request. Klein said calmly, George III wanted to become a Black Emperor, so he excavated Tudor ruins, trafficked people, caused the Backland Smog event, and proactively started a war to allow Fasak Empire's airships to bomb Backland. Unfortunately, his secret mausoleum was destroyed, and he failed in the final stage of the ritual. He described the cause and effect of the matter, as well as George III's failure, in the most ordinary tone. But he didn't mention what he had done at all, because for Mr. Fool to proactively explain the detailed situation would be too undignified. In previous intelligence exchanges, the other members had more or less known some information about George III's preparations to become a god. However, Audrey hadn't expected that the airship raid on Backland was also something George III did for the sake of becoming a god. At the same time, she could somewhat understand why Mr. Fool and the Creator would prevent George III from becoming a god. Firstly, these two deities would certainly utilize this to achieve some of their own goals, but based on their consistent behavior, even if their respective interests were not involved, they would not tolerate such a person becoming a god. Having received this answer, Katlia decided to utilize another question. Respected Mr. Fool, what is the attitude of the seven gods towards this? Alger and Leonard couldn't help but shift their sitting positions, because even members of the Orthodox churches like them were unaware of the seven gods' attitude towards this. Klein said calmly again, the seven gods all wish for a Black Emperor, but their opinions are not unified on who should be this Black Emperor. When George III, through secret preparations, successfully obtained the ticket, the seven gods, whether they approved or not, could only acquiesce. Alger immediately recalled some contradictory behaviors of the 7 great churches during the Backland Smog event and George III's assassination and death, and instantly understood, so that's how it was. Immediately, a question arose in the minds of the Tarot Club members. Since George III was already prepared and had reached the final step of performing the ritual, and had obtained the acquiescence of the 7 gods, why did he still fail? Soon, they thought of an answer, because Mr. Foulon, the creator, disagreed. Based on the answers to these 2 questions and some information provided by the old man, Leonard had a comprehensive grasp of the matter. The church probably didn't seriously prevent the destruction of George III's advancement ritual to Black Emperor, and might even have provided some assistance to Mr. Foulon, the creator's subordinates. Almost at the same time, Catlia, using her extensive knowledge and experience, speculated on the truth of the matter. The 7 gods acquiesced, Mr. Foulon, the creator, opposed, so they sent people to secretly destroy George III's god ascension ritual. But she then thought, but what does this have to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that Gehrman Sparrow was missing? Black Emperor, the Queen might have participated in this operation. Finally, Catlia realized, under Mr. Fool, there are 3 angels: Serpent of Destiny, Death Consul, and Ancient Bane. The angels loyal to the Creator include 1, Duke of Entropy, now 2, Duke of Entropy, and also 1, Weather Warlock, as well as 2 angels suspected to be from the Secret Supplicant and Mystery Prior pathways. Such strength to destroy a king's god ascension ritual and thwart the scheme of an king of angels doesn't seem too difficult to understand. The other members also had their own conjectures, and for a moment, the giant hall became very quiet. Seeing everyone silent, Klein said, "You may begin." Derek said almost immediately, "Respected Mr. Fool, Chief hopes to receive your blessing in his advancement ritual." Chief Colin of City of Silver was preparing to advance to Sequence 3. Many demigods in City of Silver had previously attempted to advance to Sequence 3, but without exception, they all failed because they did not receive the blessing of a god, making the ritual incomplete. Klein nodded slightly, "You may." Derek, having received the promise, smiled, unsure how to express his gratitude. After 2 seconds, he lowered his head and said loudly, "Only believe in Mr. Fool." Klein merely nodded slightly, indicating that he understood his gratitude. Seeing that Mr. Fool said nothing more, Catlia said to the world, "Queen Mystic hopes to know if you are currently in an extremely dangerous situation. Do you need her help?" Klein was slightly surprised, thinking that Queen Mystic was quite loyal, still looking for a missing collaborator. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Please thank Queen Mystic for me, and tell her that I am currently in Forsaken Land of the Gods and temporarily do not need her help." Klein planned to explore Forsaken Land of the Gods and try to find an opportunity for advancement there. Derek suddenly stood up, "Mr. the world, you're in Forsaken Land of the Gods." He was first very surprised, but was quickly overwhelmed by excitement. Another member of the Tarot Club is in Forsaken Land of the Gods. This made Derek inexplicably feel much more at ease. The world's answer far exceeded Catlia's expectations. She almost reflexively responded with a sound, unable to react for a moment to say anything. Audrey, who was beside her, spoke first, "Mr. the world, how did you go to Forsaken Land of the Gods?" She paused and then said, "It seems wrong for me to ask that. I should ask how you entered Forsaken Land of the Gods." At this moment, the world looked at Fool at the very top, as if asking for Mr. Fool's permission. Hobert, who was watching from the side, suddenly wondered whether to reveal to Klein that he knew the world was Fool. He thought, "I guess when Klein becomes an old one, he'll know my origins. Will he then complain that Hobert only watched the show and didn't care about the actor's embarrassment after being exposed?" But after a brief thought, Hobert decided not to mention this for now. Perhaps the more embarrassed Klein was at that time, the more it could suppress the Heavenly Venerate's revival. Fool, at the very top, seemed to notice the world's gaze. He smiled and said, "Some time ago, I used the world's body to play a game with Aemon in Forsaken Land of the Gods. Every word he said was true, but the information others interpreted from it and the actual situation would certainly be very, very different from the facts. And in this way, even if Aemon released the news that the world, Gehrman Sparrow was equal to fool, the Tarot Club members would only inwardly scoff that Aemon was trying to deceive them again. There was a period when the world was equal to fool, but that doesn't mean the world has always been equal to fool. Leonard immediately recalled a conversation with the old man last week. The old man guessed so accurately. Mr. Fool deliberately used Klein to lure out blasphemer Aemon. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, then openly looked at the world. Seeing that neither of them wore monocles, he breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, Mr. Fool achieved a relatively satisfactory result in this struggle, and perhaps even made Aemon suffer a loss. From Fool's words, Alger discerned that Fool had recovered further, to the point where he could gain an advantage in a direct confrontation with an King of Angels. Catlia roughly understood the reason for Gehrman Sparrow's disappearance. At the same time, she was surprised that an King of Angels, who had long vanished from people's sight, had stepped onto the stage of the current era. After an initial surprise, Audrey immediately observed and realized, why did Star seem not surprised by this? And he seemed to know some other information. Only Emlyn didn't quite understand Fool's meaning. He even had the illusion that he had been locked behind the Chinese gate for not just a week or two, but a month or two, leading to a severe disconnect from the current situation. At this moment, the world said to Emperor Hobert, "Please help me convey my gratitude to the Creator, for allowing me to obtain very important information from Aemon." Everyone was stunned at first, then immediately realized that the Creator had also participated in this struggle, but the Creator did not seem to participate in Fool's battle with Aemon, but rather helped the world. Other members then realized, the world still had some actions or tasks in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and this task seemed to be to obtain some key information. As for why the world asked the Creator for help, instead of praying for Fool's help. Everyone also thought of the reason, just as Emperor's advancement did not involve praying for the Creator's help, but rather asking Fool for help, the world's request for the Creator's help should also be to utilize the authority the Creator wields to complete some operations. "I will convey it for you," Hobert said with a smile. "While I cannot make any statements on behalf of the Creator, I can express my own attitude. In this incident involving George III, we were already close allies." Furs smiled slightly. She had witnessed Hobert and the world discussing how to destroy George III's mausoleum. This time, Audrey had no thought of pouting, because Hobert had told her the general process of the operation. Alger and the other members sighed with emotion. This was another cooperation between Fool and the Creator, and it was clear that this cooperation was very successful. Catlia asked Emperor, did the Creator also participate in this operation? Everyone knew this was asking the obvious, as it was a very clear matter. The Hermit's implication was actually, could you roughly tell us what happened? Because Fool's answer was too vague. Yes, Hobert said with a smile. However, everyone must keep this a secret for me, because for now, superficially speaking, we are still in a cooperative relationship with the Rune royal family. Alger and Catlia, two people who frequently dealt with pirates, didn't find anything wrong with this. In their view, there were many types of cooperation. Some were mutually beneficial, some were one-sided, and some were forced due to common goals, and so on. Different strategies, of course, had to be used when dealing with different collaborators. Leonard, however, thought of a piece of news he had just received. Not long ago, the Church had just cooperated with the Creator's forces against the War God Church. Should he remind the Church to be wary of being stabbed in the back by the Creator's forces? But then he shook his head. This was not an issue for his current level to be concerned with. Catlia immediately stated, of course, I will keep it a secret for you. After all, this is a secret of the Tarot Club. Unless one intends to betray the Tarot Club, who would leak such a secret? Klein thought to himself, this is a seasoned veteran, elevating this matter to a higher principle, using the Tarot Club's confidentiality rules to demand that everyone keep Hobert's words secret. Audrey, from the Hermit's language and body language, interpreted the meaning as, hurry up and tell us, everyone will keep it a secret for you. So Hobert said, last year, the Creator realized George III's objective and sent us to conduct some investigations. Later, based on the clues described by the world, we deduced that some of George III's actions were actually preparations for a god ascension ritual, and we speculated that the Rune royal family was secretly renovating the mausoleums left by Tudor. Among us are members of the Tudor family and members of the Trentsust family, who have much more detailed information about this, knowing the locations of Tudor's secret mausoleums. So I cooperated with the world to go and destroy those secret mausoleums separately during George III's God Ascension ritual. Alger slowly nodded. It could now be confirmed that the creator should be a deity of the arbiter or justiciar pathway. Through certain connections of the Beander pathway, the creator had known about George III's plot very early on and had begun preparing to disrupt the God Ascension ritual. Klein even further speculated, the creator should be a deity possessing the uniqueness of the justiciar pathway and one sequence one characteristic, or only one of them. The two sequence one characteristics of this pathway are with the Rune royal family and the Fernando Port royal family respectively, but the whereabouts of the uniqueness and the third sequence one characteristic have never been heard of. He believed, theoretically speaking, since the six gods jointly eliminated the Night Emperor, the uniqueness and sequence one characteristics should be with the Orthodox churches. However, it now seems very likely that the creator obtained one of them through some means, and thereby restored corresponding power. Before the creator recovered his strength, he certainly did not want a true god to appear in a neighboring pathway. Klein had this conjecture because the creator had previously successfully stopped Amon's true body, which led him to believe that the creator was at least at the sequence 1 level. However, what he didn't know was that Hobert only gained the confidence to face Amon's true body after seizing a characteristic of the Order Usurping Prince. Otherwise, the creator would have certainly found a way to kill Klein to escape Amon's pursuit. Audrey and the other members also realized, the creator's actions to stop George III from becoming a god should be more active than fools, as this was a struggle for Beander characteristics, an unavoidable conflict. Only Furs knew that, in this operation, there was actually a factor of Hobert's unwillingness for the people of the Backland Smog event to die so inexplicably. At this moment, Leonard asked, I heard that Beander powers from the Fasak Empire and the Finapot Kingdom also appeared at that time. Is that true? It's true, Hobert said with a smile. They are also mortal enemies of the Rune royal family and are forces that can be utilized. Everyone understood that it was very likely Emperor who had secretly informed the royal families of these two countries. Emlyn felt his mind momentarily unable to process. Hadn't the creator just ambushed the capital of the Fasak Empire, St. Milan? How did they suddenly start cooperating? Leonard, on the other hand, lamented, fortunately, I didn't go into politics. Otherwise, he might have been set up to die. Hobert, however, smiled and said, besides being a firm ally with Fool, the creator's relationship with other forces is basically one of mutual utilization. Whether this interest-based relationship is close or if there is betrayal is not determined by one party, but by the interests of both parties. Leonard nodded. With Hobert's clarification, the relationship became clear. Through Emperor's description, everyone basically understood the details of George III's failure. It was clear that the Finapot Kingdom and the Fasak Empire were both used, but their surprise attack must have achieved unexpected results. Furthermore, with the creator and Fool's forces intervening, it would be strange if George III had succeeded without the help of a deity. There was a moment of silence in the main hall. The world said to Fool, respected Fool, I wish to speak with Emperor privately. Hobert, while guessing what Klein wanted to talk about, nodded, agreeing to the private conversation. After Fool set up the private communication space, Klein manipulated the world and said, I hope to talk to you privately in the real world. Hobert was stunned. Is there anything that cannot be discussed here? The world sighed. If we start this topic, it might take a long time, and it's not suitable for the Tarot Club. Hobert recalled that Klein had learned from Aemon that this was Earth, and this news must have had a great impact on him. After all, for a long time, Klein's motivation to advance and explore this Beander world was to go home. Yet, he discovered that he had never left home, but his current home was no longer his original home. No problem, Hobert said. He felt an obligation to try and find a new goal for Klein. Klein then asked, I've thought of a way to temporarily return to the North-South continent. Utilize Magician's Limonose magic book to record 3 abilities to summon from the historical void. Then you summon my historical projection, and my true body enters the historical void. This way, it's as if my true body has returned to the North-South continent. You can amplify, or utilize, the ability to summon from the historical void to extend the summoning time. Hobert nodded. That's a good idea. He paused and then said, however, I won't be able to summon you for a few days, because recently I need to help the Creator complete a very important task, and also resolve the civil war in the duchy as soon as possible. Klein nodded. All right. Then he asked, can you help me get a star worm? The auxiliary materials for advancing to sequence 2 require a worm of time and a star worm. Klein had a worm of time, but no means to obtain a star worm. He remembered that Hobert's subordinates included several demigods of the apprentice pathway. Hobert then asked, can a secret sorcerer split a star worm? Theoretically, yes, Klein said. He could split a spirit worm at sequence 4, so as a demigod of a neighboring pathway, it should also be possible. Hobert readily agreed. Then there's no problem. What kind of reward do you need? Hobert wasn't sure. Let's talk about it when I get the star worm. It was very likely that Jonathan wouldn't ask for any reward, but Hobert didn't want to owe a favor and still intended to give the Council of Knowledge some reward. The specific reward would depend on the actual situation. They ended their private conversation, and Emlyn then applied to speak with Star privately. As soon as Klein had set up the private communication space for them, Emlyn eagerly asked, when are you letting me out? Leonard maintained a relaxed posture and said, that's not something I can decide. My suggestion is for you to quickly find someone to contact the vampire high level and have them figure out a way to get you out. Klein, who was listening in, felt like laughing but held back. These 2 guys, did they manage to mess up a simple, protective custody? Emlyn's expression was a bit gloomy. Is contacting our vampire higher-ups useful? The goddess is Scarlet Dominance, and she is quite fond of you guys who belong to the moon domain. Leonard casually brushed him off, even though you don't believe in her. His true meaning was, an ancient race like the vampires, who have lived for several epochs, must have more or less connections with the various churches, especially since the Blood Moon Queen was once the Empress of the Trensost Empire, and at that time, the Night Goddess Church supported the Trensost Empire. Emlyn probably understood what star meant. I'll ask Emperor for help. After all, the Creator's faction and the Bloodline are allies, but it's frustrating that the liaison between the 2 organizations was captured this time. He wondered if Emperor could find other members of the Bloodline. As soon as Emlyn finished speaking, he and Leonard almost simultaneously said, that's not right. The moon. Emlyn glanced at Mr. Star beside him. You thought of it too. Leonard scoffed, such a simple question. Emlyn retorted with a sneer, but you just suggested I contact the Bloodline's higher-ups. I've been imprisoned in the Church of the Night for several days, they must have known long ago. Their failure to attempt a rescue likely means they want to observe who will help me. After all, from the perspective of the Bloodline's higher-ups, there were still many suspicious points about Emlyn, and they would certainly investigate whenever an opportunity arose. Leonard seemed not to have heard Emlyn's sneer, his gaze directed elsewhere. That's very likely the case. So, you can only continue to stay behind Channy's gate. Perhaps after a few more days, they will lose patience and get you out. Emlyn sighed, a bit exasperated. For him, the serene environment behind Channy's gate was tolerable, but what he couldn't stand was that the internal guards gave him ox blood, which was extremely unpalatable. The second round of individual communication ended, but Emlyn thought of the taste of ox blood again, and instantly felt a sense of despair. He looked towards the head of the long bronze table. Respected Mr. Fool, I hope to seek some revelations from you privately. The Bloodline's reputation was still very important, and Emlyn didn't particularly want other members to know that he was still being held behind Channy's gate. Klein nodded, once again establishing a private communication space between Fool and Emlyn. Emlyn pleaded, could you give me a hint on how to get out of protective custody? Klein, shrouded in gray-white mist, answered concisely, this week. His answer was very confident, but it didn't come from prophecy, but from his judgment of current affairs. The Fasak Empire and Intis were currently attacking Loen, while Fenaport was attacking Loen's ally, Lindbergh. The 3 major churches within the Loen royal family certainly wouldn't want to be at odds with the Bloodline in addition to their existing enemies. Therefore, Emlyn would be released very soon, while Father Utravsky would have to remain imprisoned for a while longer. At the same time, the Bloodline's focus had undoubtedly shifted to the global situation, and they had little motivation to continue probing the suspicious points about Emlyn. Combining these two factors, it was not difficult to conclude that Emlyn would regain his freedom before long. The only exception was if this guy was truly forgotten. If both the Church of the Night and the Bloodline forgot that such a person was imprisoned behind Channy's gate, Klein would have Leonard remind the Church of the Night at an appropriate time. Emlyn was completely relieved and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. After the private prayer ended, silence once again fell in the hall, signifying the end of the trading segment and the beginning of the free communication segment of this Tarot Club meeting. Hobert spoke first. Please note, Truncest has resurrected. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Alger asked, who? Hobert then said, Knight Emperor Truncest. The hall fell silent again for a few seconds, and then everyone quickly asked questions almost one after another. Katlia asked, how did he resurrect? Before today, she had not heard any news in this regard. In her opinion, the Knight Emperor's resurrection was very sudden. Klein manipulated the world to ask, did your plan fail? When Hobert was advancing, Klein still had to be careful of Amon's avatar's encirclement, so he dared not stay long in Saphira Castle. After seeing Hobert's successful advancement, he withdrew his gaze and returned to the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, Klein still did not know about Truncest's resurrection. He roughly knew that Hobert's plan was to utilize grafting of bloodline to trick Truncest into a refined body. Theoretically, it would take some time for Truncest to recover his sequence, and Hobert should be able to kill him easily. Klein was uncertain at this moment whether Truncest had resurrected in that body or within Hobert's body. Audrey asked, is his resurrection related to your family's curse? When Hobert first joined the Tarot Club, he mentioned his family's curse, but only that one time, and never again afterwards. Even Alger had forgotten about it, but Audrey had always remembered it very clearly. Furs asked, will you be in danger? Hobert had talked to her about the family curse, and she immediately realized that this might be related to the Trentsust family's curse. After everyone had finished asking, Hobert replied, it is indeed related to the family's curse. But he did not elaborate, planning to discuss the matter in detail with Audrey privately when he had time. Then Hobert answered Furz's question, because of the Creator's protection, I'm not in too much danger, but I have an annoying competitor. Katlia, Alger, and others all heard the concern in Justice and Magician's tones towards Emperor. They were once again certain that these three knew each other in the real world. Then Hobert answered Klein's question. The plan was basically successful, but what I didn't expect was that Truncest's resurrection plan was more complicated than anticipated. After tricking him into that body, he summoned a sealed artifact at the Hand of Order level, and within a few seconds, he achieved Sequence 1. Not only Klein was stunned, but the other members were also stunned. The Knight Emperor not only resurrected but also possessed the strength of Sequence 1. This was definitely a major event. An additional Sequence 1 suddenly appeared in the Beyonder world. Katlia thought to herself, no wonder Miss Magician asked if Emperor would be in danger. Even if he is an angel now, having a Sequence 1 as an enemy and competitor is quite dangerous. Audrey and Furs then realized that Hobert's advancement plan had received help from Mr. World, so the world also roughly knew about his plan. Finally, Hobert answered Katlia's question. Not long after Truncest became a god in the fourth epoch, he began to set up some resurrection methods. Later, he received help from Blood Moon Queen Olnea, perfecting the corresponding arrangements, and finally resurrected last week. Because the specific resurrection process was very important and confidential information to him, he did not explain it in detail to Katlia. Katlia immediately realized that this must be a hidden history from the fourth epoch. Unfortunately, Emperor had no intention of explaining it in detail. Emlyn immediately reacted, Emperor, are you saying that the Knight Emperor's resurrection received help from our queen? Hobert nodded, yes. Truncest had admitted this personally. Emlyn asked again, what about Blood Moon Queen? Did she resurrect too? She should. Hobert was about to say, she should not have resurrected, but then he thought that Truncest's resurrection arrangements were all handled by Olnea. With such a good opportunity in front of her, wouldn't she also leave a path for herself? So Hobert immediately changed his words, I don't know about that. He paused and then said, I will investigate accordingly. Theoretically, if Olnea truly had resurrection arrangements, then her resurrection should be very similar to Truncest's, also on a member of the Bach family, able to resurrect after certain conditions are met. Emlyn said excitedly, "Please be sure to tell me the results of your investigation." Hobert nodded. "I will." The other members were stunned when they heard their conversation. Not only the Night Emperor had resurrected, but also the Night Emperor's queen. Catlia couldn't help but say, "Is it really almost the predicted apocalypse? So many ancient gods have awakened and resurrected one after another." Except for Hobert and Klein, the other members were slightly startled. Audrey asked, "Ms. Hermit, what is the predicted apocalypse?" Catlia paused for a few seconds before explaining, "There is a prophecy in the Moses ascetic order that in the near future, the apocalypse will descend upon our world." Hearing the hermit say this, the other members all recalled that they seemed to have heard rumors about the apocalypse, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, in the Beander world or mysticism, there were often some vague or over-interpreted prophecies. However, a prophecy confirmed by the Moses ascetic order was different, as the mystery prior's demigods had a certain degree of prophetic ability. Alger considered for a moment and asked, could this prophecy describe the alternation of epochs? The one who answered, the hanged man, was Klein, who had communicated with the seven lights of the spirit world. He manipulated the world and said, "As far as I know, it should be more than just the alternation of epochs, but the specific meaning of the apocalypse is still very vague in current interpretations." The apocalypse described by the seven lights of the spirit world was the invasion of outer gods, but such information was clearly not suitable for current communication. The world's answer even surprised Catlia, because there was only the prophecy of the apocalypse in the Moses ascetic order, without any substantive revelations. And the world seemed to have obtained some clear revelations from Mr. Fool. Seeing that everyone was a bit downcast, Hobert smiled and said, "Everyone, we all know a very simple truth. People are born running towards death. Is anyone depressed about this, lacking the motivation to live?" He paused and said, "Quite the opposite, right? People have a stronger motivation to live, and those with relevant knowledge strive even more to become gods and avoid the threat of death." Finally, Hobert said, "Hasn't the apocalypse not arrived yet?" Everyone was slightly stunned. Just as Emperor said, there was no need to worry about things that couldn't be changed. They just needed to be aware of it and prepare in advance. Leonard suddenly smiled and said, "Emperor, you have become an angel, so you don't have to worry about the problem of death, which is why you speak so lightly." Everyone smiled knowingly, and the gloom in their hearts was swept away by this perfectly timed joke. Following that, their free communication continued. Audrey shared her experience of persuading the natives in the South Continent, and Furs also shared about the first harvest of cabbage from the vegetable base on Longtail Island. After discussing a few more topics, Klein announced the end of this Tarot Club meeting. Hobert woke up in the Duke's mansion study. He stretched, preparing to enter Anst City for the second time to continue attempting to seal the uniqueness. This time, he planned to go with his main account, the Creator. After a short rest, Hobert further deduced the abilities of the Black Emperor, Pathway's uniqueness, and recalled Klein's process of sealing the Trenencist brass book as a reference, quickly formulating an action plan. This was also why Hobert didn't discuss it with Klein at the Tarot Club. He still had some ways to deal with this uniqueness. Using the method of distorting the real world and the spirit world, Hobert re-entered the spirit world, arriving at an uninhabited wilderness in the Hornassus Mountains. After setting up a spiritual wall around him, Hobert prayed to the Creator, then summoned himself, and the Creator, holding the sun scepter, appeared in the wilderness. After confirming there was no danger around, Hobert summoned a warhorse emitting a sacred light and a sun god chariot made of gold, driving the chariot towards the small city of Anst nearby. His idea this time was that if he appeared as the Creator, he would also have the authority of an King of Angels. After descending upon Anst, he would swiftly capture the uniqueness and bring it into the Nation of Disorder. However, it was also very likely that the uniqueness would escape, as the power of the Nation of Disorder that Hobert could currently mobilize might not be enough to make the uniqueness surrender. In that case, he would first retrieve a Sequence 1 characteristic and continue to pursue the uniqueness. It only took 2 seconds for Hobert to arrive above Anst City. Without any pause, Hobert spiritually sensed that the Black Emperor Pathway's uniqueness was still behind the City Hall office building, and he drove the chariot straight in. Whoosh! Ordinary walls could not stop the golden warhorses. They pulled Hobert, crashing into the City Hall. Hobert saw that the City Hall's main hall was decorated like a royal court, and the black dog wearing an exquisite crown sat on a wide wooden chair. When it saw Hobert driving the chariot in, a somewhat surprised expression actually appeared on its dog face. Hobert reached out and pushed towards the black dog, and a surging power rushed towards the crown on the black dog's head. There was some fear on the black dog's face, and it immediately distorted its position, disappearing from the city hall. Hobert grinned. Although the uniqueness was a special existence, it was still half a level lower in front of the corresponding Sephira. At this moment, the surrounding guards reacted, shouting, "Protect the Emperor." Originally, Hobert didn't pay them any mind, driving the chariot to chase the uniqueness, but as he was about to leave the city hall, his spiritual perception stirred, and he actually saw Truncest and Erebus among the guards. Although it was just a quick glance, Hobert's spiritual perception confirmed that it was indeed the resurrected Knight Emperor Trencest and the outer god's avatar, Erebus. It seemed they had also found this place through their respective methods. At this moment, Hobert didn't have time to think too much. Following the guidance of his spiritual perception, he drove the chariot out of the city hall, continuing to pursue the uniqueness. But as soon as he left the city hall, Hobert immediately found it pitch black outside, a kind of absolute darkness, where even though the chariot emitted sunlight-like radiance, nothing could be seen around. Hobert immediately realized that this was the uniqueness, altering, and distorting, the city's light. For the uniqueness, it could not directly confront the power of the nation of disorder, but the sun god chariot and Hobert himself were only at the angel level. Upon realizing this, Hobert immediately drove the chariot into the air. But it was still a step too late. The light of the sun god chariot was quickly absorbed by the surrounding absolute darkness, and the horses and chariot rapidly became illusory, vanishing into points of light before they could even ascend to a higher altitude. Damn it! Hobert realized that the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, and he was now in great danger. Hobert hadn't expected the uniqueness to possess such high intelligence, setting up such a clever trap. At this moment, his spiritual perception only knew that the uniqueness was not far away, but his own spiritual perception also seemed to be distorted, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the uniqueness. As he realized the danger, he suddenly understood. Perhaps the uniqueness did not possess very high intelligence. Finding the target's weaknesses and using them might be its nature. The danger was already right in front of him, but Hobert's eyes were still pitch black, and his spiritual sensation was very dull. Hobert hurriedly followed the conclusion he had just reached, using the surrounding absolute darkness to assimilate himself with the environment, temporarily joining the absolute darkness. The source of extreme danger stopped not far from Hobert. This made Hobert breathe a long sigh of relief. His guess was correct, the uniqueness did not possess much intelligence. The reason it was so difficult to deal with was due to its inherent abilities. A few seconds later, the surrounding absolute darkness instantly vanished, and the entire city was once again bathed in the winter sun. Hobert saw the black dog with the crown standing on the roof of a residential building, staring at him with two scarlet eyes. Hobert's legs went weak, and he knelt down towards the black dog again. That exquisite crown immediately shimmered with dazzling light, captivating Hobert. At this moment, a scene flashed through his mind. He ascended the throne, became the emperor of this world, and everyone bowed down to him. Hobert stared at the crown with a somewhat infatuated smile. As long as he obtained that crown, he could possess supreme power, and he could ascend to godhood. But in the next second, a black longsword pierced through Hobert's chest. His brain immediately cleared, and his neck rotated 180 degrees, looking behind him. Just as Hobert was affected by the uniqueness, the group of guards had already surged out. Among them, the guard, Erebus, holding a somewhat illusory black longsword, pierced through Hobert's chest. However, Hobert was currently in a spirit-body state, so this sword would only cause minor damage to his spirit body, not severely injuring him. Erebus showed a ferocious smile. Your plan failed. Hobert glanced at Erebus, then at Truncest. The Knight Emperor was helping them resist the influence of the uniqueness. Hobert roughly understood. Clearly, your plan also failed, and you were even taken in by the uniqueness as dogs. It was clear that Truncest and Erebus were affected by the uniqueness, unable to obtain it, and unable to escape from this city. Like Truncest, he could only temporarily resist the influence of the uniqueness but could not leave here. And the uniqueness was temporarily unable to kill these two angels, so a stalemate formed between the two sides. Hobert's intrusion gave Truncest and Erebus a chance to escape. Erebus sneered, "Hee hee, we don't have the protection of the Nation of Disorder." Truncest's resistance already looked somewhat strained. Several times he almost knelt to the ground. Hobert no longer waited and immediately mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, forming a towering order wood in front of him. He also thought about using the power of the Nation of Disorder again to try and control the uniqueness. Although the power of the Nation of Disorder was half a level higher, it could not instantly form an overwhelming advantage, and the uniqueness had a chance to escape. And Hobert was currently only at Sequence 2 level, which was where the uniqueness could utilize him. It would avoid the Nation of Disorder and Hobert's King of Angels level, attacking Hobert at Sequence 2. Hobert was not a true King of Angels after all. At this level, and being the uniqueness of the lawyer pathway, which was good at finding loopholes, there were plenty of ways to attack Hobert. Using the cover of the Order wood, Hobert and the other two angels entered the spirit world almost simultaneously. They were wary of each other, as none of them were confident in eliminating the other two in a short time, so none of them initiated an attack. Just as Erebus and Truncest were about to split up and escape, Hobert suddenly called out to them, "We can discuss a method to seal the uniqueness." The reason Hobert didn't leave by ending the summoning, but instead entered the spirit world with them, was to observe if he could utilize them. Truncest looked at Hobert in his spirit body state, then at the distorted face of Erebus. He coldly smiled. "You two continue, I won't participate." For him, obtaining the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness was best, but there was no need to take risks for it, as this was merely an action to curb Hobert. At the same time, he sensed that the connection between Hobert and the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness was closer, so he simply decided to watch from the sidelines, taking action if an opportunity arose, and letting it go if not. After Truncest left, Erebus, with a somewhat distorted expression, asked, "After we succeed, how will we divide it?" On this matter, Erebus was not as carefree as Truncest. If he didn't get the uniqueness or a Sequence 1 characteristic, then he would have completely failed in this competition. "I will hold the uniqueness, and you will take the Order-killing Princess characteristic," Hobert smiled. Erebus nodded seriously. "This is a relatively reasonable distribution method." The two looked at each other and smiled, each with their own hidden motives. Although Erebus seemed very willing to cooperate, Tamara's continued absence already spoke volumes. And Hobert not only had no intention of sharing the spoils, but if given the chance, he also wanted to avenge his student and obtain another Duke of Entropy characteristic. The two angels left the spirit world and discussed a method to seal the uniqueness at the foot of a snowy mountain in the Hornassus Mountains. Erebus first described his failed experience. "Originally, I was observing the situation in Anst City from a safe distance, but the uniqueness noticed me. It amplified its own range of influence, and I had no choice but to submit to it. After entering its sphere of influence, as long as I continuously showed submission to it, it would no longer launch direct attacks, but all order and rules could become its attack methods. For example, if my mental state wasn't good, it would find all the madmen within its sphere of influence and utilize their chaotic spiritual bodies to affect my mind. At the same time, some of the seemingly distorted and illogical decrees it issued daily also had a certain targeted nature, and were difficult to prevent." He paused and continued, "Truncest's process of entering Anst City should have been similar to mine. He tried to influence the uniquenesses, utilize an alteration of rules more than once. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he didn't. If he continued to influence the rules there, he would be able to escape on his own by nightfall at the latest." At this point, he suddenly grinned ferociously. "Archangels are just different." Hobert found that Erebus's state seemed worse than before. His expression seemed to be beyond his control. But Hobert didn't pay attention to these, and instead roughly recounted his two failed experiences. The first failed experience was very similar to Erebus's. If Hobert hadn't summoned an Order wood, he too would have been forced to submit to the uniqueness. Erebus concluded, "Currently, it seems that with our abilities, there's no way to deal with the uniqueness head-on. As long as one was not a true King of Angels, in the eyes of the uniqueness, they were an opponent full of loopholes." Hobert asked, "What are the consequences if one does not follow the decrees of the Sephira?" I have seen some people turn into fish, some into chickens, and some into dogs, Erebus speculated. It's estimated that the dog wearing the Sephira was originally a person, but the Sephira issued a decree targeting the emperor, so he turned into a black dog. Hobert nodded slowly and asked again, how did you and Truncest become guards? Erebus said, I used the selection rules for guards, and Truncest, in order to get close to the Sephira, must have also regulated all his conditions to meet the requirements to become a guard. Hobert seemed to be pressing the question, yet also asking himself, if one makes good utilize of the relevant rules, can one become the emperor? As long as he could get close to the Sephira, as long as he had 1 or 2 seconds where the Sephira was not on guard against him, he could utilize the power of the country of disorder to completely control the Sephira. Ha ha ha. Erebus laughed wildly a few times. That idea is very lawyer-like. He pondered for a moment before asking, but how does one become an emperor, recognized by the Sephira? It's precisely because there are no relevant rules that this is a place that can be used, Hobert also thought for a while. I have a plan, but I need your help. Hobert's general plan was for them both to submit to the Sephira, and Hobert, while submitting, would also resist the rule of the emperor. Erebus had just said that the emperor was also within the scope of the Sephira's punishment. Hobert believed that the Sephira had the authority of the emperor, but was not the emperor himself, meaning there was a distinction between the emperor and the Sephira. Then Hobert could target the emperor, rather than the Sephira. Hobert's goal was to utilize some distorted rules to approach the emperor, and approach the Sephira. What Erebus needed to do was to get as close to the emperor as possible and support Hobert. After the two of them roughly discussed a plan of action, it was already evening. The two angels, who didn't need to rest, prepared to enter Anst City again. Erebus reminded Hobert, you'd best act in your true form. In a spiritual body state, you appear too conspicuous and are very susceptible to spiritual attacks from the Sephira. Hobert also had this intention. All right, we'll split up. After speaking, he ended his summoning of himself and returned to his own body. After deducing the plan once more, Hobert re-entered the spirit world and arrived outside Anst City. Winter nights came quickly. This tourist city was already brightly lit at this time, and the streets were still bustling with many pedestrians, just like during the day, looking very lively. Because Hobert's entry point from the spirit world into the real world was close enough to the city, he immediately saw a pair of illusory scarlet eyes before him. Feeling his legs go soft again, Hobert immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor. Those scarlet eyes looked at Hobert for a moment, then disappeared from his sight. The pressure that had made his legs go soft immediately vanished, and Hobert then stood up and walked into the city. Since it was no longer daytime, there was no need to carry torches while walking on the streets. Upon reaching the city gate, Hobert's spiritual wall sensed something. Hearing the voice of a eunuch from within the city, the emperor commands that only people under 1.5 meters can live in the city. The previously bustling street immediately fell into a certain chaos, as adults fled from the city gate. Hobert, however, used the method of distortion, space to bypass the crowd and enter the city. Immediately, he altered his height, making himself 1.49 meters tall. Walking on the empty street, Hobert smiled and thought to himself, this allows me to experience Shu's perspective. Soon the streets became empty, and the entire city was left with only children, dwarfs, and people with crippled legs who couldn't stand up. After waiting a few minutes, Hobert saw that he had not been punished. His entry into the city was actually to verify whether Erebus's words were credible. After expressing submission, the Sephira indeed no longer directly attacked Hobert, but it would issue some seemingly absurd and unreasonable decrees, attempting to punish Hobert. Just as Hobert was conducting his initial probes and preparing to leave the city, two young men, under 1.5 meters tall and dressed as guards, approached Hobert. One of them opened a document and read aloud, "The Emperor commands, because you have altered your height and violated the relevant regulations." Hobert interrupted and questioned, "What regulation did I violate?" After being interrupted, the guard's eyes were blank. He paused for a moment before saying, "You violated the command issued by the Emperor 10 minutes ago." "That's a command, not a regulation." Hobert said, "A regulation is an order that is publicly announced and has long-term binding force, while a command is only temporarily binding on a specific target or group." Good. The guard was indeed open to advice, and immediately changed his words. You violated the relevant command. Hobert interrupted him again. Are you going to punish me? The guard, whose face still showed some childishness, again had a blank look in his eyes, but soon, his gaze became clear again. Yes. Your punishment has no legal basis. Hobert seemed to have found his feeling as a lawyer again. You are the guards of His Majesty the Emperor, and your duty is to protect the Emperor, not to enforce the law. Now you are not fulfilling your duty to protect the Emperor, but are enforcing the law here. This is a serious dereliction of duty and an overreach of authority. The guard who was reading the document became blank for the third time. It took him a full 7 or 8 seconds before he said, His Majesty the Emperor has granted me temporary law enforcement power. In my opinion, the Emperor does not have such authority. Hobert continued, looking at the main political systems of the North Continent, law enforcement power is in the hands of the courts. The separation of legislative, administrative, and imperial powers is the national framework that conforms to current political logic, and law enforcement power is not among the imperial powers. If you were to enforce the law, it would go against the political structure of the North Continent, and I would have to question the legitimacy of the Emperor and the rationality of this country. This was a classic, seeing the big picture from the small, defense strategy, the core of which was to confuse concepts, using some ambiguous conceptual things to make the opponent's ideas illogical or unreasonable. The guard finally gave in. You may leave. As Hobert left the city, he summarized in his mind, the Sephira also has to follow certain logic and regulations as a basis for distortion and alter. Otherwise, if all logic and laws become abnormal, then there would be no meaning in distortion and alter. This is indeed a thought, but it is quite difficult to make all logic and laws abnormal, because once there is nothing to distort and alter, the Sephira would also lose its meaning of existence. The Sephira seems to have a certain self-consistent ability, and also the final right of interpretation, so it should not allow such a thing to happen. When Hobert arrived outside the city, he saw a large number of people pacing aimlessly outside the city. Some who hadn't put on their coats were already shivering with purple lips. In front of an beyonder item of the Sephira's level, ordinary people had no power to resist whatsoever. However, to seal the Sephira, Hobert still needed to utilize these people. So he began to utilize his insight ability. The Emperor's command is ridiculous. What does living in the city have to do with height? Having this absurd command shows that the Emperor is also very absurd. We must unite and resist the Emperor's absurd command. Return to our own homes. The core of these words was to question the Emperor's command, to question the Emperor himself. Hobert found this idea from the ritual of advancing to Black Emperor. The public's belief that the advanced person is the Emperor is a very important anchor in the ritual. Then the Emperor created by the Sephira in this small city, although not a true Black Emperor, was more like a puppet of the Sephira. But if the public began to widely question this Emperor's words, it should have a great impact on the Sephira. The people's dissatisfaction with the decree and their desire to return home made Hobert's insight very successful. Under Hobert's influence, everyone began to shout slogans outside the city, oppose the Emperor's absurd command. Let us enter the city. Return our homes. Return our property. Because Hobert's ability could cover 20 kilometers, almost all the people who had just been driven out of the city were within the range of his ability. Gradually, the slogans changed to oppose the Emperor's dictatorship. An assembly must be formed. Hobert successfully guided everyone's opposition into questioning the Emperor. At this time, everyone heard the eunuch's voice from within the city announcing a new decree. The Emperor commands, people who speak loudly will turn into a loach. Hobert said in a low voice, the person announcing the command is speaking loudly. Although his voice was not loud, because he had altered the sound's propagation path, people within dozens of kilometers around could hear his voice. As a result, the person who delivered the command, dressed as a eunuch, immediately turned into a loach. Hobert continued to alter the propagation distance of the sound waves. Although everyone's voices were not loud, people from different directions in the city could hear slogans being shouted from another direction. So the slogans continued to resound around the city. Soon after, several people under 1.5 meters tall, dressed as guards, came out of the city. They found Hobert and asked in hushed tones, "Do you pledge allegiance to the Emperor?" Hobert also quietly replied, "Of course I pledge allegiance to the Emperor." "Then why do you question the Emperor?" "It is precisely because I pledge allegiance to the Emperor that I question him." Hobert said unhurriedly, "To prevent the Emperor from making irreparable mistakes, I must question his commands. This is my way of pledging allegiance." He paused and then added, "In my opinion, questioning the Emperor and advising him is true allegiance." Everyone around them echoed, "We also question the Emperor because we pledge allegiance to him." This line of thought clearly exceeded the wisdom of the Sephira. The guards became confused again. After a long while, one of the guards finally asked, "How can we dispel your doubts?" Hobert immediately understood that his plan had hit the mark. Although the Sephira had some wisdom, it seemed to have no concept of deception. The guards asking this way indicated that the Sephira placed great importance on the public's questioning of the Emperor. So Hobert said, "The Emperor should abolish the previous command and let everyone return to the city." Immediately, the eunuch's voice rang out within the city, "The Emperor commands, abolish the command that only those under 1.5 meters can live in the city. Abolish the command that those who speak loudly will turn into a loach." The people immediately applauded, shouting, "Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Just as the guards were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard Hobert say, "The Emperor retracting his commands shows that the Emperor himself is well aware that his commands are absurd. I still have to question the Emperor, question whether he thought of the people when he issued the commands." For a moment, it was quiet both inside and outside the city. The Sephira in the city hall was also very strange. Why was the questioning of the Emperor even more intense than before? The guard stared at Hobert. "You are not an honest person. The Emperor has already withdrawn his order, why do you still question him? I seriously doubt your loyalty to the Emperor." Hobert immediately felt the danger. If he were judged disloyal, the uniqueness would directly attack Hobert. But Hobert, who had made many attempts and understood the uniqueness, calmly and seriously said, "It is precisely because I am loyal to the Emperor that I question him. I suggest that, in order to prevent the populace from questioning the Emperor again, a council should be established to review the orders issued by the Emperor. If the populace questions the Emperor again, the responsibility can be shifted to the council." The guard shook his head. "This will affect the Emperor's authority." "Not at all." Hobert said, "The populace supports the Emperor, and only then does the Emperor have authority. Only those who truly consider the Emperor's interests, like us, who are genuinely loyal to the Emperor, will think about the Emperor's future reputation." The guard fell silent again, seemingly judging the logic and truthfulness of Hobert's words. Hobert smiled slightly. If he were currently inside the city hall, it might be a good opportunity to control the uniqueness. Immediately after, Hobert's seductive voice resounded again, "Let me form the council. The council will still be loyal to the Emperor, and the power formed by the council will ultimately belong to the Emperor." The guard remained silent, and after a long while, a eunuch-dressed person came out and announced, "The Emperor agrees to form a council, and at the same time, the Emperor commands." The anger and questioning of the populace have thus turned into trust and loyalty to the Emperor, and the council members' desire for power has been amplified. Hobert immediately felt very proud as the speaker and began to ponder how to manipulate the other council members. At the same time, a rational voice in his heart said, "The uniqueness is using the ability of bribe, first agreeing to form a council, and then taking the opportunity to weakening and alter everyone's thoughts and minds." He also realized, especially the weakening on me is very obvious. In the coming period, I will definitely be targeted. Finally, Hobert determined, although the uniqueness can arbitrarily decide the life and death of the populace, the basis for all this is that the populace recognizes the Emperor it supports and also supports the Emperor's rule. When a large number of people begin to question the Emperor, the uniqueness's control over the populace will weaken, and it may even be unable to directly distortion or alter the populace's thoughts, only able to re-control the populace through bribe. Thinking of this, he smiled. This is very similar to the true relationship of power. And yes, the uniqueness represents the abstract manifestation of certain aspects, which should include the abstraction and conceptualization of power. Theoretically, power represents not only rule but also the shadow of order. Power can build a ruling system, which is reflected in judgment and legislation, that is the positive side of power. Similarly, power can also be utilized, leading to some bizarre or counterintuitive regulations. This is the negative side of power. This understanding of the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness made Hobert's spiritual wall very active for a time, and the uniqueness's weakening of him was also reduced. At this moment, the guard said, "Council members, please follow me." Hobert and a dozen others who had received special care from the uniqueness followed the guard into the city. The other populace also followed into the city to continue eating or sleeping at home. Due to the influence of the uniqueness, the council members had a very poor attitude towards Hobert as the speaker. As ordinary people, their desire for power was far greater than Hobert's, so they very much hoped to replace Hobert as the speaker. The guard led them to the outside of the city hall, prepared to meet the emperor. Hobert could still see the large hole that had been crashed into the wall when he rushed into the city hall last time. Following the guard through the door, the hall was still structured like a royal court. The dog emperor sat on the throne, looking at Hobert and the others with a human-like, dog-like appearance. The magnificent crown and light cluster ornaments were still on its head and neck. Besides the guards, there were also a dozen ministers in 2 rows. Because of the previous 1m5 order, these ministers were generally 11 or 12-year-old youths, among whom Erebus, with a somewhat ferocious smile, was very conspicuous. He must have altered his height just now to become a minister according to the relevant rules. Hobert and the other council members knelt on one knee before the dog emperor together. After everyone stood up, a eunuch standing beside the throne asked, "Why does the council question the emperor's authority?" The council was established by the emperor's order. Hobert smiled, "If we question the emperor's authority, wouldn't we also be questioning our own legitimacy? If the emperor questions us, he is questioning the previous order to establish the council. Therefore, we will never question the emperor's authority, and the emperor should not question us." Erebus's mouth twitched a few times, and he sighed inwardly. This line of defense is too preposterous. Isn't this bullying the uniqueness for being brainless? Immediately after, he seemed to understand why his Entruncest's previous actions failed, because their ability to quibble was far inferior to Hobert's. At the same time, he also knew why the dog emperor was so obedient just now, actually agreeing to let Hobert form a council. It was clearly because his wisdom was insufficient under the pressure of Hobert's verbal attack, and he agreed in a muddle. The eunuch beside the throne paused for a few seconds before saying, "The council must also obey the emperor's orders." "That's natural." Hobert smiled, "But we also need to clarify the council's power." The eunuch said, "You have no power to review the emperor's orders." "Then we won't review, but we have legislative power. You can no longer incite the populace to question the emperor." Hobert nodded. "Then we won't incite the populace, but we have judicial power." The 2 of them, like bargaining, clarified their respective powers. The eunuch smiled sinisterly. "The emperor commands. Council members are special in the national system, so they must live in water like fish. This is a very typical alter. Highlighting their specialness, then alter their form." Water immediately appeared under the feet of Hobert and the dozen others, but only under their feet was there water. The feet of others were still very dry, as if they were standing in a glass fish tank. All the council members except Hobert swam in the water like fish. The reason Hobert didn't swim along was because he, distortion, the order, distorting, council members, into, councillors. He is the speaker, so of course, he is not included. This is also why Hobert waited until sequence 2 before attempting to control the uniqueness. If it were at the sequence 3 level, his distortion would have no effect at all. Hobert loudly declared, "I want to impeach the emperor. He disrespects the council and even makes the council members live in water. And the most crucial point is, the emperor is a dog. Has anyone ever heard of a dog being an emperor?" The eunuch beside the throne said grimly, "The emperor's authority is unquestionable, no one can impeach him. I seriously doubt your loyalty to the emperor. Others may not have the power to impeach the emperor, but I do." Hobert smiled. "The council has legislative power, so the first law is that everyone in the kingdom must abide by the constitution, including the emperor. The emperor has no power to control the life forms of others, no power to judge others. These powers belong to the judiciary. At the same time, the judiciary has the right to judge the emperor, because the emperor must also follow the constitution. The eunuch-dressed person paused for a moment before saying again, "The emperor is the most authoritative person, no one can judge the emperor." "I admit the emperor is the most authoritative person." Hobert maintained his smile. "This does not contradict the rule that the emperor must also abide by the constitution. As long as he abides by the constitution, he is the most authoritative person, but if he violates the constitution, he must accept impeachment and judgment." Erebus looked at Hobert expressionlessly. "This guy is a good lawyer. Fortunately, the struggle between me and him is not a debate, but a life-and-death battle." Then he looked at the uniqueness with some pity. Whether it was the dog emperor or the eunuch, a bewildered expression appeared again. After a dozen seconds, the eunuch-dressed person said, "Your statement is not valid. If you can judge the emperor, you are the most powerful person in this country." Hobert grunted. "The moment I became the speaker, I became the most powerful person in this country. This is the power granted to me by the emperor, a reward for my loyalty to the emperor." Erebus also said, "Your Majesty, this is indeed the power you just granted to the council. All the ministers can testify to this." The uniqueness was clearly confused by the complex power structure. The eunuch beside the throne directly asked, "Since you are the most powerful person in this country, why aren't you the emperor? Why aren't you sitting on the throne?" Hobert said, "I can be the emperor and also the speaker, that way I have both the emperor's authority and the power to impeach the emperor." He commanded, "Let that dog leave, I will be the emperor." A few seconds later, the eunuch said, "You are indeed the most powerful person, please come and ascend the throne to become the emperor." Hobert left the area with water and walked towards the throne. And the dog also jumped down from the throne at the same time. Hobert sat on the throne, and the magnificent crown on the dog's head floated towards Hobert. Hobert remained calm, sitting upright, as if waiting for the uniqueness's coronation. When the crown came to his head, he suddenly raised his hand, firmly grasped the crown, and used the fastest speed to mobilize the power of the country of disorder to seal this uniqueness. At the same time, Erebus also made a move, but his target was the sequence 1 Prince of Abolition characteristic still on the dog's neck. He pounced like a beast, one hand pressing the dog's head, the other hand pulling down the light ball. But the moment he got the sequence 1 characteristic, he felt something was wrong. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that the light emitted by the light cluster in his hand seemed to be deeper. Erebus seemed to understand something. He looked up at Hobert and indeed saw him grasping the struggling uniqueness with one hand and pointing at the sequence 1 characteristic in his own hand with the other. After initially controlling the uniqueness, Hobert immediately used the power of the country of disorder to mark the Beander characteristic in Erebus's hand. In the city hall of Anst, Duke Hobert, seated on the throne, was sealing the uniqueness with one hand, while marking the order usurping prince characteristic in Erebus's hand with the other. Just then, Tamara, who had received Erebus's signal, suddenly appeared behind Duke Hobert. With a wave of her hand, a certain balance formed between Duke Hobert and the dog sitting beside him, and Duke Hobert's spiritual power surged wildly into the dog emperor. This caused Duke Hobert's spiritual power to become imbalanced while sealing the uniqueness, and the uniqueness began to struggle fiercely. Under its distortion, the hand Duke Hobert held it with alternately turned into a bear paw, an octopus tentacle, and a goat's hoof. The surrounding ministers were sometimes young, sometimes middle-aged, sometimes a dozen, and sometimes dozens. The outside scenery was night 1 second and noon the next, raining 1 second and snowing the next. Erebus and Tamara were both affected to varying degrees. Only Duke Hobert, protected by the country of disorder, had only the hand holding the uniqueness continuously affected. But such influence was also within a controllable range. Even when Duke Hobert's hand turned into a goat's hoof, he still used his goat toes to clamp the crown tightly. Grant. Duke Hobert granted all the uniqueness's influence he received to Tamara. Tamara, who was about to continue her attack, quickly used her imprisonment ability to seal the negative effects Duke Hobert granted in midair. She did not have the country of disorder, and could hardly withstand the close-range influence of the uniqueness's struggle. Seizing this opportunity, Duke Hobert reached out, took out the 1 to 113 Solomon family crest from the country of disorder, and used the country of disorders ability to merge with Megalee's mental residue within the crest, forming an assistant comparable to the Duke of Entropy. She was a female black shadow image formed by pure power, somewhat ethereal, with an indiscernible face, seemingly wearing a luxurious and elaborate court gown. Mystical symbols flowed over the court gown, looking solemn and mysterious. After becoming an angel, Duke Hobert could perform this operation in the real world, and because he himself possessed a certain divinity, he could give simple commands to the summoned Duke of Entropy. The angel-level helper formed by 1 to 113 was Duke Hobert's confidence in cooperating with Erebus. For example, attacking a certain target, or ambushing someone at a certain location, and so on. At this time, Duke Hobert's command to her was to hold back Tamara. And Duke Hobert himself, while trying his best to control the uniqueness, looked at Erebus, who was preparing to snatch the uniqueness. Erebus glanced at the crown in Duke Hobert's hand, hesitated slightly, then gestured to Tamara, and the two angels immediately entered the spirit world. Although Duke Hobert had not completely sealed the uniqueness, if Duke Hobert had initially controlled the uniqueness, he could utilize the uniqueness as a sealed artifact. Using the uniqueness in this way would certainly have great negative effects, but it would definitely allow Duke Hobert to gain an overwhelming advantage. If they didn't run now, they might not have a chance to run later. Duke Hobert, sitting on the throne, watched Erebus leave, then had his Duke of Entropy helper protect him, as he focused on sealing the uniqueness in his hand. The power of the country of disorder, solidified like black crystal, gradually covered the magnificent crown, like a layer of black frost forming on the crown. After more than 10 seconds, Duke Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, finally completely sealing the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness. He quickly put the uniqueness into the country of disorder. At the same time, everyone in the entire Ernst city seemed to fall into a brief trance. Duke Hobert surveyed the entire city with his spiritual power, and only after seeing that the social and natural order here had basically recovered, did he prepare to leave. At this moment, Truncest suddenly appeared in the hall. He glanced at the Duke of Entropy, with its ethereal black figure in front of Duke Hobert, revealing an unpleasant smile. "Congratulations." Duke Hobert, who had summoned an order wood from the country of disorder, and was sure he could escape at any time, smiled sincerely. "Thank you." The next second, he took his summoned helper into the spirit world, returning to the study in the Duke's mansion in Backland. He first ended the summoning of the Duke of Entropy, returning 1 to 113 to the country of disorder. Then Duke Hobert sat in the chair to rest. After sitting quietly for more than 10 minutes, Duke Hobert breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Truncest had not pursued him. The reason he immediately returned to Backland was that he concluded that with William I stationed in Backland, Truncest could not possibly enter the capital of the Loan Kingdom. Only then did Duke Hobert carefully set up the spiritual wall, entered the country of disorder, and picked up the sealed uniqueness in front of the Iron Throne. With the uniqueness of his own pathway, Duke Hobert gained a huge advantage in the godhood competition of the Black Emperor pathway. Even if Erebus obtained 2 Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristics and 2 King of Angels appeared in this pathway in the future, Duke Hobert would still be the one with the advantage. Moreover, Duke Hobert had also marked another Order Usurping Prince characteristic. Thinking of this, Duke Hobert couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Without the slender-necked glass bottle containing ethereal mist, Erebus could forget about removing the mark from that characteristic. If he didn't do anything about it, when he advanced to Sequence 1, Duke Hobert would be able to detect it and detonate that mark when he advanced, causing Erebus to completely lose control. Erebus did have one more option, which was to pray to an outer god for help. From the fact that the 7 gods tacitly allowed Duke Hobert to obtain the Black Emperor uniqueness, it is not difficult to see that even with severe internal conflicts, they have a united front when facing outer gods. Erebus was also well aware of this, so he could not possibly pray to the 7 gods for help. Praying for the help of an outer god within Earth's barrier, or rather, praying for the help of his true body, uncertain mist, would require complex rituals. This was an opportunity for Duke Hobert, because he could also utilize the mark on the Beander characteristic to detect Erebus's ritual, which would be the best time to seize this Sequence 1 characteristic. If he could obtain 2 Order Usurping Prince characteristics, then for Duke Hobert, no Beander of the same sequence could hinder his ascension to godhood. Truncest couldn't either, after all, he was a sequence 1, and both the Justiciar pathway's uniqueness and sequence 1 Beander characteristics were very difficult to acquire. In terms of hierarchy, although Duke Hobert was one sequence lower than Truncest, in terms of achieving godhood, Duke Hobert currently had the advantage. Thinking of this, Duke Hobert took a deep breath, considering how to get his hands on the Trentost Bronze Book, and completely cut off his path to godhood. There was no opportunity yet, so he could only gather intelligence in advance and immediately seize the Bronze Book, after the God War ended. But the war still had more than half a year left, so this matter was not very urgent. Finally, Duke Hobert looked again at the magnificent crown sealed by the Order Crystal, in his hand. His spiritual perception told him that before accommodating the uniqueness, even within the country of disorder, he could only briefly utilize its abilities, and it had to remain sealed when not in utilize. Don't even think about it in the real world. Once the seal was lifted, the uniqueness would continue to resist Duke Hobert, and if he wasn't careful, it would escape again. Placing the uniqueness on the armrest of the Iron Throne, Duke Hobert felt a little uneasy. He planned to enter the country of disorder every 2 or 3 hours these few days to check on it. Just then, Duke Hobert suddenly had an idea. With a wave of his hand, he took the Vial of the Evil God's Offspring, which could previously summon the Holy Infant King, into his hand, preparing to conduct an experiment with it. There was no mental residue or Beander power left in the umbilical cord, it had long since become an ordinary umbilical cord. Duke Hobert lifted the seal on the uniqueness, placed the magnificent crown on his head, and the moment he put on the crown, his spirit body immediately expanded twofold, and his demeanor and expression became sacred and solemn. But Duke Hobert's eyes also seemed to have lost all spiritual power, looking very hollow. This was the most difficult aspect of the uniqueness for the current Duke Hobert to control. Even when using it within the country of disorder, the divinity within Duke Hobert's body would be far higher than his humanity. If used for too long, Duke Hobert might be assimilated by the uniqueness. This was not a good sign. Unlike integrating the uniqueness, this was the uniqueness actively assimilating Duke Hobert. Ultimately, Duke Hobert would become a tool of the uniqueness, a sealed artifact with strong mental residue. 30 seconds. Duke Hobert's spiritual power enlightened him. 30 seconds was the safe time for using the uniqueness. Although divinity was greater than humanity during these 30 seconds, Duke Hobert also had enough rationality to utilize certain abilities of the uniqueness to achieve his goals. He focused his attention on the Vial of the Evil God's Offspring. Currently, the number of times it could summon the Holy Infant King was 0. Duke Hobert used the power of the uniqueness to alter 0 times to 1 time. The Vial of the Evil God's Offspring immediately changed. Duke Hobert once again felt the mental residue and spiritual power it contained. It really works. Duke Hobert quickly took off the crown and resealed it. Looking at the Vial of the Evil God's Offspring in his hand, from today onwards, the Creator truly had 2, no, 3. Besides the umbilical cord and the black eye that could summon the 100-eyed demon monarch, there was also 1 to 113. These 3 were angel-level enforcers who were completely loyal to the Creator, to be used however the Creator wished. Duke Hobert looked at the sealed crown in his hand. This was the uniqueness. Then he sighed inwardly. Erebus was right, with sequence 2 strength, one couldn't possibly defeat the uniqueness head-on. Fortunately, the uniqueness had no brains. After playing with the magnificent crown for a while and putting the Vial of the Evil God's Offspring back, Duke Hobert returned to the real world, pondered over the matters of Erebus and Truncest, and then rushed to Anjou City overnight. Tonight, Donna and Archibald were on duty. After all, they were currently in a state of war, and high-ranking officials of the government and military would have people on duty at night. Duke Hobert learned about the current situation from them. The aftermath of the full-scale war on the North Continent had finally affected this place. After the Highland Kingdom confirmed that Loan was currently unable to support the South Balam Duchy, the rebel army's marching speed increased significantly. Moreover, outside Anjou City, Beander battles erupted daily now, as the Highland Kingdom sent a large number of spies and raiding teams. The Beander units of the South Balam Duchy fought in rotation, while also launching raids on the rebel camps. Both sides had already erupted into full-scale war, and they were both preparing for a decisive battle. The Highland Kingdom was gathering its forces, while the South Balam Duchy was waiting for Duke Hobert. So, now that Duke Hobert had arrived, the decisive battle was about to begin. Immediately, Archibald introduced the military's two decisive battle plans to Duke Hobert. Beander forces like Angus and Helen belonged to the Beander unit. This core Beander force of the Creators faction usually cooperated with the government to handle Beander cases within their jurisdiction, but during wartime, they belonged to the military. The only constant was that they only obeyed Duke Hobert. Seal and Archibald had no authority to deploy them. However, Seal and Archibald would certainly factor this part of their combat power into their battle plans, and only after Duke Hobert approved the battle plan would Angus's units execute the deployments within the plan. The military had two plans. One was to let the enemy reach the city of Anjou, set up an ambush in the mountains on the east side in advance, and when the enemy attacked the city, the hidden troops would strike from the rear. As for the Beander combat, it would involve the defense and contention of Anjou city. The second plan was to meet the enemy head-on in the hilly terrain northeast of Anjou city, on the enemy's inevitable path, and engage them in a decisive battle. The reason for choosing to fight in the hilly region was that the enemy's numbers were more than 10 times their own, and it would be difficult to deploy large-scale military operations in the hilly terrain. This would allow the South Balam army to leverage their superior weapon refinement and strong individual combat capabilities. Furthermore, the hilly region was sparsely populated, making it very suitable for Beander warfare. Regarding the Beander combat against the Highland Kingdom, the military was very confident. After all, they had once defeated the Demonist sect, and the Highland Kingdom, or rather the Rose school of thought, was not stronger than the Demonist sect in its heyday. It was just that the Rose school of thought's power was more concentrated, and they were more familiar with the South Continent, fighting on home ground. After discussing the combat plan, Donna then brought up the issue of logistical support. Duke Hobert had initially thought they would discuss military supply logistics, but to his surprise, Donna immediately said, "We have already accumulated enough administrative power. As long as we win the civil war, we can control the entire South Balam Duchy within 10 days. During this period, the Duchy government had already begun constructing fish ponds in the southern part of the St. Nose Basin and designating economic forest and aquaculture zones. They had also built an Earth Mother Church cathedral there with the fastest possible speed, and the bishop, priests, and deacons were all in place. To improve efficiency, they even invited Beanders to distort the terrain and solidify many dirt roads. Among all Beander forces, only the subordinates of the Creator would tirelessly undertake such work, as these tasks could also earn them merits. Additionally, after Miss Audrey's persuasion, the area has now welcomed its first batch of residents, and it is estimated that about 10,000 indigenous residents can be settled within the year. They not only became subjects of the South Balam Duchy but also resisted the continued small-scale plundering of the north by indigenous residents, fundamentally resolving the security concerns in the St. Nose Basin. The large-scale immigration plan from Backland was also underway. The institutions in Backland specializing in immigration training had already prepared 5,000 immigrants, who would be immediately transported via teleportation arrays once the war ended. The Duchy government expected to immigrate at least 500,000 people from the entire Loan Kingdom throughout next year. However, according to Donna and their estimates, affected by the war, the entire immigration plan should be overfulfilled, as many people have already gone bankrupt due to the soaring prices in Backland. As the war continues, it is estimated that more and more people will go bankrupt because of it. At that time, there will be no need for much persuasion, they will even actively join the ranks of immigrants. The prerequisite for all of this was that the government could establish effective rule over the entire duchy. To this end, after the land reform on Longtail Island was completed, the duchy government had been training and mobilizing grassroots officials. And according to the national policy formulated by Duke Hobert, a large number of grassroots officials were also recruited in the St. Nose Basin. With these grassroots workers, the duchy government was confident in controlling the entire duchy within 10 days, completely ending the proxy political system of local nobles and warlords. After understanding the current situation, Duke Hobert couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this civil war had indeed dragged on for too long. This was mainly because he had been too busy recently, from digging up the king's grave to snatch a Sequence 1 characteristic, to helping Klein escape Aemon, and then to advancing to Sequence 2 and seizing the uniqueness. These were all things he had to do personally and with all his energy. Now it was good, he finally found time to end the civil war. Duke Hobert estimated that the decisive battle in terms of Beyonder power could end within a day. If they won, the rest would be to pursue and arrest the forces of the Earth King and the warlords. As for these agents who colluded with the Highland Kingdom, Duke Hobert had already thought about how to deal with them, make them build his mausoleum. As soon as the war ended, the matter of building the mausoleum would immediately be put on the agenda. Currently, Duke Hobert had squeezed Erebus's advancement to the pinnacle of Sequence 1, but Truncest was still a very strong opponent. The key was that the Sequence 1 characteristic of the Justiciar pathway and the uniqueness were completely beyond Duke Hobert's control, but Truncest had a very close connection with them. Therefore, Duke Hobert had to make some arrangements in advance for his advancement to True God. After understanding the current situation, Duke Hobert told Donna to rest first. He wanted to talk to Archibald alone. Once only Duke Hobert and Archibald remained in the command room, he said, at the Creator's instruction, I have completed the transaction for the eyes of the root dog. You can prepare for the advancement ritual while accumulating merits. As long as the ritual is ready, you can also advance early, but you will have to make up for the corresponding merits afterward. Archibald was somewhat excited. I understand. Then he sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Duke, thank you, the Creator. In his long life, he had long given up hope of becoming a complete Sequence 3 until he met Duke Hobert, the Creator's blessed, and then he smelled the opportunity for advancement. Just as he had predicted, after pledging allegiance to the Creator, his advancement was not a very difficult matter. This made Archibald eager to try, wishing he could immediately go and fight the demigods of the Rose School of Thought. The battlefield was always the fastest place to gain merits. Duke Hobert only brought this up now because he had already advanced to Sequence 2 and obtained the uniqueness, allowing him to easily control Archibald in terms of strength. Although Archibald's performance had always been very good, he still needed to maintain a minimum level of vigilance. During their casual conversation, night faded, and sunlight streamed into the window. After Duke Hobert had breakfast with everyone, he immediately convened a war council and chose the second decisive battle plan. That morning, the entire city of Anjou seemed to have been activated. Various Beyonder units and armies successively completed their assembly and set off together towards the northeast. Remaining in Anjou city were the security forces led by Freya, and the intelligence personnel led by Hugh, who had arrived as reinforcements. At full speed, the troops were expected to reach the designated battlefield by evening today. According to the scouts' report, the enemy's main force would not arrive until tomorrow afternoon, so the South Balam army still had a night and the entire morning to rest. Duke Hobert, like an ordinary military officer, wore a military uniform with a black cloak, riding his white horse, roughly in the middle of the formation, advancing with the main army. The tall Lawrence, also on horseback, rode closer and said, Duke, I hope to speak with you alone. Duke Hobert knew what he wanted to talk about, so he waved his hand, delineating a space for private conversation. Speak. Yes, Lawrence said, you should know that members of the Bach family have always endured the torment of a curse. To make the conversation more efficient, Duke Hobert took the initiative and said, the family curse has been lifted now, right? Lawrence was slightly stunned but quickly concluded that the lifting of the family curse was closely related to the Creator, perhaps the Creator had directly helped lift it. Yes, Lawrence said, I have thought for a long time that it should be, or rather, only the Creator, a deity, has favored us and provided us with some help. Duke Hobert did not answer, yes, or, no, but calmly asked, have you ever wondered why the Creator would send me to be the liaison for the Bach family? Lawrence was stunned again and instantly had a guess, but this guess seemed too bold, as they had previously received definite news that Rex had died during the ritual to advance to an angel. Duke Hobert answered himself, because my biological father is Rex. A long time ago, the Creator helped me resist the damage caused by the curse, and I offered my loyalty to him. With the Creator's help, I finally uncovered the truth about the curse. It turned out to be Truncest's method of resurrection. Duke Hobert looked at the very surprised Lawrence and continued, "That's right, our family's tragedy for over 1,000 years was just because an emperor wanted to resurrect. Also with the Creator's help, I completed the Sequence 2 advancement ritual and used the advancement to lift the family's curse." Lawrence asked, somewhat flustered, Then the Night Emperor. He has also resurrected." Duke Hobert said coldly, "But you must understand that you are now loyal to the Creator. I can tell you with certainty that if you wish to follow Truncest, the Bach family will perish." Lawrence nodded repeatedly and quickly said, "The Creator is our only faith." Now the Bach family was deeply bound to the Creator's forces. If they went to serve Truncest, all their efforts would completely come to naught. The key was that probably few people would be willing to follow Truncest. Although he was their ancestor, and although he was the Night Emperor, he had caused the family to suffer for over 1,000 years, while the Creator had saved the Bach family. The long-standing suffering caused by the curse had already made everyone lose their sense of belonging to Truncest, and the Creator offered very generous treatment. Any sane person would not go to Truncest. Duke Hobert then said coldly, "If Truncest secretly tries to recruit you, you can pray to the Creator, but remember, Truncest is at the angel level now, do not try to deal with him." Lawrence did not ask where Truncest got his Beander characteristic but immediately stated, "If I discover Truncest, I will immediately report to the Creator." Then he asked, "Duke, how should we thank the Creator?" Duke Hobert paused slightly before saying, "That depends on your thoughts." Lawrence smiled and said, "It is precisely because we don't know how to thank you that we need to consult you." Duke Hobert did not continue to be polite. "I suggest sacrificing a grade 0 sealed artifact." Lawrence immediately said, "I also had that thought. Originally, there was a reward mechanism circulating within the family. Whoever could help lift the family's curse, the Bach family would offer a grade 0 sealed artifact." Upon hearing Lawrence's words, Duke Hobert nodded and said, "Such a sacrifice is not a loss for the Bach family. According to the Creator's usual practice, after you sacrifice a grade 0 sealed artifact, if a demigod of the Bach family needs this sealed artifact, they can pray to the Creator to obtain temporary usage rights." Lawrence was slightly stunned. In that case, the Bach family indeed would not suffer a loss. They would both thank the Creator and be able to apply to utilize the sacrificed grade 0 sealed artifact. "Thank you, Duke." Lawrence thought Duke Hobert's suggestion was to consider the Bach family's best interests and secure the greatest benefits for them. At the same time, he thought, the Creator's level is so high, his need for grade 0 sealed artifacts should not be great. Sealed artifacts of this level are basically for high-level believers. Duke Hobert, however, simply felt that the sealed artifact was his rightful due. According to the description in the notes inherited from Rex, whoever helped solve the family's curse would receive a grade 0 sealed artifact from the Bach family. His explanation to Lawrence was simply a consideration of the future, sealed artifact reuse, issue. Otherwise, it would just be gathering dust in the country of disorder, and if the Bach family's demigods requested to utilize that sealed artifact, each request would indebt them to the Creator. Duke Hobert himself didn't realize that he had become much colder compared to before, completely devoid of human emotion, possessing only a calm, almost formulaic approach to matters. Duke Hobert added, "Additionally, after the war concludes, the Bach family must conduct a grand ceremony. All family members must attend the ceremony and express gratitude to the Creator. And amidst everyone's gratitude, you shall offer the sacrifice." He primarily wanted to utilize this ceremony to observe all members of the Bach family with true sight, to see if Olnia had been resurrected among the family members. Lawrence immediately said, "Thank you for your guidance. Once the war ends, we will immediately set up the altar and proceed with the ceremony as soon as possible." Duke Hobert then calmly brought up the next topic. "I hope you accumulate more merits in the upcoming war. Now that the Bach family's curse has been lifted, you can confidently advance to Angel. As far as I know, the Creator also possesses an Beander characteristic of the Duke of Entropy. That Beander characteristic came from the Order Usurping Prince characteristic that Duke Hobert had just shattered. Originally, after Solomon's resurrection, the three Sequence 1 characteristics within him were very pure, without characteristics from other sequences. Later, when Rosal jumped to a non-adjacent pathway, he needed three Beander characteristics of the Duke of Entropy as support for becoming a god. Because Rosal has not yet completed the resurrection process, the three Order Usurping Prince Beander characteristics each contain one or several characteristics from Sequence 2 to Sequence 9. Of course, after becoming a god, he should be able to expel one or two sets of Beander characteristics on his own, but there has been no news of Rosal having subordinates of the Duke of Entropy. It's likely that Rosal, in his semi-mad state, did not perform such operations. Duke Hobert's advancement also only requires 3 Beander characteristics of the Duke of Entropy as support. Since he himself already possesses one characteristic from Sequence 2 to Sequence 9, he can completely shatter one of the Order Usurping Prince characteristics and only utilize the Order Usurping Prince's Beander characteristic to make the potion. Such a potion would not be a burden for Duke Hobert, and he could also take out an Beander characteristic of the Duke of Entropy to cultivate an angel. Of course, Lawrence would only have the opportunity to advance after Duke Hobert reached Sequence 1. Without the family's curse, Lawrence regained hope for advancement. I will diligently accumulate merits. Duke Hobert nodded, saying nothing further, indicating that the conversation had concluded. The army marched for over an hour, and as everyone rested, Seal suddenly rushed over to report to Duke Hobert, "Duke, the enemy has learned of our departure from the city to meet them and is accelerating their march with Beander power. Based on their current speed, the enemy's main force might pass through Matog Hills this afternoon." This news was conveyed to Seal by scouts through the country of disorder. Since mysterious operators were performing the specific operations, Duke Hobert was not aware of this news. Matog Hills was precisely the planned battlefield for the decisive battle, and also the last barrier in the entire northeast of St. Nose Basin. The people around them all stood up and came before Duke Hobert, discussing how to increase the marching speed. Lawrence said to several demigods of the lawyer pathway, "We can distribute ourselves evenly at different positions in the team and collectively utilize the ability to alter speed or distortion space. We will definitely reach the designated battlefield within half an hour." Malva, a member of the Tony family who had recently advanced to War Bishop, said, "There's no need for such trouble. I have an ability that can average the speed of everyone in the troop. Currently, our team, including logistical personnel, is less than 2,000 people. Everyone can run as fast as they can using their Beander abilities, and I will average everyone's speed. We might reach the designated battlefield in just over 10 minutes. After discussing this, everyone looked towards Duke Hobert. Duke Hobert calmly said, "Oh," then added, "Everyone continue to rest. We depart again in 3 minutes." The several demigods were all stunned. This meant their suggestions were not adopted. Were they going to abandon the original battle plan? After another 3 minutes of rest, as the whistle sounded, the soldiers resting on both sides of the road immediately got ready to depart. Duke Hobert also mounted his white horse again, and he proudly declared to the front, "I think you have all more or less heard that many miraculous things have happened in this battle. That's right. In this battle, we have the gaze of a god. The gaze of the great the Creator. Because our guns are aimed at the cultists of the South Continent. The war you are currently fighting is a holy war. A holy war to liberate the people cruelly enslaved and tormented by the cultists. The enemy has gained the power of rapid advance through bloody sacrifices, and the war may break out earlier. But we also have the blessing of a god. It will allow us to reach the battlefield at an even faster speed. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Duke Hobert did not shout with all his might, but his words reached everyone's ears. These words seemed extremely inflammatory. The soldiers were deeply convinced by Duke Hobert's pre-battle mobilization, which made their blood boil. This battle actually had the gaze of a god. This battle was actually a holy war. The soldiers were already eager to engage in a desperate struggle with the enemy. "Depart." As Duke Hobert uttered these words, he used the ability of distortion to distort space. After becoming an angel, most of Duke Hobert's abilities underwent a qualitative change. Within a 20-kilometer radius, he could carry any living being or object within it to cross space with him. Almost in the blink of an eye, this force of over 1,800 people appeared on the designated battlefield. The several demigods near Duke Hobert were stunned. No wonder he didn't utilize our plans. It turns out the Duke has an even faster method. Lawrence felt it most deeply. This is the power of an angel. Such an ability is already a miracle. Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even the Beyonders only reacted a few seconds later, beginning to loudly praise the Creator. Archibald and Seal waited for the praise to subside before issuing orders, setting up defense lines and artillery positions, establishing command posts and ammunition depots, and so on. Duke Hobert, meanwhile, led Lawrence, Malva, Angus, and others to the top of a hill to look out towards the northeast. The surrounding hills were not very high in elevation, offering an excellent view. From here, it looked as if green bubbles had appeared one after another on the ground. Just as they were discussing how to precisely attack the enemy's Beyonders, Lawrence suddenly paused, and then his expression changed drastically. "Gentlemen, Roclier City has been attacked by the enemy, and the Beyonders stationed there have already suffered significant casualties." Elliot was very concerned about this. Where did the enemy come from? Roclier City had always been garrisoned by the Bach family's people, and significant casualties meant that many members of the Bach family had died. Therefore, among those present, Lawrence and Elliot were particularly concerned about this. "No matter where the enemy comes from, let's support Roclier City first," Duke Hobert said. "Lawrence, Elliot, immediately gather your subordinates. I will request the Creator to send you to Roclier City. If more support is needed, immediately call for my aid." Lawrence and Elliot immediately agreed and quickly descended the hill to gather their subordinates by distorting space. When they had gathered most of them, Duke Hobert feigned a prayer. His spirit body took the opportunity to enter the country of disorder, lifted the seal on the uniqueness, put on the crown, and his spirit body expanded twofold. Then, using his stars, he projected power, distorting the positions of Lawrence, Elliot, and over 100 other Beyonders, making them appear directly inside Roclier City. Not only Lawrence and the others, but Malva and the others present also noticed that the Creator's aura had undergone another massive change. They couldn't see the specific changes because the moment the Creator appeared, their spirituality forced them to lower their heads. At the same time, their legs went weak, and they involuntarily knelt on one knee. It was certain that the Creator exerted greater pressure, and correspondingly, the Creator was definitely stronger. Duke Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, did not immediately return to the real world. Instead, he used Lawrence's stars to observe the situation in Roclier City. At this time, fierce Beyonder battles were erupting on the city's streets. The remaining Beyonders were already showing signs of collapse and were retreating towards the governor's mansion inside the city using sealed artifacts. The sudden appearance of Lawrence and the others startled both sides. The battle briefly favored the Bach family, but soon, due to the enemy's overwhelming power, the Bach family was forced to shrink their battle lines again. After observing for a while, Duke Hobert noticed that the enemy had hunters and bards. Duke Hobert then had a rough guess as to where the enemy came from. Returning to the real world, Duke Hobert pondered which forces to send for further support. The Tony family could not be sent again. Originally, the two main forces in this battle were the Bach family and the Tony family. Now that the Bach family had returned to reinforce, the Tony family had to remain here to resist the Rose school of thought. At this moment, Angus and the others were discussing where these sudden enemies had come from. "They are Beyonder forces from the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic," Duke Hobert said very calmly. Although Duke Hobert had previously collaborated with an angel from the Fasak Empire to destroy George III's tomb, their cooperation ended with George III's sudden death. The products of Earl of Light were very popular in the Intis Republic, and their relationship with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was also good, but the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had a good relationship with Earl of Light, not with the South Balam Duchy. Seeing that everyone's expressions were somewhat surprised, Duke Hobert further explained, "On the North Continent battlefield, the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic are jointly attacking Loan. This has made the Beyonders of the Fasak Empire no longer as preoccupied as they were before, so they want to reclaim the two states they ceded to us. As for the Intis Republic, after the forces of Fersak and Fenaport successively withdrew from the southern South Continent, only the forces of the Intis Republic remained here. They can figure out with their butts that as soon as we free up our hands, we will definitely deal with them, so it's better to proactively strike at our vital forces." Some frowned, some were silent. The war, which they had been fully confident of winning, deviated from the original plan right from the start. Soon, Elliot reported the current situation in Roclier City to Hobert in detail. Just as Hobert had guessed, the enemies attacking that city were Beyonders from the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic. During Hobert's promotion and his contention for uniqueness, he gave them time to gather Beyonder forces on the South Continent. Even with the entire Bach family providing support, the enemy's Beyonder forces still held a significant advantage. According to Eliot's observations, there were at least 8 demigods among the enemies, while the Bach family only had 4 demigods. Fortunately, the enemy had not deployed angel-level forces yet, so the Bach family was currently only shrinking their defense line and resisting near the governor's mansion. This news once again silenced everyone. In other words, at least 4 more demigods and corresponding Beyonder forces would need to be sent to Roclair City. But if that were the case, the Beyonder forces on this decisive battlefield would definitely not be enough. Roclair City cannot fall, Hobert said calmly. Our light industry base is behind this city. He took a deep breath and said, Malva, gather all the forces of the Tony family. Malva, with his distinct facial features, was somewhat surprised but immediately replied, yes. Angus, Hobert's confidant, couldn't help but ask, Duke Hobert, are you going to send the Tony family to support Roclair City as well? Malva and the others all wanted to ask this question, but their relationship with Hobert was far less intimate than Angus, Helen, and Eliot, so they all felt it was inappropriate for them to ask. Hobert replied, I just suddenly thought that the timing of this surprise attack by Fasak and Intis was problematic. Have Malva gather his people and prepare to resist the shock of the Rose School of Thought Beyonders. Everyone immediately realized that this was indeed the case. They didn't attack early or late, but precisely when the South Balam Duchy was preparing for a decisive battle and its Beyonder forces were fully mobilized. This must have a secret cooperation or connection with the Rose School of Thought. Angus was slightly stunned. In the past, when encountering such a situation, Hobert would always explain it to everyone first, but why didn't he offer any explanation today? Did he let everyone misunderstand? After Malva and the other demigods of the Tony family left, Hobert said to Helen, go gather your people, and at the same time, send someone to notify Jonathan, and have the Council of Knowledge participate in the battle. Any member of the Council of Knowledge who comes to intercept the Rose School of Thought today will be an official Beyonder, but only before 2 p.m., and the organized forces must be deployed to the battlefield in batches. The first batch of reinforcements must arrive within 15 minutes. The beautiful and charming Helen was first stunned, then smiled and said, the entire Council of Knowledge will participate in the battle. The current members of the Council of Knowledge dream of becoming official Beyonders, but Hobert has always restricted their joining, fearing that they would bring too many unstable factors to his Beyonder forces. However, there was no time to worry about that now. An emergency recruitment of Beyonder forces was needed first. Just after finishing his conversation with Helen, Hobert suddenly looked to the northeast. He raised a hand, and the boundary between the real world and the spirit world suddenly fell into a state of chaos, revealing the scene within the spirit world. In the spirit world, a large number of Rose School of Thought Beyonders were exposed in front of the phalanx formed by the Tony family Beyonders. Seeing that their surprise attack had been exposed, they immediately left the spirit world and charged towards the Tony family Beyonders. Hobert said to Angus, go gather the members of the Tudor family and join the battle immediately. With Angus and the others joining the battle, the Rose School of Thought's assault was temporarily repelled. The Beyonder melee spread across several hills, and the battle was fierce from the start. Almost everyone who could be sent out had already been dispatched. Only one Beyonder named Dow remained by Hobert's side. This was the leader of the Beyonder team sent by the Temperance faction to serve Hobert, but because this was a civil war within the South Balam Duchy, and because Hobert's side had relatively abundant Beyonder forces, Hobert did not intend to cooperate with the Temperance faction. Hobert looked at the battlefield in front of him and asked Dow, do the members of the Temperance faction wish to obtain the status of official Beyonders? The current team members are very fond of the official Beyonder status, but it's hard to say for other members, Dow said truthfully. This was because the Temperance faction's Beyonder team lacked experience in a large-scale Beyonder war. Just like Angus and Helen's team back then, it was only after experiencing in Beyonder war that members of the Tudor family and the Theosophy Order saw the hope of promotion and the assurance of protection after death or injury, which made them very willing to join the official Beyonders. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, you send someone to Miss Sharon for help. Tell her that if they can send 3 demigods and no less than 60 Beyonders to Roclair City before 2 p.m., I will give Sharon a disciple of silence, Beyonder characteristic. Dao's scalp tingled. Disciple of silence. A sequence 3 characteristic. This reward is enough to make 3 demigods fight for their lives. I'll send someone to contact Miss Sharon right away, Dao said, immediately assigning people. At this moment, Helen, at the foot of the mountain, heard Hobert's voice, organize your people to attack the enemy from the left flank. Helen couldn't help but look back. Hobert was still standing on the distant mountaintop, but the voice just now sounded as if it came from a few steps behind her. She seemed to realize that Hobert seemed to have advanced again. After only a slight pause, Helen began to loudly command and organize the charging formation, attacking the enemy's left flank. Hobert watched the battlefield from the hill. Although his side had fewer Beyonders, the current battle situation was still optimistic. This was thanks to the systematic training of official Beyonders after the South Colson campaign. In that battle, a major weakness of official Beyonders was exposed: a lack of sufficient coordination and effective command in large-scale Beyonder wars. The Tudor family members who participated in the battle at that time were a good example. When the battle was going smoothly, it was fine, but once they encountered the enemy's counterattack, they fought individually, resulting in heavy losses. Therefore, after that, Hobert systematically trained the official Beyonders in command and coordination, and the effect was very significant. For example, Angus's team usually consisted of 3 to 4 members from the Arbiter pathway and 2 or 1 member from the Lawyer pathway, forming a 5-person team. This was a characteristic of the Tudor family. This family mainly consisted of members from the Arbiter pathway, and only after cooperating with Hobert did some members from the Lawyer pathway appear, thus forming this team with a specific proportion of Beyonder pathways. Generally, members skilled in close combat would charge forward. If there was a briber in the team, they would definitely be placed at the back to bribe and weakening the enemy, and constantly utilize abilities like charm and arrogance to influence the enemy. If there was no briber, there would usually be a judge in the back who would imprisonment a target, and then the 5 members would quickly surround them. If the enemy couldn't reinforce in time, they would eliminate that enemy. If there was no judge, the interrogators, Whip of Spirit, could also temporarily control the enemy very well. The Tony family had a richer variety of Beyonder pathways, and they also used 5-person teams as their basic combat units. Most of the team members were 2 Beyonders from the Hunter pathway, 2 Beyonders from the Lawyer pathway, and 1 Beyonder from the Arbiter pathway. Such combat teams had strong offensive power. 2 Hunters would charge forward, first attacking distant enemies with Fireball and Fire Crow, and then engaging in close combat with swords, blades, or the blazing white spear when they got close. The Lawyers were responsible for applying negative effects like weakening to the enemy, and the Arbiter would seize opportunities to control the enemy. Of course, there were not many elite teams as described above. Most team leaders were Sequence 7 or Sequence 6, and most team members were low sequence. Teams of different levels chose enemies of different levels. Teams with a Sequence 7 as leader would basically choose enemies of Sequence 7 or below, while teams with a Sequence 6 as leader would choose enemies of Sequence 6 or below. Elite teams usually had a Sequence 5 as leader, and their members were at least Sequence 7. They would roam the battlefield, seizing opportunities to hunt down Sequence 5 enemies. Demigod members were basically commanders. They had no teams and would seize opportunities to help other teams or specifically deal with a certain demigod. These 2 proven formations were very practical. The 5-person team was the most basic combat unit, and all members obeyed the team leader's command. The team leaders, in turn, uniformly obeyed the commands of Beyonder officers like Angus and Helen. For example, Angus and Malva's units, because they had more than a dozen teams, could not be commanded directly, so they both had 2 adjutants. Initially, the enemy's surprise attack and numerical superiority gave them the initiative in the battle for a time. But when the 5-person team mechanism started to operate, eliminating several Sequence 5 enemies, it gradually neutralized the enemy's offensive. The members of the Rose School of Thought also had coordination, but their coordination was not as stable as that of the official Beyonders. So when 2 or 3 of them fought together, they were no match for a 5-person team. If they concentrated 8 or 9 people to besiege a 5-person team, the 5-person team would immediately switch to a defensive state. At this time, the commander's role came into play. Either 2 other teams would come to support under the commander's order, or other teams would attack the enemy's weak points under the commander's order, forcing them to return to reinforce. In this tactical process, they would often seize the opportunity when the enemy reacted a bit too slow, or when their command system was not as agile, to jointly seize the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 enemies. After several engagements, the effect of effective command became increasingly significant. The enemy continuously suffered casualties, and the official Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy gradually regained their disadvantage. So Hobert ordered Helen's unit to attack the enemy from the flank. The Beyonders in Helen's unit were all from the Apprentice pathway and the Assassin pathway, which is also the Witch pathway. Their team's tactics were mainly guerrilla warfare. But because the Witch pathway's offensive power was also quite good, they could also harass the enemy and provide cover for the main force. While Helen was rushing to the battlefield, Hobert first prayed to the Fool, asking the Tarot Club members for help, and then contacted Furs and Audrey separately, assigning them tasks one after another. It was a pity that Emlyn was still under protective custody in the Night Goddess Church, otherwise, he could have called for bloodline support. All the Beyonder forces that could be mobilized had been deployed to the battlefield. Only the Oravi Island, this one reinforcement, Hobert had not actively contacted. He decided to wait and observe the development of the battle before acting. Just as Helen's unit was preparing to launch a flank attack, Hobert summoned 2 demigods. One was the Ox Demon King, and the other was the Overturning Sea Great Sage. Currently, the Blackhound Spirit Beast was still on the Trenserost Empire, so the only demigods Hobert could utilize were these 2. With the Black Emperor's uniqueness, these 2 demigod-level helpers could be used as many times as desired, and in any way desired. Hobert altered their summoning time, changing a few minutes to dozens of minutes. Now they could fight continuously for over an hour. Once they disappeared, summoning them again allowed them to fight for another hour. Even a true Sequence 3 couldn't fight so effectively. Their only drawback was their limited intelligence, which prevented them from utilizing their Beyonder abilities with precision. They could entangle a Sequence 3 opponent but found it difficult to inflict damage. However, Duke Hobert directly ordered them to attack enemies below the demigod level this time, and killing enemies of that level was very easy for them. The Ox Demon King and Overturning Sea Great Sage charged from the right flank of the battlefield, ignoring a Disciple of Silence and a puppet who came to meet them, and immediately launched an assault on the Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 Beyonders within their sight. Coincidentally, they were immune to physical attacks, possession, and curses, treating them as mere tickles, which greatly countered the abilities of a prisoner demigod. In just half a minute, they, in conjunction with the raiding forces led by Helen, broke through the enemy's formation. Angus and Malva seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and the Rose School of Thought immediately issued a retreat order. At this moment, the spirit world suddenly seemed to tear open, exposing itself to the real world. The reaction triggered by this process formed a violent storm, uprooting large trees and sweeping huge rocks into the sky. Duke Hobert stretched out a hand and altered the storm into a breeze, preventing the official Beyonders from being blown away by the storm. In the spirit world, there was a figure dozens of meters tall, wearing a South Continent-style wizard robe, with his hands spread wide apart. That was Belenka, an angel of the Rose School of Thought, and it was he who tore open the spirit world, creating an opportunity for the Rose School of Thought members to retreat. Belenka looked at Duke Hobert from afar, and Duke Hobert was also staring at him. At this time, both angels were very restrained and did not immediately engage in an angel-level battle, as the main purpose of this surprise attack was to probe and tie down some of the main forces of the South Balam Duchy's Beyonders. At Duke Hobert's instruction, Angus and the others did not pursue, but instead held back a small group of enemies, allowing the main enemy force to withdraw. Once the main force of the Rose School of Thought had all entered the spirit world, Belenka's body shrank, and he withdrew his hands that had torn open the spirit world. The boundary between the spirit world and the real world was quickly repaired on its own. In the first phase of the Beyonder War, the South Balam Duchy achieved victory. After the main enemy force withdrew, Duke Hobert immediately ordered Angus's unit to withdraw from the battlefield. Duke Hobert, still standing at the top of the hill, raised a hand and granted all the injuries and fatigue of the dozens of Beyonders in Angus's unit to the wild grass covering the mountains. Then, as if speaking into their ears, he said, "Immediately go support Angus City." Angus, who was still marveling at Duke Hobert's latest promotion, paused slightly before realizing why the enemy had retreated so readily. It turned out their objective for the first phase of the battle was to launch a sneak attack on Angus City. Rewind to a dozen minutes earlier, Angus City. The defense here was solely overseen by Freya, who was merely a Sequence 7, and a few low Sequence Beyonders. After the main forces had departed, Duke Hobert dispatched Zio, who had just been promoted to Sequence 5 Disciplinary Knight, along with over 20 members of the Traveler Research Society, to provide support. So, the Beyonder forces currently defending this place were Zio, wielding the 1-107 Imperative Mage gloves, and Freya, holding the light priest ring that Duke Hobert had frequently used. The remaining forces were mostly Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beyonders with little combat experience. Such a deployment, in the battle plan, was more like a trap, waiting for the enemy to attack the city, and then Duke Hobert would quickly arrange for Beyonder forces to come to their aid. However, the Beyonder forces originally meant to support here went to support Rocklear City instead. Thus, this became the weak point of the South Balam Duchy. The enemy's surprise attack came from the spirit world. To create a shocking effect, two demigods transformed into two several-meter-tall puppets, with terrifyingly pale skin, empty eyes, and black liquid dripping from the corners of their eyes. They advanced step by step towards the city wall, imposing immense mental pressure on the defenders. Many defenders were afflicted by the puppets' curse, bleeding from their eyes, ears, and mouths, dying with screams. When the tall puppets reached the city wall, the defenders finally reacted, firing their guns at the puppets. But their guns seemed to come alive. At the moment the trigger was pulled, the muzzles suddenly turned to point at their comrades. The well-trained soldiers immediately reacted and released the triggers. But the triggers pulled themselves. Bang bang. After a series of gunshots, the defenders who had survived the previous curse also fell in pools of blood. The two tall puppets reached the city wall and, with a casual push, toppled a section of the wall. The collapsing wall raised a cloud of dust, burying many defenders beneath the rubble. The immense mental pressure and the impact of the force immediately caused the defenders to rout. During the attack by the two enemy demigods, Zio also issued the order to immediately abandon the city. Zio and Freya had both participated in the previous South Colson campaign, although they were both in the rear or performing battlefield cleanup duties. However, once they had witnessed an Beyonder war of that level, they would not panic when encountering similar situations again. This was also the case now. Upon seeing the enemy's offensive momentum, Zio immediately ordered a retreat. In any case, as the main army departed, government personnel and residents had already evacuated to the mountainous areas outside the city, leaving only 300 defenders here. Zio realized that her primary task was to prevent excessive casualties among the Traveler Research Society members and the defenders. But because the enemy's offensive was so fierce, Zio's goal became to save as many as possible. Just as the first group of Beyonders surged towards the teleportation array, three figures appeared first within the array. Zio was momentarily stunned, then let out a sigh of relief. These three individuals were the beautiful and dignified Audrey, the serious-faced Christine, and Dophis, whose face was as pale as a corpse. As soon as Christine appeared, she spoke in a voice audible to everyone in Angus City, "I am taking over command here." Everyone moved towards the command center, abandon the city walls, and construct defensive lines in the surrounding streets. The Disciple of Silence, who was commanding this surprise attack for the Rose School of Thought, narrowed his eyes. Christine. She was once Rex's right-hand woman, the one who always covered for him, no matter how reckless Rex was on the front lines. In the South Continent, people might not know who the governor of East Balam was, but they must have heard of Rex and Christine. With Christine and Dophis joining the battle, a decent defensive line finally formed around the command center. The Rose School of Thought attackers, after a slight hesitation, immediately organized their forces and launched a new assault. The ordinary soldiers and low-sequence Beyonders holding the line were instantly flustered when they saw the attacks from wraiths, zombies, and werewolves. The power of reality here is strengthened, and the power of the Beyonder is weakened. Christine floated above their heads and said. The enemy's attacks immediately slowed down. The wraiths were forced to end their mirror jump state and could only charge forward by running. The aura of death and coldness on the zombies was greatly reduced, and the werewolves directly reverted to their human forms. At the same time, Audrey, inside the command center, was constantly soothing the soldiers. The soldiers were no longer so panicked and began to attack the enemy with guns and cannons. At this point, their rifles could also kill the summoned zombies and wound the zombies and werewolves. Artillery shells could also blow away the charging Beyonders. And as the weakened wraiths approached the front line, Dophis summoned a very illusory, seemingly not very terrifying underworld gate, making it difficult for their possession and wraith transformation abilities to be used. But with the enemy demigods joining the battle, this position, formed by ordinary people and low-sequence Beyonders, was immediately broken through. Just at this moment, the teleportation array activated again, and Barnett, the patriarch of the Tudor family, arrived with over 20 Beyonders. After the South Coulson campaign ended, this gray-haired patriarch, dressed as a gentleman, moved to Jeffrey City in South Coulson at Duke Hobert's suggestion. Duke Hobert's intention behind this move was, although the Tudor family was not fully incorporated, those Tudor family members who did not become official Beyonders must become a reserve force for the official Beyonders. Currently, the elite of the Tudor family were all in Angus's unit, but the Tudor family still had over 30 Beyonders under Barnett's temperance. This was the last bit of decency Duke Hobert left for Barnett. After all, he couldn't make this old gentleman serve under Angus, could he? Barnett was also very satisfied with this arrangement. With the South Balam Duchy's elites all deployed, he obeyed Duke Hobert's arrangement and took over the defense of Longtail Island and the South Coulson area. That's why they were able to quickly complete the support for Anjou. The arrival of these Beyonders compensated for the severe shortage of Beyonders in the position, and the Rose School of Thought's Beyonders were blocked outside the command center. At this point, the number of demigods on both sides was the same, 3 each, but the South Balam Duchy had 2 sequence 3s, giving them a slight advantage. This was when Audrey was truly put to utilize. Christine and Barnett also had some conflicts, and Audrey's mediation prevented a situation where they would fight among themselves before driving away the enemy. Christine would certainly give face to her daughter-in-law, and Dophis obeyed Christine's command. Barnett had heard from his family members about this Grand Duchess from a Backland noble family. Since she had already pledged allegiance to the Creator, she would naturally try her best to follow the arrangements of this God-blessed lady. This was the main reason Duke Hobert called Audrey. When he was not present, Audrey and Furs could represent him in connecting scattered forces or making decisions. When Angus's unit appeared outside Anjou City without any rest, the Rose School of Thought immediately retreated. At this moment, another angel from the Rose School of Thought, Kleist, whose eyes were filled with malice and whose body exuded an evil aura, emerged from the spirit world. He leaned on a long staff made of leg bones and a skull, preparing to cover the retreat of the Rose School of Thought members. For a time, an evil aura permeated Anjou City. Many people didn't even see this angel, they merely felt his presence and transformed into animals, or monsters covered in fangs, tongues, and eyeballs. But in the next instant, a surging power dispelled the evil within the city, and the animals and monsters immediately reverted to their original forms of soldiers or Beyonders. At the same time, not far from Kleist, a gigantic eyeball appeared. On the white of this eyeball, there were many smaller eyes. The eyeball clearly exuded an aura of mutation, yet around it, there was a sacred radiance interwoven with clarity and darkness. Mutated yet normal, evil yet sacred. This was precisely the 100-eyed demon monarch, who had reappeared in the Creator's power system. Immediately after, on Kleist's other side, a phantom black power appeared. This power formed the image of a female black shadow, somewhat illusory overall, with an indistinct face, seemingly wearing a luxurious and intricate court gown. Mystical symbols flowed over the court gown, making it appear solemn and mysterious. Duke Hobert had no intention of letting these Beyonders who attacked Anjou City escape, so he dispatched 2 angels to block Kleist. The Ancient Bane of the Rose School of Thought received a strong danger warning, which immediately made him realize that the Creator intended to eliminate him along with these 2 angels before the Rose School of Thought could react. The Rose school of thought indeed had no intention of fighting a decisive battle in the surprise attack on Anju City. Their main forces were still on the battlefield for the decisive battle, and Belenka couldn't provide rapid support. Kleist didn't hesitate at all, immediately striking his staff to form a illusory bronze gate in front of him, temporarily blocking the hundred-eyed demon monarch and the Duke of Entropy. The next second, the illusory gate disappeared, and Kleist was nowhere to be seen. Duke Hobert, who was in the country of disorder, had just unsealed the uniqueness when the opponent fled. He had no choice but to reseal the uniqueness. The reason angels are difficult to kill might be that they all possess one or two difficult to stop escape abilities. Then, Duke Hobert's gaze turned to the battlefield within Anju City, where, under the siege, the Rose School of Thought's forces immediately collapsed. Duke Hobert withdrew the hundred-eyed demon monarch, and sent the Duke of Entropy to attack the enemy's demigods. The Duke of Entropy first waved his hand, and the injuries on 3 demigods were Amplify, Ed, with one of them dying on the spot. The Amplify limit at the angel level was already more than just a fatal wound. Even if it were an angel of the same level, if the Duke of Entropy was allowed to amplify, even a minor scratch could be fatal. However, as fellow angels, they had many ways to avoid continuous amplify of injuries, at most causing inconvenience but not truly being killed by a superficial wound. But beyonders below the angel level, under the amplify attack of the Duke of Entropy, were very likely to die from their injuries. Immediately after, the Duke of Entropy severed the association between the remaining 2 demigods and the spirit world and the mirror world. In the despair of the disciple of silence and the puppet, the Duke of Entropy pushed his hand forward, and the 2 demigods, known for their powerful physiques, were torn apart by a chaos of immense force. The other members of the Rose School of Thought immediately gave up resistance. Even Christine and the others were momentarily stunned, sighing inwardly at the qualitative change in Angel's abilities and power. After dealing with the enemy's demigods, the Duke of Entropy immediately disappeared. The members of the Rose School of Thought all expressed their willingness to surrender. These South Balam people were even more brutal than them. No more fighting, no more fighting. Christine said to Angus, "You handle the prisoners." As he spoke, he winked at Angus. Angus understood and loudly told the members of the Rose School of Thought not to resist, then loudly ordered his subordinates to escort them to prison. But after his subordinates had taken control of the prisoners, Angus immediately ordered, his voice cold as ice, execute them on the spot. His subordinates were slightly stunned but immediately carried out the order. The prisoners were somewhat incredulous. "We've already surrendered. Why are you still killing us? Aren't you official Beyonders?" At this moment, Freya, who had been fighting on the front line and was covered in dust, said, "After killing our people, surrendering is enough. I support Officer Angus's judgment. You mentioning that reminded me." Angus said, "After all, we are official Beyonders, we must act according to relevant laws. Prisoners also have basic human rights and the right to defend themselves." He paused and then said, "Judges, step forward and judge them." The prisoners were all speechless. They had to help their judges digest their potions before they died. Christine, who was watching the show from outside the crowd, nodded. Angus's handling method had the style of Duke Hobert. In his opinion, there were no prisoners in Beyander wars. Such Beyander prisoners were difficult to guard, so it was better to directly turn them into Beyander characteristics, which could still utilize their value. It only took more than 10 minutes for all the judges to sentence the prisoners to death and execute them immediately. Freya led the Traveler Research Society members to clean up the battlefield, while Angus's unit rested in Anju City for over half an hour before returning to the front line to continue participating in a new round of battles. At this moment in Roquelaire City, Lawrence sat tiredly on the sofa in the governor's mansion living room, resting. Half of one wall in the living room had collapsed. That was the damage caused during the recent battle when the enemy almost rushed into the governor's mansion courtyard. That defensive battle had lasted for over 40 minutes, turning the area around the governor's mansion into ruins. Now, there were still unextinguished fires throughout the city and panicked residents fleeing. Such a long and intense battle rarely occurred in Beyander warfare. Lawrence had thought about abandoning the city several times, but fortunately, his subordinates' morale had never been extinguished. Everyone's fighting will supported the defense line. Just as the enemy almost rushed into the courtyard, the first wave of reinforcements, consisting of Sharon and Doyle, arrived. The addition of fresh forces allowed them to repel the enemy again. At the same time, the enemy was also very tired. They retreated in an orderly fashion, giving Lawrence and his team a chance to breathe. Lawrence learned from Doyle that reinforcements were continuously arriving. The teleportation array was inside the governor's mansion. As long as the governor's mansion didn't fall, Rocklyre City wouldn't fall. But Lawrence couldn't be happy at all. This meant that the battle would continue, and the Bach family's casualties would continue to increase. Suddenly, Lawrence's spirituality sensed something, and he abruptly sat up from the sofa. The enemy is coming again. Defend Rocklyre City to the death. Now there was only one path, and that was to defend to the death. If they held on, the family's number of demigods would definitely increase again. Sharon and the other reinforcements also went out to meet the enemy. She also clearly understood that if they held this city, she would be able to advance to Disciple of Silence. The Beyonders resting in the courtyard, alerted by Lawrence, sprang into action. Whoosh! Hundreds of fireballs of varying sizes fell from midair. This was the enemy's fireball spell, saturation attack. These individual fireballs came from different Beyonders, some from demigods and some from middle sequence Beyonders. Sharon raised her hand, forming a white frost in midair, blocking some of the fireballs. Lawrence immediately used the utilize ability to extend the existence time of the frost. At the same time, Earl of the Fallen used the amplify ability, making the area of the white frost immediately wider and longer. Other Beyonders also used their Beyonder abilities to block the fireball, but before all the fireballs were blocked, hundreds more fire crows flew in. Many fire crows could not be stopped. They exploded in the courtyard like whistling cannonballs, killing and wounding many Beyonders. The courtyard was full of craters and flames, as if it were a battlefield of a modern army. Lawrence put on the bloody crown, and said in a solemn voice, "Arson in Rocklyre City is a serious crime and will be severely punished." Dozens of illusory whips appeared in Rocklyre City, and soon, distant cries of agony rang out. Some enemies were beaten to death, and some were severely wounded. However, the enemy had two demigods who had already led people to the courtyard wall. One of the demigods raised his hand, and a huge pillar of light descended from the sky, while the other continuously threw blazing white spears into the courtyard. Just as the pillar of light was about to envelop several members of the Bach family, its attack direction was suddenly turning into a right angle and shooting elsewhere, close to the ground. Earl of the Fallen, of the Bach family came to block this, unshadowed. The blazing white spear, thrown by the iron-blooded knight, fell into a multitude of mirrors. In the iron-blooded knight's pupils, a shadow of a lady with a very delicate appearance, wearing a Gothic court gown, suddenly appeared. Sharon successfully possessed the iron-blooded knight. A blazing white spear appeared in his hand again, but this time it was aimed at his own heart. The iron-blooded knight struggled to resist, his hand holding the blazing white spear, moving slightly forward then slightly backward. Meanwhile, one of the enemy's demigods, who also carried a Grade 0 sealed artifact, held back Lawrence. As more and more demigods rushed over, Elliot and others, who had just been granted Grade 1 sealed artifacts by the Creator, at Sequence 5, immediately stepped up. But the defense line still became precarious. A large section of the courtyard wall collapsed again, and the enemy was using their numerical advantage to launch wave after wave of charges. Just as the Bach family was about to be overwhelmed, the second wave of reinforcements from the Temperance faction arrived, helping them hold the governor's mansion once more. However, the enemy's offensive showed no signs of weakening. Lawrence, who was entangled with the enemy, seemed to realize something and was about to order a retreat, but it was already too late. Two areas in the governor's mansion courtyard suddenly became illusory, and more than a dozen enemies rushed out from each. These Beyonders were all elites who had not participated in the battle before. Leading the charge was a demigod, followed by middle sequence Beyonders. The enemy still had two demigods who had not participated in the battle before. This fresh force immediately broke through the defense line that the Bach family had been holding. Lawrence felt a surge of despair, but he immediately took a deep breath, preparing to cover Elliot and other core members to escape, in order to preserve the Bach family's bloodline. Just then, the teleportation array in the governor's mansion flashed with several figures again. Furs arrived with 3 reinforcements. The 3 reinforcements, 1 female and 2 male, all wore masks. The female wore a classical wizard's robe, and the staff in her hand shone with dazzling light. This light exploded like fireworks, forming a beautiful flame. Mystery reappearance, the little match girl. One of the enemy's demigods and several other enemies suddenly paused, and a series of captivating illusions appeared before their eyes. This female was none other than Hermit, Catalia. The staff in her hand suddenly transformed into a long spear flowing with dark red blood. The blood was extremely sacred, as if it could purify all evil in the world. Mystery reappearance, Spear of Longinus. Catalia threw the long spear in her hand at the demigod caught in the illusion. A strong sense of danger made the demigod regain some consciousness, and he pulled one of his companions over to block the spear for him. The other 2 male reinforcements were a ocean songster, with blue hair and a rough appearance, and a spirit warlock, with black hair and a somewhat unkempt look. They each held a grade 1 sealed artifact and jointly blocked the enemy's other demigod. Although Furs did not make a move, her arrival gave everyone a huge boost. This indicated that reinforcements would continue to arrive in waves, otherwise, Duke Hobert would not have sent his wife to support them. The already tattered front line was miraculously held once more. In Roclair City, when the enemy withdrew again, the governor's mansion truly resembled a ruined building bombarded by artillery fire. However, the Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy still had to hold their ground here, because the teleportation array was located in the governor's mansion, and subsequent reinforcements would rely on it to arrive. Of the 3 who had provided emergency support earlier, Catalia had already departed. This was because in a previous transaction with the Tarot Club, Catalia only owed 1 instance of demigod-level assistance. However, Alger and Leonard did not leave, as they owed 3 instances of Sequence 5 level assistance and still needed to help withstand 2 more rounds of enemy offensives. Furs, while using a sealed artifact to heal the injured Beyonders, also encouraged everyone. The morale in Roclair City remained high. Matog Hills, the decisive battlefield of the South Balam Duchy's civil war. While Angus's unit was supporting Anjou City, the Rose School of Thought launched another probing attack, which was repelled by the Tony family unit led by Malva, and the Council of Knowledge, who had arrived. With the return of Angus's unit, the Beander battlefield saw a temporary lull in fighting. At this time, ordinary soldiers, who had accelerated their arrival to the battlefield using Beander powers, launched a fierce charge towards the South Balam army's positions. Although they had a significant numerical advantage, their combat effectiveness was poor, and they not only failed to capture the South Balam army's positions but also suffered considerable casualties. Among them were also some Beyonders serving local nobles and warlords. However, these Beyonders did not gain any advantage and were severely dealt with by the military's Beyonders. Hobert paid no attention to the war on that side, because Archibald was in command of the general headquarters. Even if the positions were lost, the attacking enemy forces would immediately defect and become Archibald's marionettes, staging a show of rebels fighting amongst themselves. Seizing this opportunity, Hobert allowed the Beander units to rest and prepare for the upcoming decisive battle. The Rose School of Thought also did not launch any new offensives, clearly also brewing for the decisive battle. It wasn't until evening that Hobert felt the evil aura brewing in the air. The entire Matog Hills seemed cursed, the vegetation turned yellow, and animals hiding in their nests suddenly died. Hobert knew that the decisive moment had arrived. At this time in Roclair City, after an afternoon of rest, both sides once again engaged in fierce conflict. In the afternoon, the third wave of reinforcements from the Temperance faction arrived. With the addition of the Bach family's demigods, the South Balam side had already gathered 7 demigods. At the same time, around 3 p.m., Hobert's birth mother, April, rushed over upon hearing the news, adding another powerful helper. Besides boosting morale, Furs also began to play another role, coordinating all parties for joint operations. Currently, the defenders in Roclair City included official Beyonders primarily from the Bach family, forces from the Temperance faction, as well as 2 Tarot Club members in April. None of them would obey the commands of other factions. At this point, someone was needed to gather them and discuss a battle plan to prevent them from fighting independently when the enemy attacked. Hobert couldn't come over, so Furs could represent him in the corresponding coordination. On the defenders' side, in addition to 8 demigods, the creator had directly bestowed 6 Grade 1 sealed artifacts upon the official Beyonders, and also gave 1 Grade 1 sealed artifact each to Alger and Leonard. These combined forces were sufficient to resist 10 enemy demigods. In the battle that erupted in the evening, even with 2 additional demigods on the opposing side, the South Balam defenders remained relatively composed. Lawrence was still fending off the enemy demigod who wielded a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The artifact held by the opponent corresponded to the Elder of Foul Language from the secret supplicant pathway. Therefore, Lawrence remained silent during the battle to prevent the opponent from using his language. The command on the Bach family's side had to be handed over to another demigod. While Lawrence was using a sealed artifact to contend with the enemy, his spirituality suddenly sent a strong warning of danger. He saw a dazzling flame flying from the horizon, landing at the edge of the battlefield. The flame extinguished, and from within emerged a middle-aged man dressed in a swallow-tailed coat, with 2 mustaches and neatly combed hair. Both sides, who were fighting, were inexplicably flustered upon seeing the middle-aged man. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The middle-aged man merely waved his hand, and immediately, over a dozen Beyonders from the South Balam Duchy burst into flames, including 1 demigod. Their screams instantly brought everyone back to their senses. Helplessness, despair, and the sorrow of losing comrades choked the chests of the South Balam Duchy's Beyonders. Lawrence felt a chill down his spine. It's an angel. Retreat, retreat. Indeed, it was the Fursak Empire's angel, Ahomatova Einhorn. She truly couldn't understand why, after an entire day, the Fursak Empire and the Intis Republic, having deployed 12 demigods and over 300 Beyonders, still hadn't managed to capture this small Roclair city. Theoretically, this battle should have been easily won. The main forces of the South Balam Duchy were all in the Matog Hills, and the highest sequence of Beyonders in Roclair City were merely 2 sequence 5s. But unexpectedly, the main force of the Bach family had arrived as reinforcements in less than a minute after the battle began. Reinforcements kept pouring into Roclair City, and the Fursak and Intis sides also kept sending reinforcements, but they still failed to occupy Roclair City. Especially by evening, when the decisive battle between the Rose School of Thought and the main force of South Balam had already begun, the surprise attack on Roclair City was still far from successful. This made the high-ranking officials of the Fursak Empire and the Intis Republic a little restless. It should be known that during the most intense period of the war on the Janai southern bank, the Beyonder forces deployed there by the Fursak Empire were about the same in number. At that time, it was not at all surprising that the Beyonders of the Loan Kingdom could hold their defensive line. After all, it was a major power of the era, ranking first among the 4 great nations in both the number of Beyonders and the size of its army. But for such an Beyonder force to fail to capture a colonial city was somewhat incredible. Thus, Ahomatova personally rushed over. She wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. If the war in the Matog Hills concluded, the Fursak Empire would lose the optimal opportunity to reclaim the territories of Roclair City and the other 2 states. The war on the North Continent was still very intense, and so many Beyonders could not remain on the South Continent indefinitely. In fact, the reason this Beyonder war was so unsuccessful was that the Fursak Empire and the Intis Republic underestimated their opponents. They lacked sufficient understanding of the Creator's Beyonder forces and their resolve to fight. Moreover, they were nobles, possessing typical aristocratic thinking. If Hobert encountered the same situation, when the initial offensive was not going well, Hobert would immediately take action to quickly occupy the city. After all, behind this city was a light industry base that had taken about half a year and tens of thousands of pounds to build. Even the machinery had been purchased, it only lacked the recruitment of skilled workers to begin operations. In Hobert's view, such significant interests were well worth deploying an angel for. However, the high-ranking officials of the Fursak Empire and the Intis Republic kept questioning the demigods on the front line until the decisive battle had already begun. Only then did the Fursak Empire's angel make a move. The defenders of Roclair City showed the first signs of collapsing morale. That was an angel. No matter how desperately they resisted, it was meaningless in the face of an angel's power. Immediately, the defensive line collapsed, and signs of rout appeared. Beyonders scrambled towards the teleportation array. People constantly burst into flames, burning to ashes. Fire crows, and fireballs, accompanied by the No Dark Spear, exploded around them. Each explosion took one or several lives. Many had completely broken down, even crying and screaming as they tried to escape. At this moment, only Furs and April did not flee. Furs pulled from left to right with her right hand. She seemed to grasp something in the void, painstakingly dragging out a figure. This figure was dressed in formal attire, appearing very gentlemanly and polite, but his expression was extremely cold, with an uncontainable madness in his eyes. It was none other than the adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. At this moment, Klein, who was lonely walking with a lantern in the God-forsaken land, felt something and immediately entered the historical void. Gehrman Sparrow, in Roclair City, initially had a very confused gaze, which first softened but quickly became as cold as his expression. Alger and Leonard, who were in a corner of the governor's mansion, were both stunned. Wasn't this guy in the God-forsaken land? Klein glanced at Ahomatova, who was slowly approaching. Like Furs, he immediately reached out with his right hand and pulled out a figure. It was Hobert, dressed in a military uniform and looking somewhat stern. At the same time, April enveloped Furs in a hazy moonlight. Whether it was maintaining Gehrman Sparrow's historical projection or Hobert's projection summoned by Klein from the historical gap, both consumed Furs's spirituality. The moment Hobert appeared, Furs's spirituality was close to exhaustion. Fortunately, the moonlight ability used by April allowed her spirituality to recover rapidly. Moreover, April was not using the full moon ability. Although that ability recovered spirituality faster, the whispers within the full moon would also make Furs very uncomfortable. On the opposite side, Ahomatova was also slightly stunned. She was about to drive the defenders out of the governor's mansion, and she was even preparing to let some enemies leave, leaving some leeway between the Fursak Empire and the South Balam Duchy. Furthermore, she was considering negotiating with Hobert using the enemy's Beander characteristics to make Hobert acknowledge the return of these two states to the Fursak Empire. Why, at this moment, did an scholar of yours suddenly appear? And upon arrival, he summoned Hobert. Ahomatova sensed that Hobert was already an angel at this time. And the fear on the side of Roclair City's defenders seemed to vanish. It's the Archduke. The Archduke is here. Counterattack with the Archduke. Charge. At this time, Hobert already possessed the characteristic of a spiritual pillar. His wife could keep morale high for an entire day, let alone Hobert himself. Hobert's historical projection, with a somewhat dazed look, reached out and gently pushed forward. Immediately, a wall of fire ignited in front of Ahomatova and the others. He used Ahomatova's ability to block the enemy's pursuit. At this moment, Klein was still grabbing, and after 2 or 3 more grabs, he pulled out the death console, Ask, who had soft features and a medium build. At the same time, Ask's historical projection, whose eyes were a bit dazed, slightly opened his mouth and launched an attack with the undead language. Hobert's historical projection, amplified, at the right time. Although Ahomatova tried to block, many of the pursuers' spiritual bodies were directly shattered, dying on the ground without even struggling. Ahomatova coldly looked at the 2 historical projections in front of her and gave the order to retreat. Everyone cheered and gathered around Hobert. The enemy's attack had been repelled again. Klein controlled Hobert to wave at everyone, then disappeared into the void with Ask's historical projection. Furs, who looked a bit weak, struggled to shout, "The decisive battle has begun. Everyone hold your positions. We must defend Crolier City until the decisive battle in Matog Hills ends." The recent victory restored the morale of the weary crowd, and they once again built defenses amidst the ruins. Watching Gehrman Sparrow disappear, Furs sat on the ground, somewhat exhausted, while April tried to help her regain strength and spirituality. Furs knew that the enemy would soon launch a new offensive, because the enemy's angels must know that the Scholar of Yore could not maintain angel-level historical projections for long. Following Hobert's instructions, she immediately prayed to Fool and quickly received a response that help would be provided later, which made Furs slightly relieved. As long as Mr. Fool blocked the enemy's angels, they would surely be able to hold out until the decisive battle on the main battlefield ended. At this time, the official Beyonders holding their positions saw their companions burned to ashes or blown to death, and a wave of sorrow once again appeared in their hearts. The deaths of their companions, along with extreme fatigue, tormented their spirits. So they also prayed, but they prayed to the Creator. Soon, almost all of them received a response from the Creator. The majestic figure sitting on the throne said, "When that ray of morning sun appears over Rocklier City, it will be the time to welcome victory." Many people shed tears of excitement. Their deity told them that if they held on for one more night, they would welcome the morning sun of victory. Going back to about 20 minutes ago, the main battlefield, Matog Hills. The Beyonders felt an evil aura descend upon the land. Hobert, still standing on the high hill, waved his hand towards the battlefield. He used the ability of utilize to make the evil aura dissipate in advance, and the unease filling everyone's hearts also vanished. In the distance, Belenka, dressed in a South Continent-style wizard robe, reappeared. He was dozens of meters tall, looking even larger than the surrounding hills. Belenka had an eerie smile on his face. He slowly walked towards them, giving everyone immense pressure, while also making people feel an eerie sense of holiness about him. As soon as the opponent appeared, Hobert immediately altered the spiritual fluctuations on the battlefield. Otherwise, Beyonders below demigod level would immediately lose control just by looking at Belenka, turning into monsters, or inexplicably being cursed, their spiritual bodies dying on the spot and their physical bodies turning into monsters. Hobert did not focus all his attention on Belenka. Usually, at such decisive moments, the first to appear are characters meant to attract attention. Just as Hobert expected, Kleist, leaning on a bone staff, suddenly appeared beside him and opened his mouth to unleash an extremely evil curse at Hobert. But the moment he opened his mouth, Hobert had already used this curse to attack Belenka over there. The tall Belenka immediately vanished, leaving only a cloth puppet in his place. The next second, this puppet bore the curse and turned into a rabbit. On the hill, Belenka also appeared beside Hobert. He reached out and pierced his own chest, pulled out his own heart, and squeezed it hard. The stern-faced Hobert instantly felt his heart stop, as if he was about to die the next second. In fact, at the angel level, even if his heart was crushed by Belenka, Hobert would not be greatly affected. However, Belenka, also an angel, was simultaneously attacking Hobert's spiritual body with his source of curse ability. So the discomfort Hobert felt actually came from his spiritual body. As Belenka squeezed his heart, Hobert disappeared from in front of the two people. As early as when Belenka had just disappeared in the distance, Hobert had altered his own position with the opponents. As the intense discomfort came from his heart, Hobert had already appeared next to the cloth puppet that had turned into a rabbit. Casually, distorting Belenka's attack target, Hobert reached out and pulled the Holy Infant King from the country of disorder, placing him between himself and Kleist. The moment Hobert disappeared, Kleist also pursued, but just as he was about to attack, a huge fleshy spherical mass appeared in front of him. Half of it was pink flesh, and the other half was a transparent membrane like a soap bubble. Inside the membrane, filled with pale yellow liquid, a completely dark infant was curled in the center of the pale yellow liquid. He looked like a pregnant uterus, with an umbilical cord connecting the infant to the flesh. To Kleist, the Holy Infant King was not unfamiliar. During the previous Beyonder War with the Bach family, the Creator had sent this angel to entangle him. Immediately after, Hobert once again summoned the 100-eyed demon monarch from the country of disorder, sending him to deal with Belenka, who was close behind. Hobert quickly withdrew and returned to the top of the previous hill, observing the entire battlefield. At this time, the Beyonder War below the angel level had also begun. With the support of the Council of Knowledge's 3 demigods and hundreds of Beyonders, the number of Beyonders from the South Balam Duchy was similar to the main force of the Rose School of Thought. Due to the command advantage of the 5-person team, victory on this level of the battlefield was only a matter of time. However, the Rose School of Thought must also be very clear about this, yet the war still began, indicating that the Rose School of Thought's strength was not limited to this. While Hobert was guessing where the Rose School of Thought's reinforcements came from, he once again sent the Ox Demon King and overturning Sea Great Sage into the battlefield, forcing the Rose School of Thought to reveal their trump cards first. The two demigods created from the country of disorder forced the Rose School of Thought to also dispatch two demigods to entangle them, immediately breaking the previously evenly matched battle situation. A few seconds later, a huge mirror suddenly appeared on one side of the battlefield. Graceful witches, either charming or beautiful, appeared on the battlefield and precisely attacked the weakest point of the South Balam Duchy, the phalanx of the Council of Knowledge. Hobert's mouth curved slightly, so the Rose School of Thought and the Witch Church had formed a cooperation. Previously, when he advanced to Sequence 2, the demoness of catastrophe, Shirley, had appeared. However, Shirley must have sensed or understood that Erebus was an outer god's avatar, so her willingness to participate in the battle was not strong. But this time was different. As soon as the witches arrived, they fiercely beat the Council of Knowledge. Not only was there personal enmity between the two sides, but also because the Witch Church had already begun to retreat south after their previous defeat, they really did not want to see Hobert's influence grow in the South Continent. So they fought with great effort as soon as they joined the battle. Countless imperceptible fine threads also suddenly appeared around Hobert and quickly entangled him. However, Shirley, in her invisible state, couldn't help but frown. These fine threads seemed to be tightly clinging to Hobert's body, but she could feel that there was an invisible layer of power between the threads and Hobert, blocking the threads. This was Hobert's first time altering the electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces of nature, in actual combat. In nature, there are positive and negative charges, and a repulsive force exists between two like charges. It's the same principle as how the same poles of magnets repel each other. On a microscopic level, this force is very strong. Hobert had previously experimented. After becoming the Duke of Entropy, he could alter the microscopic forces in nature to a certain extent, thereby forming a protective shield-like structure with great repulsive force. Hobert had already conducted corresponding experiments before. Neither high-speed projectiles nor Beyonder power attacks could break through this repulsive force. After all, Beyonder power is a force in this universe. Since it exists in this universe, it must follow the basic rules of the universe. However, the Beyonder powers that can be blocked are direct attacks, such as Shirley's spider silk, or the Hunter Pathways fireballs, the Warrior Pathways Morning Star greatsword, and so on. These are tangible Beyonder attacks. If it's an attack on a spiritual body or mental body, there is little defensive effect. Hobert easily broke free from Shirley's spider silk and, at the same time, used the 1-to-113 Solomon family emblem to summon the Duke of Entropy. The Duke of Entropy, like a shadow, used his chaos ability on the surrounding space. This ability was like outwardly spreading ripples, and it quickly found Shirley in her invisible state. Hobert let the Duke of Entropy deal with Shirley, and he once again withdrew from the battle. At this moment on the battlefield, the phalanx of the Council of Knowledge was about to be broken through by the Witch Church. Hobert instantly moved away from the battlefield, entered the country of disorder, and once again put on the uniqueness, distorting, the Trenserost Empire, which was far away in the fog sea, to the battlefield. Both enemies and allies were stunned when they saw the giant ship, over 1,000 meters long. The armies of the warring sides in the distance forgot to fight, looking on in astonishment at the huge warship that suddenly appeared in the evening glow. Many soldiers on the rebel side knelt in worship. Even on the South Balam Duchy's side, only a portion of people knew that the creator currently possessed the empire. After all, this giant ship had only appeared once, easily resolving the Rose School of Thought's sneak attack on Tutuja Harbor. The Rose School of Thought certainly knew of the ship's existence, but they had absolutely no idea that the Empire would come to land and participate in the battle. The Trenserost Empire, a mountain-like entity, floated in midair in defiance of all logic, exerting even greater mental pressure than Belanka, the angel from the Rose School of Thought, had just moments ago. In the command room of the Trenserost Empire, Captain Serbia ordered, "Prepare the Song of the Undead, and adjust the Beyonder frequency. It will only be effective against Beyonders of the prisoner pathway." The sails on the main mast of the giant ship suddenly fell, forming a 1 vertical, 3 horizontal structure, similar to an antenna. The magical array hidden within the ship's hull began to draw power from the ancient death god's corpse, and the entire main mast immediately emitted a pale white light. Serbia waved his hand, "Fire." The corresponding magical array activated, and the space around the main mast seemed to ripple in layers. These ethereal waves, after spreading a certain distance, disappeared into the void, forming a series of syllables. These syllables could only be heard by spiritual bodies, and they sounded like the most beautiful music in the world, utterly captivating. All Beyonders and ordinary people on the entire battlefield noticeably froze, their faces showing expressions of rapture. Beyonders of the prisoner pathway, however, completely revealed expressions of infatuation and walked towards the Trenserost Empire in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. Angus was the first to react. "What are you waiting for? Slaughter!" Everyone quickly snapped out of their daze, abandoning their 5-person team formations, and launched a fierce attack on the dazed enemies. Members of the Rose School of Thought from the Moon Pathway tried their best to cover their companions, but they were too few in number to stop the enemy's attack. Over the next 8 seconds, it was more like a one-sided slaughter by the South Balam Duchy, with the Rose School of Thought suffering heavy casualties. Even Kleist and Belenka were dazed for 2 seconds, and by the time they recovered, they had already been injured by the attacks of the Holy Infant King and the 100-eyed Demon Monarch, respectively. After 8 seconds, the pale white light from the main mast of the Trenserost Empire disappeared, and the tall main mast gradually shattered. With a gust of wind, the mast turned into a thick white smoke like dust, scattering across the battlefield. Objects in the real world simply cannot withstand the power of a deity. This attack could not be used again until a new mast was installed. But the Trenserost Empire still had many other attacks, such as the Underworld King's giant cannon, used previously. When striking the sneak attack of the Rose School of Thought earlier, it had not used its full power. At this moment, under Serbia's command, all the cannons on the entire port side were pushed out, arranged in 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower, totaling over 120 cannons. Under the intense bombardment, the battlefield turned into a sea of white flames. These white flames consumed all spirituality as fuel, causing plants and animals near the flames to rapidly wither, leading to widespread death and desiccation. And the Beyonders' spiritual bodies were the best fuel. No matter how they struggled, they could not extinguish the burning of their spiritual bodies, dying in wails and agony, their physical bodies reduced to ash. On the Beyonder battlefield, the only place where white flames did not appear was the position of the South Balam official Beyonders. Some enemies hid in the spirit world, some hid in the mirror world, and enemies who did not possess the corresponding abilities could only hide towards the official Beyonders' positions. So now, they only needed to hold their ground to defeat the enemies one by one. Just then, an extremely hideous figure appeared in midair. Its face was long, somewhat like a donkey, and its features were more like a monster's than a human's. All its exposed skin seemed to be highly putrefied, constantly oozing viscous liquid, and continuously growing bloodshot eyeballs and fanged tongues. The large number of casualties suffered by the Rose School of Thought made the divine abomination, Sua, lose his composure first, and he had no choice but to reveal his true body, using a spiritual cage to imprison the white flames in the spirit world. Immediately after, Sua's ugly eyes glanced at the Trenserost Empire, and the warship instantly lost balance and plummeted towards the ground. The crew members were in great pain, their bodies undergoing uncontrolled mutations, but then miraculously recovered very quickly. But very quickly, they mutated again, and recovered again. The Trenserost Empire had already played its role as a sufficient surprise weapon. Hobert, within the country of disorder, waved his hand, sending the giant ship back to the fog sea. After moving away from Sua, the mutations on the Trenserost Empire crew members disappeared, and they quickly returned to normal, except for their spirituality still being a bit unstable. They did not receive help from the Creator, rather, they inherently possessed the Underworld Emperor's curse. Although Sua's curse was more professional, it was a level lower than the Underworld Emperor's curse. So the crew members did not return to normal, but rather returned to the Underworld Emperor's curse on them. On the other side, in the air opposite the hideous Sua, a cluster of buildings shrouded in mist, with flowing water and rockeries, appeared. The rosy glow seemed to constantly shine on this cluster of buildings: golden yellow tiles, red giant pillars, grand halls, and rainbows at the water's edge, giving an unprecedented sense of righteousness and glory. However, the architectural style of this complex was unheard of, yet it possessed an exotic beauty. Amidst the mist, it resembled the description of the divine kingdom in the Holy Bible of the Orthodox churches. On the throne of the central grand hall sat a majestic figure, wearing a magnificent black crown and holding a golden scepter, both majestic and sacred. After becoming an angel, the Creator could now appear with his self-created divine kingdom. But he could also, as before, only display the throne and his own figure. At this moment, on the military's position, Archibald devoutly saluted the Creator. Regardless of whether the Creator was observing them, the appropriate posture still had to be maintained. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, the Creator's power has further recovered. The ordinary soldiers on the battlefield didn't know why they couldn't lift their heads, they could feel the surging power appearing in the sky. They wanted to look up, but the muscles in their necks simply wouldn't obey. No matter how hard they tried, their eyes could only look at the ground. This was actually spiritual protection for them. Whether they saw the Creator or the divine abomination, their minds would suffer a huge impact. And on the battlefield, Angus and others were either trembling all over, feeling the great power of the Creator, or were extremely excited, praising their God while fighting. The Rose school of thought's morale was very low. As long as they were in a normal state, mentally sound, they could naturally feel that the Creator's power was stronger than their leaders. Sua on the opposite side was also clearly stunned. Last year, he had fought the Creator, and he believed that if he deployed his true body, he could suppress the Creator. But only about a year had passed. How had the Creator become so much stronger? The Creator, however, had no time for sentiment, because he could only be powerful for 30 seconds. So he immediately pointed at Sua, amplifying Sua's not-so-good state, which caused Sua's flesh to slowly flow downwards like a viscous liquid. This leader of the Rose school of thought had not been in a very good state from the beginning, so his true body rarely appeared in the real world. As his condition deteriorated sharply, an extremely evil aura appeared above the battlefield. The viscous flesh on his body instantly turned black, transforming into a huge, pulsating tumor, as if a heart was desperately beating inside. Immediately after, the form of this viscous flesh reshaped, turning into skulls, evil human faces, and malicious eyeballs. Sua entered the divine abomination state, and madness and distortion filled the entire sky. Several birds flying by instantly transformed into grotesque monsters, and even the white clouds floating at low altitude turned black, constantly releasing malevolence into the surroundings. The Creator was also affected to some extent, but he had the uniqueness and the blessing of the country of disorder, so the impact was not significant. At least in his opinion, Sua's aura was far inferior to Amon's true body. The only thing to be mindful of was to block this madness and distortion in the air to prevent it from affecting the people on the battlefield. If it weren't for his obstruction, the demigods on the battlefield would have already gone mad, and beyonders below demigod level would have all turned into monsters emitting curses and pollution, filled with malice towards all living beings. After entering the divine abomination state, Sua let out a roar that directly struck the spiritual body of the Creator. The Creator gently pushed his hand forward, and the roar was forcibly stuffed back into Sua's mouth using his distortion ability. Immediately after, the scepter in the Creator's hand emitted a sacred light. After amplifying the sacred power within it, it shot towards Sua. Sua raised a hand, and the spirituality in front of him fluctuated violently, as if it had gained substance, forming layers of hard, yet somewhat illusory, barriers blocking the sacred light. Under the Creator's altar and distortion, the light solidified, forming a holy longsword that pierced through layers of solid spiritual barriers. An dazzling light at the tip of the sword struck Sua's forehead, causing him to emit an extremely unpleasant sound, one that felt like hearing it one more time would drive one mad. The sacred power was purifying the impurity that existed in the real world. Sua immediately retreated into the spirit world. The Creator raised a hand upwards, and a strong wind swept through the real world. The boundary between the spirit world and the real world was torn open like soft paper by a distorting force. The sacred light illuminated the spirit world and quickly found Sua, whose forehead had been burned with a black hole. The light solidified again, and just as it was about to shine on Sua again, Sua clasped his hands together, and the surging spirituality around him surged, forming a cage of solidified spirituality around the light. The sacred light crashed left and right within the cage, but this cage had an abstract concept and meaning, it was very strong and difficult to break through. At this time, Hobert was, after all, only using the uniqueness as a sealed artifact that was highly compatible with himself, rather than truly accommodating the uniqueness. He temporarily had no way to distort something that involved the core authority of an entire pathway. So the Creator gave up that holy light and instead amplified the purification Sua had previously received. The injured head of the ancient Bane immediately exploded, and he quickly built layers of spiritual barriers between himself and the Creator, while one of his hands detached from his body and tore a huge hole in the spirit world. Sua's main body then became illusory and vanished into the spirit world. The huge hole torn by his hand appeared right near most of the Rose School of Thought members in the real world. His detached hand rapidly expanded into a spherical bubble made of pure spirituality, enveloping many Rose School of Thought members inside. More Rose School of Thought members seemed to realize something, scrambling and crawling into that illusory bubble. The Creator reached out and slapped, like swatting a ball, at the bubble, trying to prevent the Rose School of Thought members from retreating. Sua, without his head and one hand, appeared behind the Creator. He raised the arm that lacked a hand, and the flesh on it burst open, revealing a bone-white, spiky thorn inside. The Creator, seated on his throne, immediately felt a prickling sensation on his back. His spirituality instantly realized that this thorn could harm him. He had no choice but to withdraw the hand he was slapping at the bubble. Then he raised a hand and altered the distance between himself and Sua, instantly putting a great distance between them. The Creator saw the thorn full of spikes, and his eye twitched. He strongly suspected it was something the Mother Tree of Desire had given Sua to save his life. In a blink of an eye, many more Rose School of Thought members entered the bubble. Sua seemed unable to control the bone-white thorn for a long time, and although many members had not yet retreated, he vanished from the real world again. On the ground, the bubble, which was between the spirit world and the real world, also disappeared. Whoosh! Amidst the fierce storm, the boundary between the two worlds was restored. The Rose School of Thought members who had not managed to retreat immediately fell into despair. At this point, their enemies outnumbered them several times over, making escape basically impossible. Kleist and Belenka, however, had already started to flee with all their might, as if they had received a secret signal. As the Creator watched Sua leave, both Rose School of Thought angels had already vanished from the real world. Although Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch had tried to stop them, how could the escape methods of angels be blocked by these two tool men? Hobert was about to take off his crown, but then he suddenly remembered the bronze gate Kleist had summoned when he escaped, which seemed to be a special underworld gate. At this moment, Hobert began to tremble all over. 30 seconds had passed, and continuing to wear the uniqueness would be extremely dangerous. He quickly grabbed the rapier made from the stone pillar where the ancient death god often rested, immediately cut open an entrance to the underworld, and then performed an association with the spirituality Kleist had leaked onto the battlefield when he was injured earlier. The next second, he indeed found Kleist rapidly fleeing in the underworld. To Kleist's utter astonishment, Hobert reached out and grabbed him, distorting him back into the real world. While commanding Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch to besiege Kleist, the Creator immediately withdrew his power and vanished into thin air. In the country of disorder, Hobert quickly took off the uniqueness as if it were a hot iron. Fortunately, not much time had passed, and Hobert only felt his spirituality was very unstable, with not too many anomalies occurring yet. Without time to compose himself, he resealed the uniqueness and immediately returned to the real world. In the real world, Kleist had no chance to escape under the siege of Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch. When Shirley and the Demonist sect members also retreated one after another, Duke of Entropy also came to besiege Kleist. When Hobert arrived at the battlefield, 4 angels were besieging 1 angel. The injuries on Kleist had already been amplified by Duke of Entropy, but Beyonders of the Prisoner Pathway, once they reached the angel level, were basically unaffected by injuries. After Hobert arrived at the battlefield, he did not immediately join the battle, but instead, from the periphery, first established a certain association between Kleist and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch, and then used abilities like Weakening and Fallen to add negative statuses to Kleist. Originally, Kleist could barely defend, but after being weakened, he no longer even had the possibility of defending. At this point, Hobert made his move, altering and distorting the spirituality on Kleist, turning the full state into depleted. This was a distortion of the concept itself, equivalent to turning existence into non-existence. Hobert's attack was different from the attacks of Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch and the other three tool men. It perfectly hit the vital point. A huge advantage of Beyonders of the prisoner pathway is abundant spirituality. Now that Kleist's spirituality was depleted, he had to strengthen his connection with the spirit world and borrow spirituality from it, so that the spirituality in his body was basically sufficient. But during this time, Holy Infant King used the fallen ability to cause a certain betrayal in Kleist's body, making his movements stiff and sluggish. Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch, through mystical reproduction, recreated a giant cross standing on a high mountain peak. The cross emitted holy light, purifying Kleist, this ancient bane. Duke of Entropy first amplified the attacks of the other two angels, and then distorted Kleist's thoughts, turning evasion into active attack, and escape into charge. After a round of attacks, Kleist had become very weak. He simply stopped defending altogether, injecting all the spirituality in his body into the staff in his hand. The staff was composed of a skull and a long leg bone. Around Kleist, leg bones grew like mushrooms after rain, surrounding him and protecting him. The skull floated into midair, and its eye sockets suddenly emitted a pale white light. Everything around it seemed to be covered in a layer of white frost. Withered weeds and trees turned into piles of skeletons, and already deceased creatures turned into wraiths emitting mournful cries. In the distance, there were also two huge bronze gates, and something terrifying seemed to be hidden within them, making people afraid to look directly. The skull instantly transformed the surroundings into its domain, or rather, the domain of the undead. This domain was actually a part of the underworld, but it had been arranged by it, or by the Beyonder in its lifetime, to become a domain that obeyed it. Hobert, standing within it, suddenly felt cold all over, his movements became stiff, his body seemed out of control, and his spirituality and life were rapidly draining away, as if he was rushing towards the end of his life. Hobert granted the chilling sensation and the discomfort of his spiritual body away, gaining a brief space for flexible movement. He suddenly waved his hand, and the bone wall, made of leg bones, fell into a state of chaos. But Hobert was unaffected by this chaos. He reached into the chaos and, using a distortion of position, distorted Kleist, who was trying to escape, from inside the bone wall, to outside the bone wall. When Kleist had just used that sealed artifact in the shape of a staff to protect himself, Hobert was not flustered, because he knew that this guy couldn't escape anymore. When he first joined the battle, he had already established a sufficient association between Kleist and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch. For the 3 minutes after that, even if this guy escaped through some channel, Hobert could immediately find him using this association. At the same time, of the three tool men, who only had mental remnants but no souls, Duke of Entropy was dealing with the skull, using and distorting all of its attacks, turning them into attacks on Kleist. Holy Infant King and Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch's offensive continued. Kleist showed a pained expression. His body and spiritual body had both reached their limits, making it difficult to resist a new round of attacks. Just as Hobert was about to reap the fruits of victory, bone-white thorns grew from under Kleist's feet, entangling this ancient bane. Hobert and the other angels' attacks were actually blocked by this layer of thorns. At the top of the thorn bush, a blood-red flower bloomed. On the white thorns, this flower looked incredibly enchanting. The flower quickly withered and became illusory, and at the same time, the thorn bush and Kleist also became illusory, eventually disappearing. After a slight hesitation, Hobert did not continue the pursuit. It was clear that angelic level power could hardly shake those thorns, and his spirituality was already too depleted to support wearing the uniqueness again. He turned his gaze to the skull in midair, then mobilized the power of the country of disorder and began to seal it. Although the skull resisted strongly, it was quickly sealed under the suppression of the country of disorder. It transformed back into a staff with the skull as its head and the leg bone as its body. Hobert held it in his hand. This was a grade 0 sealed artifact, equivalent to a death console of the death pathway. The undead domain of skeletons, wraiths, and the distant bronze gates disappeared, and the surroundings returned to their normal appearance. Without time to examine the abilities of this sealed artifact, Hobert placed it into the country of disorder, then ordered Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch and the other 3 angel-level tool men, as well as Ox Demon King and Overturning Sea Great Sage, the 2 demigod-level tool men, to return to the Country of Disorder. He then commanded Malva's unit, which was the Tony family's unit, to withdraw from the battlefield, with Angus and Helen responsible for the pursuit and cleanup of the battlefield. Hobert, along with the Beyonders of the Tony family, quickly headed to Rocklear City for support. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.